Hey everyone, welcome to Getting Started with Jira. Today I'm going to be talking about understanding the Jira family. So, next up is what you'll be learning. So, we're going to talk about Jira Align briefly, Jira Product Discovery, Jira Service Management, and then we're going to end and mainly spend the majority of the time talking about Jira. Now, I wanted to show this to you. I wanted to show this slide to you because, as you can see, there's a common denominator here the word Jira. It's present in all four of those products. And up until again about 8 months ago, seven or 8 months ago, there used to be a fifth one, and Jira had a different name. And all of that has changed. And so there's been a lot of churn, a lot of changes happening with Atlassian. And we're just gonna spend the next 40 minutes or so, kind of just talking about these different products, what they're used for, their pros and their cons. I'm going to try to give you a couple of demos. Might not be able to do Jira Align, but I'll show you their product page and I'll kind of give you the use cases for why those make sense. But I'm definitely going to show you Jira Product Discovery, Jira Service Management, and of course, everybody's fan favorite, Jira. All right. So with that said, let's jump into the next slide here and let's jump into Jira Align. So we're going to start off with the hardest one. And this is mainly because Jira Align, in my opinion, is the Jira that is really designed for enterprise. This is a very, very expensive tool, very, very expensive. Unlike Jira, where it's very affordable, Jira Align is very, very expensive, but it's designed for enterprises. It's designed for very, very big companies that need to see like a 50,000-foot view of everything that's happening in their organization. This is a product that Atlassian acquired a few years ago, so it was not designed or created by Atlassian, but it is one of Atlassian's but better, I wouldn't say better, but most favorite products, mainly because there's a big, huge ROI for it, right? They get a lot of money back from Jira Align. So let's go into Atlassian.com. I just want to kind of show you what this looks like so you can understand, because it's actually not that easy to find either. When you go to Atlassian's website and you go to products, you're going to see that Jira Align is not that easy to find. But if you come down to, I believe, leadership teams, then you will see Jira Align over here. And I'm just going to kind of walk you a little bit through Atlassian's, I guess, marketing spiel, just so that you understand, because Jira Align is a great product, but it's usually out of reach for a lot of people. But I will tell you that Atlassian is integrating the fabric of Jira Align and Jira a little bit more. We see this in the new updated UI, and Atlassian, I haven't heard anything official or can't confirm anything official, but I do see in their marketing pictures of the new of the new Jira UI that there's some like hat tips to Jira Align, and they're trying to integrate this a little bit better. But this is what Jira Align is all about. It is designed again for these enterprises, for this portfolio project management, where you have not just the teams, right? Not just the Scrum teams planning sprints, but you have the entire stack of the entire company. And at a 50,000-foot view, you can see all the different things that are happening in your organization. So really, really powerful tool. It's a great tool that if you're a CTO, you're a CIO, you're a CEO, right? Any of these C-suites, any of these VPs, you're probably liking what you're seeing here, because it really truly does give you a holistic view and a centralized place to be able to track a lot of really pertinent project management type of information. Again, very, very expensive tool. I will tell you that in order to even get started with it, I don't know if Atlassian's changed this, but the last time I tried to do this about 2 or 3 years ago, just signing up for it requires you to enter like a 90-day agreement with Atlassian, because it is a pretty complicated tool just to get set up. And so Atlassian has to kind of come in and hold your hand. It's a pretty expensive 90-day trial in addition to the licenses. So pretty expensive tool, but if you can get it to work correctly, and really big companies do get it to work correctly. But as you can see here, there's finances involved. There's a delivery part of it. There's program management part of it. There's a product management portion to it. And not sure what's up with this transformation, but there's a transformation section as well, right? But it's very powerful, and again, an interesting product, something that is not really reachable. So this is probably where we're gonna end it here. I just wanted you to be aware and know that Jira Align does exist. But it is a tool that, again, if unless you're an enterprise, you're not going to get a whole lot of value out of it. So how much is pricing? Nicola's asking here. So there is a pricing section here. And again, the thing I don't like about Jira Align is that I can't, like, you and I can't just sign up, right? It's not like Jira where you can just spool up, get a free license and start using it. Like this is a very expensive tool, and it requires Atlassian to kind of sit with you. And as you can see here, you look at your user tier. Most companies are probably in the 1,400 to 5,000 license area, and as you can see here, your annual costs are in the millions of dollars. So it's gonna be between 1 to 2, topping out at $2.5 million. So pretty expensive USD. Um, so yeah, so if you're doing that, then this is probably going to be probably very comparable. This is an enterprise tool. This is a very expensive enterprise tool, but probably one that you might want to investigate. Again, Atlassian will hold your hand with this. Atlassian's pretty good, right? Atlassian spends a lot of resources on getting folks into Jira Align, mainly because that are this return here, this $1 million, is very lucrative for Atlassian. So definitely check it out. There are a lot of prerequisites for the instance even before going to online. Yes. So again, this is not a tool for beginners. This is definitely the most advanced version, the most mature version of anything that Atlassian offers. Again, I just wanted you to be aware of it, especially if you work like in a big company that's got 5,000 users or more. It's something you may want to consider because it does address a lot of the limitations that just Jira, regular Jira has when it comes to scalability and enterprise. So just situational awareness, but that is what Jira Align is. Now that we got that, let's go to Jira Product Discovery. This tool, my friends, I like. Jira Product Discovery is one of Atlassian's newer tools, and it's an interesting tool. It's a tool that if you've been using Jira for a long time, Jira Product Discovery is gonna look familiar, but very different at the same time. What I like about Jira Product Discovery, and the reason that Jira Product Discovery is designed is when you're working in Jira, which again, we're going to get to towards the end of this training, but when you're working, if you've been using Jira from a project management perspective, it assumes that you're working on approved work, right? This work has been vetted, these ideas have been vetted, and somebody has put some money against a project or a product that you're going to be building, right? So there's already knowns, right? And so you basically create a schedule, you create a budget, you figure out your sprints, and you got your technical team, you got your non-technical team, and everybody's just kind of executing, right? Your focus, Jira is really focused on execution of the project. But what happens when you don't know what you're working on yet, right? What happens when you have a dopey idea and you're just trying to figure something out, right? You have just a light bulb moment in the shower, right? And you're like, "Ooh, this could be cool," right? Well, that's what Jira Product Discovery is for. Jira Product Discovery is going to be the tool, the version of Jira that you use to nurture, to brainstorm ideas, right? You want to validate something, right? You don't know what it is yet. You don't know if your company wants to invest money in it yet. You don't know if this is going to be valuable. You don't know if your customers are going to care for it. You don't know the impact of it. You don't know how much effort is going to be required. You just don't know. You don't know a lot of stuff yet. And it doesn't make sense to put it into Jira yet because there's so many unknowns, right? And this is where Jira Product Discovery really bridges that gap. It allows us to come in, create what's called an idea, and then objectively and subjectively put information that will then give you value or at least try to illustrate the value that this idea is going to have. And so this is a really great product. Again, one of the newer ones. Atlassian is consistently making changes. I believe the first time I saw this product was in April 2023. It was very, very basic then. It's gotten a lot better. The integration with Jira is getting a lot tighter, a lot better as well. And it's just a really valuable tool, especially if you're noodling or brainstorming on something, on some effort that you're just not sure. Now, I will tell you that Jira Product Discovery, the closest competitor to this is probably a tool like Aha, right? This is really not a tool for project management, but rather a tool for product management, right? So, anybody in the room here a product manager by title? Let me know in the chat. I'm very curious to see if we have any product managers in the house. But this would be a great tool where again your product managers are managing requirements, they're coming up with new ideas. Very very cool and useful tool here, and one that again I highly recommend you check, you take a look. It is a lot more affordable than just AHA, and it's a lot more affordable than even doing this in Jira. And you do get some very interesting views. You get my favorite thing about it is that there's a lot more color. There's goals. There's these impact scores. There's calculations that are very easy to figure out with. Anybody can come up with an idea. So there's like a contributor license that folks around your company can submit ideas. So it's not a pay to play like Jira. When we talk about Jira, everybody needs to have a license. Not in Jira Product Discovery. You have free licenses, and there's voting and there's linking back to Jira. So it's a very powerful, very robust tool. But I like how they have it here. Bring structure to chaos, right? Because when you just don't know at the beginning of this idea, this is a great tool to help us out. My least favorite thing though is this product roadmap. I don't like this view, but a lot of people do enjoy the roadmapping view. I just visualize roadmaps very differently in my mind. But there is a roadmap capability into it. And then there's a connection, right? So you can create initiatives or epics or stories within Jira and connect them together and see from within Jira Product Discovery how the delivery of that idea is happening. So it's a pretty cool tool that can also give you a more end-to-end visualization from the whole idea to from idea to delivery. So very, very cool. Very, very awesome if you haven't tried it out yet. So that's Jira Product Discovery. I'm going to pause here then to just answer some questions, see what's going on in the chat. We got Johan says there's a lot of prerequisites. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Johan's also an Elastic consultant for 10 years, used it before for a few years. Yeah, awesome. I've never had a chance to use Jira Line. We're still talking about Jira Line in this one, but that's kind of cool. Steven, North Carolina, 5 to 6 years in experience with Jira. So we'll try to kick it up a little bit, Steven, and hopefully give you a little bit of information that you might not know. Nicola is a big fan of Jira Product Discovery, so I'm a huge fan as well. Justin's from Detroit, got 2 to 3 years in Jira as a user and about a year as an admin. So Justin, you might be interested in some of my other courses as well, because I do have one for Jira Administration. Sandra recently started working with the company that uses Jira. I'm in the process of optimization, so anytime I need anything from IT, I have to use Jira. Yeah, so this is cool. This is a lot of so Sandra, you're a great transition to the next Jira product. So hold your thought there. We're going to transition to Jira Service Management in a second. Orla says we looked at creating idea projects where teams can submit ideas and feedback, and then we've worked it so that the idea can be linked to the initiative. Yeah, this is exactly, Orla, you're describing exactly the way Atlassian intends you to use it. So this is a great use case there. Lori says we do the same. Great work. Yep. So Lori's on board too. Orla says we created an ideas project where teams can submit. Okay. Yep. So I think that's a duplicate. I'm not sure why I'm getting some duplicates here. Johan says, does Jira Product Discovery work well with higher issue types over the Epic? Yes. So when you, let's go into Jira and let me show you. So when you go into Jira, you're going to see, you're going to be able to filter by product. And so I have a Jira Product Discovery one here. I'll go into this one. And when you open an idea up, there is a delivery section here. And okay, thank you. Advertisement. You can create a delivery ticket, and it depends on the project you're in. So you need to be in a project that has that idea or that issue type above the epic. So I'm going to shoot blindly here because I don't know which projects I have. We'll see. We'll see if we get lucky. I'm going to do this one. Nope, I was not lucky there. Let's see company strategy. Here we go. See, this company A strategy has an initiative issue type, which if you look at my hierarchy, would have the initiative above the epic. And so it'll work that way as well. So you can select issue types above the epic. Right, Jira Party. Yes. So Rohit, great observation. This is something that Atlassian doesn't really publicly advertise, but in case you're familiar with the distinction between a company managed and a team managed project, all Jira Product Discovery projects are team managed by nature, which means there are no shared resources here, right? You're not the workflow that you create here, the fields that you create, the user management, permissions, and all that, that is unique to that project. So you're not going to have the ability to like share settings. But I think for this particular case, that might not be a bad thing. And it also gives you, the user, a lot of autonomy to be able to get creative with the fields and information, the calculations that are important for you and your particular team. So, all right. So last question here. Great to hear. Is it still a form linking? The hierarchy is not enforceable. So Atlassian's getting better with this one, Johan. But yeah, it's still very bad from the hierarchy perspective. Mainly because, well, yes and no. It's good because you do see the downstream, right? So when you look over here and we look at this picture here, you do see, and I'm going to zoom in here. Let me see if I can make this picture any bigger. Okay, they do not. But you see this tiny little carrot here? That shows you that it will preserve the hierarchy, right? So if you do the initiative and then your epics are below and then your stories are below that and your subtasks are below that, it will show you that whole hierarchy. So it does preserve that. What I don't like is that when you're looking at your Jira Advanced roadmap, the idea is side saddled and it should really be the top of the funnel. And I think Atlassian's working on that, but I haven't seen anything good on that from that front. All right. So we're at the 22-minute mark, and so we got a lot more to cover. I'm going to answer a couple more questions here. Jira product discovery for initial phase of product building before. Yes, exactly. So Shirag, you nailed it, right? This is the purpose of Jira product discovery is before you get into Jira, here's where you want to be because this is where you're trying to figure out is whatever we're thinking about worth assigning it to a scrum master. Andrea says you mentioned that you don't like the roadmap view in JPD. How do you envision it? I'm more of a traditional. When I look at timelines or roadmaps, I think of this, right? So I think more like come on, timeline. Why aren't you working? Here we go, this way. So I envision more of a traditional timeline that like this, where we have dates, right? We have real dates and real lengths of a project. The way Jira Product Discovery does it is, and I'll probably just go into Jira Product Discovery. The way they do it on their roadmap, it's like now, next, and later. Even though you can change all this, and even though they have like a timeline here, well, actually, this timeline view is new. So it's been a while. So this is new. So this I like. This I don't like. Okay. I just I don't know. I think more like a timeline. So I'm really glad that this is I have not seen this view before. So I am excited to see this view. So this is kind of how I think about it from a timeline perspective. All right. So that's your part of discovery. Hopefully you all enjoyed that and hopefully that was beneficial, right? Because sometimes you're just not aware, right? Again, the pro purpose of this whole session today is we have all these tools under the Jira umbrella. And we've just looked at two very, very different tools that share the name Jira, but are not the Jira you probably have heard about. So we're building up to that. We're almost there. We got one more to cover. So up next, we're going to be talking about Jira Service Management. Now, Sarah, I believe it was Sarah earlier, Sandra, sorry, apologize, Sandra. Sandra says that her team uses it from an IT perspective. And so Jira Service Management is a very, very different tool, very, very different than what we've been covering so far. And so Jira Product Discovery, sorry, Jira Service Management is an interesting tool. Atlassian is investing a lot of money into Jira Service Management. And if you use ServiceNow, if you and your company are using Jira Service, or sorry, if you and your company are using ServiceNow today, this is the competitor to ServiceNow. Okay, this tool here is where Atlassian is investing a lot of energy and a lot of resources into trying to make into a robust ServiceNow-like tool, right? And it's a really great tool. It's a tool that I've been using for the better part of like 4 years now. And ironically enough, I use JSM, Jira Service Management. I like to call it JSM, right? It's a great tool for IT. It's going to do IT really, really well. But I mainly use it for intake. I mainly use it I use it for like a replacement to Jira Product Discovery because Jira Product Discovery is such a new tool that not a lot of people have it, but a lot of people do have JSM. So I kind of force the Jira Product Discovery features into JSM. And so that's mainly what I use JSM for, but a lot of teams are using it for IT support. And so think of like Zendesk, think of ServiceNow, right? You can't log into your computer, you have a password problem, you need new equipment. All those kind of things are built into this tool that is pretty cool. Now, let me show you a little bit about JSM and kind of show you what it looks like. So JSM can be as complicated or as easy as you want it to be. But one of the reasons why we like JSM is that we have something called a portal. And I can never get to the portal from this particular view. So let me click around a little bit to get to my portals. Oh boy. Atlassian just hits you with those advertisements. Folks, I know how to use Jira. I know how to use it. I want to view this thing. Oh, it's at the bottom. I want to view it. Sorry, I'm way too zoomed in here. Okay, here we go. So this is one of the reasons why we like Jira Service Management. One, you get to build something called an intake portal, right? And this is all customizable to be whatever you want. You do have team managed and company managed versions of this. So you're allowed to create custom fields, or you can create team managed ones that are, again, a little bit more siloed, or you can standardize on these fields. You can add you can add required fields. You can they have a form, a very, very powerful form capability. They have a form builder here that allows you to essentially create conditional logic. So what you can do with these forms is it allows you to say, hey, depending on which option I pick here, I want you to display something different below. This is the only place in Jira where you can do conditional formats like that, or conditional forms. Very, very powerful. And even though Jira has forms, they're weak. They're weak compared to this form here. So this is a really, really powerful form builder. It's very, very cool. Licensing from a JSM perspective is pretty expensive. JSM is a lot more expensive, but you only have to pay for the people that are going to work the requests. You only have to pay for those specific licenses. They call them agents, and so everybody else in your company is free. They're customers, and so a lot of companies just open up a customer license to every employee in your company, so anybody can submit a request, whether it's an IT request or whether it's an idea or whether it's whatever you want to collect or capture. I have teams that manage like their travel, right? So if somebody wants to submit a travel request because they need to go on travel, there's approvers in the workflow. So I can submit a request, and then that request is going to go to my manager automatically, and they can approve it or reject that travel request. And now we have that paper trail. Of course, you can use it for traditional things like I need a password reset, or I need a new phone, I need a new computer. So it works really, really well for that as well. It just has so many different applications. I've actually used it to do like project management, again, like a portfolio management where you are going to work on a new project and you want to get that submitted and approved, and you want to get the budgets so you can put numbers in here. Really powerful stuff there. Um, it's pretty cool. I think it's a very interesting, a lot of different use cases. One of my favorite features of JSM is definitely that forms, right? Because it's very powerful, but it's also those approvals, right? Um, Jira workflows. I'm going to try to show it to you here inside this. Yes, let's get out of here. So the workflows inside of JSM, and this only works in JSM today. At least the best way is in JSM. I do know that Jira is slowly getting these features, but it's just not quite there yet. But in a JSM workflow, you can click on one of these statuses here, and you have include approval step, which allows you to select how many approvers, whether you want a specific number of people or a specific number of people from a group or everyone. And you can select, is it coming from a Jira field? Where are your users, right? But you can do that. And when you set it all up, if they approve, it'll auto transition to whatever status you want. If they decline it, it'll go to a different status. And then you can also exclude like the assignee or the reporter from self-approving so that we can prevent like sabotage from happening. And so it's really cool. JSM right now is the only product that I'm aware of that does this at this level. I do know approvals are being built into Jira, but they're not like this. They're not they're not as powerful as this one. So that's another cool feature. What I'm not happy about though is just the pricing. JSM pricing is so expensive. Um, it's a very expensive solution, but when you look at it, like when you compare it to like ServiceNow, it's really cheap. But I would say 99% of you can probably get away with just standard, so $20 a month for, again, just the people that are going to work the tickets. Not everybody needs a license. All your users can submit requests for free. There's also a brand new developer license. I forgot what they call it. I think it's a contributor license or something like that. But there's a new license where your developers, if they have a Jira license, they can also interact, limited, but they can interact with JSM requests. So it's great if somebody submits a bug, right, or an incident, then you can your developer, you can give that incident to your developers, and then they can go and talk back to the customer, or sorry, not talk to the customer, they can internally talk with the agent and just have conversations, so your IT support and your developers can talk to each other in JSM for free. So that's pretty powerful as well too. So I really like this tool. I spend a lot of time in JSM, just not doing ITSM though. Unfortunately, I don't use it for ITSM, but it is very powerful from that perspective. If you are on the premium version, you do get a couple of other cool things. You get these virtual service agents. So using AI, like if somebody's always stuck, right, and they're always like, "Oh, I forgot my password. We're back from the holidays." Well, the virtual service agent can interact through Slack or Teams, and they can answer the agents can answer questions so that you don't have to get tickets created all the time. They also have this asset and configuration management. This is a very powerful feature. Not a lot of teams use it correctly, but it is a very powerful feature that allows you to track all your IT assets. And if I have a computer and my computer screen broke, knock on wood, I don't want it to break. But if your computer screen were to break, you can like Jira will know that who I am and the assets that belong to me, and then I can just select it from the list and submit a ticket against that asset. So pretty powerful stuff there. Um, and yeah, that's basically JSM um, in a nutshell. Again, some cool things. I really like it. It's one of if I'm not in Jira, I'm most likely in JSM. Those are the two tools that I spend the majority of my time in. And JSM also has an ACP. It's called the ACP 420. I am not planning on taking that one just yet, but that is the whole like how do we architect a service management project does have it's so involved that it does have its own certification as well, the ACP 420. So definitely check them out. Check out JSM if you haven't already. It's a pretty cool tool there. Now, with that said, let me answer some questions here, and then, folks, we are jumping into Jira. I promise you, Jira is the next one. So here we go. I'm scrolling back up to the top just to Chirag says, I guess JSM's to manage IT operations, support, manage tickets. Yes. So Chirag, that is one of the applications. Again, JSM is so customizable that you can do whatever you want with it. But the key part is, unlike Jira, where in Jira everybody needs to have a license, in JSM you can have that customer license, so you can get very creative with what kind of experience people have in Jira. One last thing I'll show you here before we go back. When you submit a request, you have every user will have this request portal part, so they can see the tickets that they've submitted. And you can add comments, so you can interact with the agent, and the agent can interact with you. You can see the status of things. So this is all built in, and so your end user has a lot of visibility into what's going on with their requests, which is again very powerful. I don't see a lot of other tools doing this well. A lot of tools do it, but they don't do it well. And I think Atlassian nailed it on this one. So let's see what else we got here. Atlassian has to figure out how JSM and assets work together first. Yes. I hate assets. I avoid assets like the plague. It is a very complex thing. And fun fact, like Jira Align, which is also a complex beast, assets was an acquisition as well. So they acquired. And an even more fun fact, in April 2023, Jira went down. Jira hardly ever goes down, but like on stage during the team conference in April 2020, was it 22? No, 22. In 2022, in April 2022, during the team conference, while the executives like are on stage describing all the new features, Jira went down, and it was because of assets. Somebody accidentally deleted something and like deleted the actual JSMs for a lot of customers. So that was a little fun little thing that was a result of this asset management thing. I just don't like assets. Very complex, too complex for what I need. Coco says JSM is great for IT service tool and have robust integrations with third-party apps. I've been using. Yes, so that is Coco. Great thing, but something that we do want to mention, um, in Jira Product Discovery and in Jira Align, there's not that many integrations that I'm aware of. But when we talk Jira Service Management and Jira that we're going to talk about next, there's a lot of integration. So you can expand the power so much more. In fact, speaking of assets, I usually recommend somebody to, when somebody needs to do assets, I usually recommend don't double your bill, because as you can see from 20 to 47, that's more than double the cost. And I usually recommend, if you really truly just want to do like inventory management or something like that, there's inventory apps in the Atlassian marketplace that will do things like assets, but without paying more than 2 times the bill. So lots of opportunities there. Johan says, pretty important to know the URL for certs. Yeah, so I haven't taken the cert for 420, but I'm not sure. But I'm just gonna put this in here, Atlassian University. If you go to Atlassian University, I'll drop a link here for the different. Well, I'm just gonna get certified, because there you're gonna see everything. But if you're interested in the certifications, I'm gonna drop those here just so you can see. And then I'm gonna go over to my other YouTube channel. So I have a YouTube channel for the Jira Life that I told you about earlier. And if you go on there, this is again my podcast. Subscribe. Please consider subscribing. If you're enjoying this content, you're gonna love what we do on the Jira Life here. But I have playlist for ACP 120. So I'm gonna drop my ACP 120 study sessions here. So you can drop it here. So you can take a look at that playlist. So if you are studying for the ACP 120, that's there. And then APTEC ACP 520. So if you want to study for the 520, I also have a playlist for the 520. So you can check those out. Hey, I'm wearing the same sweater from like a year ago. So ACP 520 study sessions. So check those 2 playlists out. And starting, I believe, next week, I'm going to start the ACP 620. We're going to start doing about 14 live streams there, 12 to 14 live streams. So if you're interested, those aren't coming through Bevy. Those aren't coming through Atlassian. But if you're interested, again, subscribe to the channels. It's so important that you subscribe to both the Jira Life and to this APTEC one, because I would just put so much content out there for you all. If you're interested in studying and following along with the ACP 620 study sessions, make sure you subscribe there. Zakari says, unfortunately, the customer reporting is lacking many respects, especially when it comes to customization. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, so I will agree with you. I would recommend Socati though. Socatelli. Take a look at forms. If you're not using forms in your portal, like it's a little bit more customizable there. It's a little bit more powerful. But overall, the portal is lacking some customizations. But as far as basics go, it does what it needs to do. There are basically 3 types of forms in Jira. Yes, forms in JSM, forms in Jira. Yep, and yep. So great observation there, Johan. I think that's it. So let's see. Oh, we got a Rodney Estrada says, can you explain or demo how to best use Data Manager with assets or JSM? That will have to be its own independent course, Rodney, but definitely something we can explore and take a look at. Because there's just not enough information on how to use assets. And I do have a couple of buddies that swear by assets. So I'm going to connect with them and maybe we can do something together, because I definitely would love to put some information out there on how to use this assets and data manager. So great feedback there, Rodney. I will definitely explore this a little bit more. All right, folks, we are done with those products. Let's talk a little bit about Jira. Now, this is the pride and joy. This is the product that started it all. It was formerly called Jira Software, and it used to be called Jira Work Management, as you saw in the post right now, JWM. Atlassian, May 1st of 2024, they kind of killed both off and just created a new product called Jira. I know it's revolutionary, it's mind-blowing, but essentially all it means is that Atlassian has taken the essence of what is Jira Software, and they've taken the essence of what is Jira Work Management, and they merged it into the only project management tool you'll need to plan and track work across every team. So when we talk Jira, when you hear the words Jira, this is most likely the product that you're talking about. I like to tell people that Jira is the project management tool that if you're an agile team, right? If you're doing sprints, if you need a backlog, if you need a burn down chart, if you need to do like user stories, you need to do story point estimation, Jira is the tool you need. all of those 5 things that I just mentioned do not exist in any of the other Jiras. Jira align a little bit, but not it's not the main thing, right? And so if you're into that, right? If that's the framework that your company uses, agile, right? Kanban, Scrum, then this is the tool for you to use. It does agile the best out of all the tools in the enterprise. It's the one that I like the most, and it just does it really, really well. Now, because Atlassian has merged Jira Work Management with Jira Software to just make Jira, they've created a new problem for themselves. And that is an identity problem. Again, I'm not being paid or anything. These are my thoughts. These are my opinions. Everything, in fact, this whole training, these last 42 minutes have just been my thoughts and my opinions. Atlassian does not pay me in any way, shape, or form to tell you any of the things that I've told you today. Okay. And so what Atlassian is doing, the situation that Atlassian has found themselves in is that Jira, because it's been around since like 2002 or 2003 or something like that, it's a really old tool. It was primarily focused on software development. So a lot of people, when they think of Jira, they think of 2 things. They think of IT help desk, like JSN that we just talked about, or they think of software development. But what Atlassian is really, really trying to make it known to everybody is that Jira does everything for everyone. So it works for marketing teams. It works for IT. It works for designers. It works for operations. It works for legal. It works for HR. It works for any department in your company. It is not just for agile development teams either, right? It used to be that that was like the only use case, right? That was the best use case. And even today, if you're an agile team, you're going to get the best bang for your buck. If you are a company that uses sprints, that uses agile, that does scrum, story points, you need your backlog, right? You need your rank and all that good stuff. If that's the type of company you are in, then Jira is still the best tool for you, right? It's still going to do the best and you're going to have the best experience there. And even today in the new UI, it's still optimized for that. But Atlassian is making substantial changes under the hood where a lot of the capabilities that you don't need, because Agile requires you to have a lot of rigor. Specifically, if you're a Scrum team, you need a lot of discipline. There's a lot of rules, right? There's sprint planning, there's sprint retros, there's sprint demos, there's like grooming and prioritization and definitions of done, and so many different technical terms that make you quote unquote agile. And again, Jira software is going to do that really well, right? But there's also a lot of teams that just need a task tracker, right? And so this brings us to Rodney's question here of, well, where does Trello fit, right? Like, what's the difference now between Trello and Jira? Because it used to be that if you were a true software agile company, then Jira software was the product and the tool that you needed to use. But if you just needed a task tracker, then you would use Trello. But then somewhere along the line, Atlassian introduced Jira Work Management, which was basically Jira's version of Trello. And Jira Work Management never quite lived up to the Trello hype. But what Atlassian is doing very interestingly now is they're folding in Trello into Jira. And so I personally think Trello is going to be killed off sooner rather than later. Um, Trello still has its values, and in the free space, Trello is a very valuable tool. But I see a lot of the capabilities and a lot of the design language from Trello making its way into what we now call Jira. It's an interesting phenomenon there with Trello. But all that is to say is that if you do not want to do sprints, if you do not want to do story points, if you do not care for epics and stories, and if you don't care for burn down charts and all that good agile stuff, then there's a template. So Atlassian calls these templates, and I'm going to jump into Jira and show you this to you now. So when you go to create a project, there's all these templates. And so we still have our software templates, right? We still have the templates that are tried and true. They've been around for forever and a half. But we have these work management templates, right? Atlassian just calls everything work now. And in my opinion, Atlassian's slowly but surely killing off Agile. But that's a different discussion for a different day. Um, but that is my opinions aside. Uh, the work templates allow you to do any kind of work, whether you just want to do a task tracker, right? If you literally just need a very simple to do in progress and done, and you're trying to coordinate with your team to be able to just track tasks, right? You want to assign Billy and Timmy and Jimmy need to each have a task, and you want a centralized location. You could use Trello, or you can now just use Jira, because Jira will work for any use case now. It doesn't have to be very specific to very technical teams. So there's all these templates: onboarding, process control, sales pipeline, go to market, web design, document approvals, campaign management if you're doing like email campaigns, recruitment, budget creations, procurement, content managers. If any of you are content managers like me, this will work. A personal task planner, right? If you just need even if you're just a team of one and you just need to be accountable, Jira does personal task planning, right? And it's so simple, right? It's not complex. These items here, human resources, right? There's so many predetermined templates that Atlassian has already made for you. And if you're a design team, you have like asset creation. If you're operations, you have RFPs and procurements. If you're in legal, you have IP infringements, right? If you're in sales, you have your pipeline. So as you can see, there's a lot of different templates that are already pre-configured so that you can jump into Jira and be very, very productive. And this, my friends, is where it makes it hard for me to describe what Jira is, because Jira is everything now. Jira is the tool, as they say, right? The only project management tool you'll need, because regardless of the style, the framework, or the techniques that you have, Jira is gonna work for you. Now, I'm still gonna see Jira as the agile tool that it is until Atlassian kills it off, which I still think they might sooner rather than later. But this is mainly the reason why people use Jira. But keep in mind that any tool will work. All right. So what are we talking about today? So we're going to be covering project templates. And initially, I wanted to just do Jira, but I kind of want to give you a little bit of situational awareness as to all the project templates, and then we're going to dive deep into the Jira templates, because it's not an overstatement when I say that there's a lot. There's really only a handful. I think I can count them on one hand, the project templates you should care about, which are the ones I'm going to focus on. But I am going to cover them all, and then I'm going to tell you, hey, these are the ones that I use like literally every single day. So we'll cover them all just so you have situational awareness, and then we'll go specific into the ones that are very, very important, the ones that you just can't survive Jira without. So with that said, we're going to be out of here, and we're going to jump into Jira. Let me jump into my Atlassian One instance, and we are going to basically attempt to create a project. Now, I'm not going to create any projects, but the best way to demonstrate these templates is to create the project, or at least mimic the steps of creating the project, and then going in and essentially walking you through what's the differences between them. All right. So if I do believe anybody should be able to do this. So anybody should be able to click on projects and then click on create a project. It really does depend on the settings that your Jira admins have. But by default, anybody can create a team managed project. So I would suspect that anybody should be able to do this, unless you're like admin disabled stuff. But pretty sure everybody should be able to do this. It's always really hard. It's always very tricky to know what you can or can't do in Jira when you have all the power in Jira. It's a rare phenomenon when I don't have the ability to do something in Jira. So things get a little muddy there. But anyways, here we are inside a project template. So we're basically going to go down this entire list because there's a lot here, and it can be very overwhelming. And just kind of give you my 2 cents and a little bit of guidance as to what these are, how to use them, how to read these, what's Atlassian trying to tell us when we look at these templates here. But first, we're going to start off with product management, because as I mentioned just a slide ago, right? We're going to be taking a look at Jira Product Discovery. Now, because Jira Product Discovery is a very new tool, it's a very infant tool. It's only like a couple of years old, and it's really only like maybe a year and a half out of beta. It's still one of the most primitive tools that Atlassian has. And so because of this, we kind of see that we really only have a very limited number of templates. And and before we even get into the templates, I want to make a statement for all of the templates we're going to look at today. Okay. And that is, whenever you look at a project template, you're probably asking yourself, Alex, why would I use a project template, right? What's the advantage? What's the pro? What's the con of using these templates? Well, the only, I guess, what I'll call advantage is that Atlassian pre-configures your projects for you, based on the template, right? That's self-explanatory. But what do I mean by that? What does pre-configured mean? Well, it essentially means that Atlassian is going to take like issue types, right? The type of work that we're going to capture, and it's going to take simple stuff like your workflow, and it's going to pre-configure it for us. So when we create these projects, we're going to have a predetermined workflow, is predetermined set of issue types that are available to us to leverage. Now, this is a little bit different than other tools when you look at like Monday.com, ClickUp, maybe even Asana. But I definitely know like within ClickUp, when you pick a template, when you pick a project template, they actually give you a lot. Like they give you like a project with data already in it, right? So there's like examples and just things for you to look at. There's like an overstimulating amount of information they give you. And Jira or Atlassian doesn't do that. You're just gonna get the project. It's gonna be an empty project, but under the hood, the plumbing is gonna be pre-configured for you. So I wanted you to be aware of that especially when you compare it to other tools like again like ClickUp or Money.com, that you're coming in with a little bit more of a just an established baseline that you're gonna be able to leverage and take advantage of, but don't expect a whole lot beyond that. So with that said, the next natural question is, okay, so we're looking at project templates. Why should I use a project template, right? Because when you look at my screen here, we have these two project templates here, and then we have the blank project. And so naturally, what's the difference? Like, when should I go with a blank project, and when should I go with one of the predefined templates? And my general rule of thought is, if you have no idea what you're doing, if you're just so new to this and you're like, I just need to get started, I need to get my feet wet, I need to just get into the tool and I need to start using it, that's when you want to just rely on one of those predetermined templates, because it's going to be already pre-configured for you. So you just start clicking the create button and you start creating stuff. So that barrier to entry is very, very, very low when you use a project template. Now, on the flip side, the reason why I try to avoid project templates, because 9 times out of 10, when I create a project, I'm actually going with this blank project here. I don't necessarily subscribe to buying for free, right? But I don't necessarily subscribe to signing up for a project template when I don't need to, because 9 times out of 10, I am working with a team that has like a very unique process. They just their way of doing work, their way of how they want to track the tasks, the types of tasks that they want, the workflows, the steps, their processes. They're also unique that 9 times out of 10 I have to recreate. If I were to pick one of the pre-existing templates, I have to recreate everything, right? So I have to remove stuff that's already pre-built for us, and then I have to recreate new stuff. And so I think to me, it's just a little bit more of a burden, right? It's just an extra step that I have to take to remove a status that's already in the workflow that I don't need. It's an extra step to remove an issue type that I don't need. And so I prefer 9 times out of 10 to just start with a blank sheet. But of course, because I have the experience, that's easy for me to say. And for many of you, starting with the staring, I should say, staring at a blank piece of paper can be very overwhelming as well. So you kind of have to pick your demon, right? You have to pick and choose your battles and go, which camp do you identify with, and what's better for you, and what's going to make it easier for you. So when in doubt, pick a project template. I think a predetermined one that's already pre-configured. I think that's the best policy if you're new. But if you're a seasoned pro, if you're a Jira administrator, if you're doing this for a living like I am, I trust me when I tell you blank projects are going to be your best friend, because they just give you a clean slate. They allow you to start fresh, and you don't have to I guess subscribing onto these pre-created stuff. So, anyways, that's my little soap opera for the day. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please let me know in the chat. I'm only half kidding, but do please interact with the chat so that you can give me some feedback here of these insightful speeches. Like, do you like this kind of insight? Because normally it's hard to get this kind of insight, right? You don't normally get it in through like Atlassian documentation. So let me know. I'm very curious. All right. So with that said, let's dive a little bit deeper, right? So when we click on one of these, when we actually click on one of these templates, the next screen, and you're gonna see a bunch of these screens, right? And poor soul at Atlassian that has to sit there and come up with all the text, all the copy that goes on these screens. But they're all kind of unique. They're all very much unique. And so I'd highly recommend that if you're kind of bored on a Friday night and you're like, hey, Alex, I want to go a little bit deeper into figuring these things out, click on every single one of these. You will see there's text, there's information, there's context that will kind of help you understand what each of these are. And if you walk away with one tip from this is, if you're brand new, is create each one. Like try one of each project. You're going to contaminate your Jira, but you can also sign up for a free Jira, right? You can always go to atlassian.com and sign up for a free Jira and just try each one. Just the only way to really learn, the only way to really experience this is to create these projects and get your feet wet and actually try to use them. We have a question here in the chat as to how do I get here? So in case y'all missed it, in order to get to this screen, you just need to be inside of Jira. And when you go to projects at the top, there's a create project. And then you're going to land on this page right here. Now, right now, we're particularly starting off with product management, but we are going to touch them all in the next 40 or so minutes. So that's essentially how you get there. Hopefully that helped out. And thank you so much for the assist here. I'm flying solo today, so I don't normally have somebody to help me like pop up the answers for me or answer in the chat. So at any point, folks, if you see a question and you know the answer, take your shot. Take it and drop the answer in the question in the chat here because it helps me a lot. All right. So with that said, going back, right. So I highly recommend read through these, understand these, and then more importantly, create the project so you can really understand it. But a couple of things that are the patterns, right? When you as you read through these is Atlassian's going to give you a little bit of insight, right? They're going to give you a little bit of what is this template for, and then it's going to give you features. And I'll put that in air quotes, right? It's going to tell you what can you do with this template. And each template's going to be subtly ever so different. And depending on the product, right? Jira Product Discovery versus Jira Service Management versus Jira Software, it's going to be a little bit different each as well. But it'll give you a good understanding and a good idea of what these templates do. So this one's really for capturing and prioritizing, for engaging, and for connecting. Okay. So these are just very generic marketing terms. And the real proof is when you create the project and you actually start using it. That's when you're going to really understand what these are for. But I want to turn your attention to the right hand side because this is important, right? It's important for you to understand that this is a Jira Product Discovery template. So you would not necessarily want to use this template if you're trying to plan a sprint. You are not going to find sprints in here. If you're trying to do an IT help desk, you are not going to find that here because this is for Jira Product Discovery. This is a different tool. So pay special attention here because in case you missed it here and in case you missed it here, here is the third time that it'll tell you what kind of Jira product this template applies for. Now this part here, I like this. So there's a lot of different teams out there, a lot of different titles, and so it's kind of cool to see that Atlassian has templates for different roles in your organization because what a product manager needs versus a scrum master versus a developer are three very different things. And so there's templates that are pre-configured for the different types of use cases. So when in doubt, if you identify as one of these roles, definitely try these out because you never know what kind of cool um, things that you'll learn from just clicking on the right template here. So check this out. Okay. Up next are the issue types. So this again is, remember I told you a few minutes ago that when you pick a template, you're going to have different issue types. Well, this is where it's going to be predetermined for you. So guess what? If you don't want to do an idea, if you don't want an idea issue type, then you probably don't want to click on this template, right? And so this is going to do one of two things. It's either A, going to create the new issue type because by default, Jira ships with a lot of issue types already, but they're mostly the ones for Agile. They're like the epics, the stories, the tasks, the bugs. But when you click this and you haven't created a Jira Product Discovery project before, it'll actually go and create that issue type. So it'll be available. So then that means that you could then use that issue type, just a regular issue type, and now you can use it in other projects. So that's kind of step two is, well, if you already have the issue type created, then it just creates a project with it there. So anyways, that's the second part. The other thing to take a look at is the workflow. So these are going to be the predefined statuses that Atlassian creates on your behalf as well. So when you go look at your workflow, you don't have to go and create new statuses. These are all going to be created for you. All right. And so this is cool. This is great. Helpful again if you're starting off for the first time and you're like, what the heck is going on. We're going to go through a couple more, but I do want to tell you a couple of steps, right? So I'm only going to go through these next steps here only once, but just to kind of give you the experience. Actually, I'll do it twice because they're different ones are going to do a little different experience. But essentially, once you read through the template and you like it, you can either click the use template up here or you can click on the use template down here. Now, if you change your mind, you can either click the X up here, or you can come to a different category and then go read one of those, which we're going to do in a second. But if you click on this and you're like, okay, yeah, this is the one I want, you just click on the use template. And in this particular project, this particular product, I should say, for Jira Product Discovery, what you see is what you get. WYSIWYG. All right. And so once you pick your template, you're going to just give it a name, your permissions, and then the key, which is automatically made for you, and you create it. And that's it. Very, very simple. Again, I told you at the beginning, Jira Product Discovery is one of the more primitive tools, right? But just know that that Jira Product Discovery is a very is a unique thing where you just pick the template and you create the project. I'm going to show you in just a second here that when you were looking at the other project templates outside of Product Discovery, a couple of extra steps that we'll see. All right. So, anyways, that's product management. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm just trying to look at the two. You can see that the context here is a little bit different. This one's kind of really focused on the roadmap capabilities of your tool, but you can see that the idea is the same. You can see that this is really geared for the teams, not just for a role, but for like a whole team. And then I think the workflows, it looks like they're the same. Yeah, they're pretty much the same workflow. So that one and changing the issue types the same. When you do pick the blank one, you'll notice that the workflow is a little bit more, I guess, simplified or streamlined. You get a little less statuses. So as you can see, there are some some differences, but some very subtle differences nonetheless. So that's Jira Product Discovery. I'm going to take a pause here to see if we have any questions or comments on Jira Product Discovery. So Alistair says, my advice is to not reinvent the wheel when you're asked to create a project. Try to use the share config as much as possible. Sharing, yeah. So Alistair, 100%. Like, this is one of my philosophies. This is one of my rules. Is that whenever possible, you got to share it, right? It makes the most amount of sense to standardize, to make everybody kind of work together, and most importantly, speak the same language, right? Because even since, as you're going to see here, we have a lot of different templates, and that's just the predetermined ones. You have the ability, even okay. So I should also make this very clear. So even if you pick a predetermined template, you still have the ability to completely reconfigure that template. I mean, you won't configure the template that Atlassian makes, but you can reconfigure your entire project, even though it's based on a template. So I want you to be very careful here, right? Because standardization is key, Alistair. I can't drive this point home even more than what you just done here. Because just because you can change it, just because you can do whatever you want, doesn't mean you should. And this is why I struggle so much with tools like Asana and Monday and ClickUp, because even Jira to a certain degree, right? But just the fact that you can virtually do anything with the tools, um, it becomes a little problem. Sean, let's not get started on team managed projects, but that is coming up in just a few seconds here. um, Sean just trying to stir the pot here. So, anyways, so just again, just to reiterate back to Alistair's point here, right? Standardize as much as possible. You want your team talking apples and apples. You do not want apples and oranges because it makes communication challenging and tricky. So, standardize as much as possible. The only problem is you got to have a lot of hope in humanity. And I don't mean that lightly, because every team is going to want a unique solution. Every team is going to want to be a snowflake, and they're just going to want a very special process and a very special way that they operate. And the hardest part about being a Jira admin is pushing back, because it is challenging to push back and stay employed. You can only push back so much or in a specific way before people get mad, right? And so it's a really, really, you really need to have a little bit of tough skin when you're Jira admin here, because these selections, making these decisions, it makes the job tough. It makes people not like your Jira admins too much, because you're pushing back, you're being a roadblock, and you're not being cooperative, right? But trust me when I tell you, it's better to not be cooperative in this case and hold a standard, hold everybody accountable to the same kind of configurations, because it'll make your life and the company's lives a lot easier. All right. We just allowed this keeps administrating projects easy. You don't know how, yeah, you don't, yep. So good point here from Blyboom. All right. Liz Tammer says JPD is like, they are agile, they'll rework it. JSM's like, give them all possibilities. Yeah. I love that one. Um, bad task. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when JPD comes for you? Jira guy, I hope you came up with that. Like, I don't even know how you came up with that right now. Nicholas says, can you make your own template for others to use? Great question. Great question. Not for Jira Product Discovery. So not for Jira Product Discovery. You cannot create your own template for Jira Product Discovery. But what we're going to talk about next, which is going to be service management and Jira software. So great transition here, Nicola. Um, you technically can. So you'll never, so let me make it very clear. You will never be able to add, at least to the best of my knowledge, you will never be able to like add a template here. So on this screen, you're not going to be able to put like Nicola's best template ever. Like that's just not going to be possible. So these templates that you see here are pre-canned, pre-created by Atlassian. So the answer is a hard no. But when you, and I'm just gonna jump ahead here, folks. I'm gonna jump ahead just to answer this question, and I'm gonna go with software just for fun because that's the one I always use. But when you pick a template, when you actually use the template, you're gonna be you're gonna have to make a decision, and you will have to make a hard decision, and you have to pick whether you do team or company managed. And this is going to go back to Sean's comment here about what about team projects, right? And so my general guidance here is friends don't let friends make team managed projects. And if you want to join the fam club on friends don't let friends make team managed projects, definitely check out our merch store, which I'm going to link down below here. Again, not a paid endorsement, but I just wanted to show you guys that friends do not let friends make team managed projects. It's just a big no-no. We don't like team managed projects. Atlassian loves team managed projects. Atlassian spends an unhealthy amount of time creating team managed projects. But let me assure you that friends do not let friends make team managed projects, okay? Or create, whichever wording you want to use. Go check out the merch store, help support the channel. 10% off if you use the code up top. But yeah, in general, if you're trying to do a standardization, right? Because what you're allowed to do is you can go and create a brand new Jira project, set it up with the right issue types, permission schemes, workflows, the statuses, the whole 9 yards. You get to do that. But when you create when you create a company managed project, you can then when you go to create a new project, right? So I'm going to actually pick it. You have this magical button right here. And what this magical button does is it allows you to go and pick an existing project and use that as a template. So no, you can't make your own like on that first screen, but you could very much create a project that is chef's kiss, perfect for you and your company, and then use that project as a template. I like to call them my company's template, right? Put the word template in the project name. And then every time that you want to create a new project, you just select this checkbox, pick your template project, and you'll carbon copy the project. Everything is copied except the boards. So just be very mindful of that. So, anyways, a little tangent, but great question, Nicola and Sean. I just wanted to take advantage here of answering that question. So work around you. Yeah. So Um, so Alistair's technically correct here, but one very big key point is that it's got to be a company managed project because remember, friends don't let friends create team managed projects. All right. The Jira guy says they're so busy figuring out if they can, no one ever stopped to ask if they should. Yes, very, very famous Jurassic Park quote that we love. That needs to be on a t-shirt. All right. So Karen says, so true. Each wants their own thing. Yeah. So again, you got to fight back, Karen. You got to fight back a little bit. Jared guy says, if you have to say no, be prepared to have a good reason why. It's easier to take it if there's a justification. Yeah, just tell him that ApeTech told you not to do it, or Dr. Jared told you not to do it. All right. So we got a good questions here. So yep. All right. Great. All right. Perfect. So I think I'm all caught up. Again, if you have any questions, let me know in the chat. So let's move on. So we're at the 30-minute mark here. So let's move on to service management. So as you can see here, when I click on service management, we have a lot more different templates. There's a whole lot of templates here. And again, I encourage you to look through all of them. I encourage you to click on each one of these because these, believe it or not, are going to be the service management ones at least are going to be a lot more unique. Okay. And specifically when it comes to request types, this is going to change. When it comes to issue types, that's going to change. And when it comes to workflows, it's going to change drastically. So they're not going to be as subtle as what we just saw with product discovery, but rather each one of these, right? So this is the ITSM, the IT Service Management Template. This one is going to have a lot of request types. It's going to have all of these here. We're going to have incidents, and there's like 4 or 5 different types of request types. You also have the advanced IT service management, which is now a premium only. Wow, this is new. So this is the one that just comes with everything, right? So this is like pre-created, overkill. I actually actively avoid this one completely, but this is the advanced one, which I'm very surprised at Atlassian. This is the first time I see this in the chat. Sean or the Jira guy, have you noticed this? Like, I know that I've seen it with Jira software, but I had no idea that the specific JSM templates were also paywalled behind the premium moniker here. So interesting to see, but this is new. This is it used to be that there was just 2, and now you have like 10. But check these out. Like, if you want the full, right? If you want the full ITSM experience, you got to pick the advanced ITSM template, and that's going to give you everything under the sun. Now, I'm going to re-echo something I said earlier, right? Just because you have everything under the sun, you really got to think about it, because are people setting up VPN, right? Are people going to do guest Wi-Fi's? Like, if you don't even have those things, you can see that you're already going to have to start removing things, right? You're going to have to start removing request types, because these are already going to be pre-configured for you. Now, Atlassian is taking a best shot at the dark and trying to figure out what are the common things that companies have. But boy, oh boy, do they, like, you're just kind of set up with a bunch of stuff. And what I typically see, right? What I typically see is that companies will take these templates and leave them there, right? They don't modify it; they just leave it. And then when a user, and you can't ever trust a user, but when a user comes in to submit a request, they pick the wrong one because there's just too many options. So my rule of thumb is, if you're ever doing JSM, go with the one with the least amount of options. My personal favorite is the blank one, because you get one request type, the email, which we're gonna like, and then we have the ability to add on and create from there. The other one that I like to do, the one that I normally pick 9 times out of 10 when I'm creating a JSM project, I am picking the general service management one, because this one just gives you, again, the most minimum amount of request types, because you're going to be able to customize these anyways. And in my opinion, it's easier to refactor 3 than it is to refactor, or how many were on this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's 16 pre-canned um, request types here. There's 1 on this one, and then there's 3 on this one. So again, it really depends where you're at. If you're going to take advantage of all of them, then good. You're more power to you. But if you're going to be customizing it because you know your team's unique, start with the least. Start with the one with the least amount of pre-canned things, because it's going to save you a lot of headaches down the road. So, anyways, as you can see, again, very similar to what we saw in Jira Product Discovery. They kind of highlight different features or capabilities. Maybe you're a customer service management, right? So you really want to focus on customers. You'll notice that really what's changing here is our request types. So Atlassian is by default pre-creating request types for us, and the workflows are changing. The workflows are changing from template to template. So as I click on the different templates, maybe you're an HR team, these are going to be request types that are for the HR team, right? So we have confidential HR cases, questions for HR, an employee onboarding, an employee offboarding. And so these are just requests that your end users are probably going to want to submit. And so you may want to create different JSM projects for each of these. So again, read through all of these. They're all going to be very unique, but yet also the same all the time. So as you can see, quite a few JSM ones. Here's the essentials. This sounds like a music playlist here, but these are the essentials. Again, if you're starting off new for the first time, maybe pick the essentials. I again will either do the blank, because I'm going to customize it anyways. I have never in my career have ever created 2 JSM projects that are exactly the same ever. And so the fact that you're gonna, or the probability that you're gonna use the template out of the box, it'll work for like the first 2 weeks, and then people will discover, oh, I can do this, I can do that, and then you start deviating from the template anyway. So um again, templates are cool. I think Atlassian spends again, I'll mention the comment, right? Atlassian spends a little too much time creating these templates, which again, I understand why they would make it, because it can be scary, right? If the only option was to create a blank project, then you're like, where do I start? it can be hard. It can be really hard, right? So it makes sense to have these templates. So again, I encourage you, try them all out, make a type, try each one out because it will help you out a little bit in the long run. Liz says, I honestly have only used the ITSM in general, customer for digital call centers support and facilities for schools. Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I will say 9 times out of 10, I use general, and 1 time out of 10, I use one of these two. And I really push back on these two because you really, 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 really have to take full advantage. Like you have to use all the JSM features. So you have to be on JSM Premium, and you're using alerts, you're using the rotations, you're using all the features. Maybe you're even doing asset management, right? That's the only time, in my opinion, that it makes sense to use everything. Otherwise, I think this one is overkill. I think for most businesses that are just need like a simple help desk or a simple just a place for or like an intake process, blank or general is going to do you wonders. I don't like this one a lot, but it's the one that you pay for. All right. So with that said, we're gonna transition now out of JSM, and we're gonna take the next time, and we're the remaining time, and we're gonna talk about all the other ones. As you can see, there's a lot. And Atlassian did something very interesting. Atlassian has done something super, super interesting over the last, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so. And that is, we used to have a lot of Jiras, right? So if you remember last week or last month, really, a month ago, we started off the conversation with we have a lot of products. We have Jira Align, Jira Product Discovery, Jira Software, or just Jira, Jira Service Management. But not too long ago, and about 6 months ago, we used to have a fifth one. It used to be called Jira Work Management. And in fact, Jira used to be Jira Software, and then there was a Jira Work Management. And when I explain that to you, this should make sense to you now because software for Jira Software was these are the software templates. And then for work management, you have these. Now, since then, Atlassian has kind of updated their marketing material, updated their brand really. And now we just have Jira. So we have this work management stuff, but it's just part of Jira, and you're going to see just Jira. And so essentially, at the end of the day, when you are using Jira, just not service management and not product discovery, but when you're just using plain vanilla Jira, you will have to pick the use case. Are you tailoring Jira for your software teams? In which case, you're going to want to pick a software template. Or are you tailoring Jira for your non-software teams? At which point you might want to consider one of these work management templates. And you can see I'm scrolling here and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of templates, okay? But let's start off with the most obvious one because most teams today, even though Atlassian's trying to change this very, very aggressively, most teams today still depend and still use Jira because of its agile capabilities. Okay. It's for software teams. And so when you select software development, which is usually the first one, some teams, some folks, when you first come in, you'll see that maybe like a last created or recently used one option here. But for the most part, software should be at the top. And so most teams, they're going to be creating a software template. That's usually the template of choice. And so when we come to software, you can see that we have quite a few options here. We used to have 3 options. Then we got to 4, now we have like 6. And I'm going to do process of elimination. Um, the product discovery ones we talked about already, so you can cross that out. We do not want to create a product roadmap in Jira Software because what this does is all it's going to do is it's going to go create a Jira product discovery template in Jira product discovery. So I don't think that this should be in here. Like this should be in the product management side, but whatever. Just know that if you pick this one, if you pick this template, um, you're not going to be using Jira Software. You're going to be using Jira Product Discovery. And is Agile dead or not? I will say that Agile is neither dead nor alive, but it is a lie. So that's my new stance with Agile. Okay, so that's that first one, right? Then we have these two here: top level planning and cross team planning. I would say avoid these two as well because when you use these two templates, not only one are they behind the paywall, right? This is the first place that I saw this whole paywall thing that Atlassian's been pioneering. But The other thing is these don't actually create projects for you. They create a plan, which is a different thing. So I'm not even sure why they're here. Um, so I would avoid these two because these are really reserved for creating plans for you, which in my opinion, plans is comes after you create the project. So again, these feel out of place. So I would avoid these two altogether. Keep in mind though that you should consider them not as a template for a project, but consider them for your team because these are really good for portfolio level management and stuff like that. Um, and so yeah, these are going to work wonders. And this kind of goes with Liz's here. With increased hybridization of agile methods and lean always in the background, do you think Atlassian will flesh out DevOps workflow templates packets? I think so. I think we'll see. I think we'll see less, more independent, like more framework independent templates in the future. Especially since what we're going to show here towards the tail end of this course is all the numerous work templates, right? So I think Atlassian's just going to add more. Bill's asked, with JSM, do you recommend having a default project template with issue types request and then customize it? So no, I would not recommend this because here's a problem, Bill. Right? It's not that it's not a bad idea. It's just a limitation of the rules of Jira. So when you pick a project, and I'm just going to go back to JSM since your question was JSM related. When you pick a template, right, and you pick company, right? This again, you can only do this with company, and you create like my SD template, right? When you create this and you pick whatever you do here, but you make it a template, right? So later when you go to create a new project and you do the share settings and you create a new project based on that template, what happens is they become intertwined. They become intermingled. And so every time you you create or you reference your default project template, it adds like a kink to the chain, a link to the chain. Okay. And so the chains just keep getting linked, but they're the exact same workflow, the exact same issue types, the exact same everything. And so since they're linked, whenever you want to customize one project, all the projects in that link get updated. So this is a limit. I don't know. It's a limitation. It's a rule. It's a law of Jira. So you want to be careful, Bill, right? Because doing unique Jira level projects, but you base that off of a template, means you will have to break those links so that you can then create the uniqueness for that project. So my opinion would be if you anticipate that each project's going to be unique, do not templatize because it's going to just make you pull more hairs out of your head than it's worth. So I would not do it. I don't. I would not go down that route. Do you have a T-shirt that lists the laws of Jira? I should because there's a lot of laws of Jira that I start discovering every once in a while. So well, maybe we can have ChatGPT help us out, Sean. By the way, Sean, I have yet to make all those shirts that you gave me that one time, like almost a year and a half ago. We got to make more shirts. Okay. So another question from Karen. Do you have separate training on creating those links, updating the project cards to... Ooh, I don't know that I understand the question. There's too many words here. Do you have a separate training on creating those links, updating from other project cards to one project that we want updated without triggering thousands of checks? I don't think I do, Karen. I think this is usually when I do like the one-on-one stuff. So definitely go check out that link tree because every one of these is a very unique experience. So if you need specific guidance or help, just make sure you get a hold of me. I'll walk you through it. But I don't think I have any courses. The Jira guys, I think should ask your TGL, the Jira Life colleagues about laws of Jira you might be missing. I think we should make a list. Alan says, I tried many of those templates and now I get duplicate statuses. Could it be related to how to... So interesting question, Alan. I don't know. I don't think, I wouldn't expect, I hope not. I don't hope, sorry, I do hope that Atlassian, when you pick the different templates, so let me rephrase the question for everybody here that's watching. So when, like, if we pick this one, right? Whoa, that template. Let's go with finance. I don't know. I need one that... Okay, so these don't even show me. Wow, Atlassian, what are you doing to me? Okay. So essentially, oopsie, I went too far back. The question here is when you pick some of these project templates, they come pre-canned with like a specific workflow, right? So we looked over here. You see these workflows over here. Um, and if you pick a different workflow or a different template, then you're gonna have a different workflow. But the question is, if two workflows or two templates have like the same to do, then you end up with duplicate to dos. And I don't think that that would be the case. I think that would be very silly. I hope this is not true, right? But I think it would be very silly if Atlassian created a new to do every time you use a template. Like you would end up with like 1,000 to dos, and I don't think that would be the case. So Alan, I think something else is happening. Somebody else is creating duplicate statuses. Maybe you're migrating from a different Jira, like cloud to cloud, that I've seen would cause duplicate templates. Sorry, duplicate statuses. But in general, using the different templates over and over should not create multiple statuses. That I would be very surprised and very mad at Atlassian if that was the case. Susie says, "Hi, first live session I found after watching many videos for which I've been grateful." Welcome, Susie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fun time here. All right, sounds good. I have your other links. Thanks, Karen. Let's chat. Send me a message. What chat? All right. Duplicate statuses, yes. Duplicate statuses should not be the expected outcome. How do I find the details for future life? So, Susie, make sure you stick around. I'll give you all that information in just like the next 10 minutes. So stick around. Don't go anywhere for the next 10 minutes. Bill says, "Thank you for the answer. Do you recommend having certain default standards for each of your company projects, then customize?" so so yes, but so you should have a general understanding of what workflows are or what you want your workflows to be, what you want your issue types to be, and then kind of enforce from there. My general 2 cents, Bill, the way I would approach this problem is that I would create the standard template and force everybody to use it and not customize. It's a very bold statement, but it goes back to the beginning, right? Where we're talking about you want everybody kind of operating on the same model and speaking apples to apples. Because the moment you start tweaking based on those individual needs, I put that in giant air quotes, right? Based on those individual needs, then you start creating a lot of unnecessary overhead, not only for you as a Jira admin, but for your team, your company as a process communication, right? It starts breaking things badly. And I get it. A lot of teams have unique processes, but I encourage you to really sit down and like maybe create two or three, maybe four unique processes that everybody aligns to. Because having 100 unique processes, um, it's gonna cause some problems, and I'll charge you a lot of money to go fix it. So try to avoid having the need to pay me a lot of money to fix those problems. All right. Balaban says it sometimes cracks if you change the system language between using project templates. Not sure what that means. I just tried a number of template. Alex, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Alistair. Queen Bee says, "This is my first time I joined the live. Would you be able to show us how to retrieve the requirements in Jira?" So I'm assuming you have some requirements like in an Excel or a PDF, and then you got to make the project. So that is a very difficult thing to teach because that comes with a lot of experience. I gloat a little bit. I gloat. Okay, okay. Thanks, Blamer. Yeah. So I gloat a little bit in the fact that I can turn a PDF or PowerPoint, Excel into Jira. That is something that if I were to do a training on this, it would be a crazy expensive training because um it's very tricky, very challenging, and you just gotta learn Jira really, really well. So I don't think I'll ever be able to show that to you just easily because it would be so overwhelming for the majority of people. But might be something I consider in the future. But Queen Bee, if you need help, again, that link tree is available for you. Send me a message and let's chat. I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and kind of figure out your specific use case and maybe coach or guide you through it. So make sure you get a hold of me, either LinkedIn or I have paid opportunities for you to talk to me. All right, folks. Yeah, this is definitely a master's class level, guys. This is top tier. This ain't something I can teach you in 10 minutes. Like this would require downloading my 8 years of Jira down to something. Okay, so since we're down to like the last 10 minutes here, less than 10 minutes, let's kind of push along here and let's talk about these software. Anyways, we eliminated this one, we eliminated this one, we eliminated this one. So that leaves us with Kanban, Scrum, and bug tracking. I've never used bug tracking. I don't see the point of using bug tracking. Bug tracking is kind of a weird one. I don't like it. I think it's from heritage. I think Atlassian keeps it because Jira used to be a bug tracker. But if you're an agile team, if you are a team that wants to do sprints, you want to do story points, you want to burn down, you want to have epics, and you want to estimate all this stuff, then the only option you have available is Scrum. That's the only option. Okay. You have to use Scrum. If you don't care for sprints, if you don't care for story points, and if you don't care for a burn down, then the only option you have is Kanban. And I would say out of all the projects, I create thousands of projects every year. 85% are going to be one of these two projects. Out of all the projects, 80 to 85% are going to be right here. Okay. You guys are funny. I don't have bugs that need tracking. I do not have bugs that need tracking. But 80 to 85 is going to be one of these two. And really the decision point is, do you need a sprint? If the answer is yes, you only have one answer. If the answer is no, then you have the other answer. Kanban if you don't want sprint, Scrum if you want the sprints. Okay? That's it. That's the only decision you have to make. So again, in the interest of time, because we have like 10 less than 10 minutes left, let's talk about the other templates. So I'm going to start with work management, and things get really interesting here because Atlassian, I think, should clean this up a little bit more, but I get why they did it this way. But essentially, when you go to work management, and remember from just a few moments ago, we used to be separated where Jira software was for agile, those sprints, those boards, and work management was for like the non-technical people. Sorry, I did lose my train of thought there for a second. Okay, well, because I thought of something else I wanted to share with you, right? But these work management templates, they're supposed to be simple. They're supposed to be easy. I would even go as far as saying they're primitive, right? They're designed to let the teams that don't need all the bells and whistles of what Jira can do, and really, I'll use some bold word here, right? Really use a handicap version of Jira. And so if you want to play it safe and you're like, Alex, I'm not ready for sprints, I'm not ready for managing multiple boards, I'm not ready for all the functionalities and core utilization of what and how to use Jira, then these work management types are going to work wonders for you. Okay. Now, these are easy. When you click on one, you see that I just go straight to making the project. Now, as you saw there, I did it a little quickly, right? If you click on one and you click on this area here, you'll actually go back a step. This is what I was expecting to see earlier. I don't know why Atlassian changed that experience, right? And it'll show you that instead of like a lot of issue types, like your epics, your stories, your tasks, your bugs, your subtasks, you have just two, your tasks and your subtasks. And instead of having multiple statuses, you have two, to do and done. It's very simple. These are super, super simple. These are just designed to get you in and get you out of Jira. And then there's different ones. So if I pick like new employee onboarding, you'll notice that the issue type is different. I have an employee. These statuses are more appropriate for an employee onboarding. And as I keep going down the list, we got a sales pipeline, we got a customer issue type, and then these are customer centric, right? And so we can keep going, and document approval, you'll see that we have a document issue type, and we have all these. So takeaways here is you want to be careful, you want to be cautious, you want to be mindful that each of these is going to be uniquely different. Okay, each of these, if I do a budget creation one, they're going to be uniquely different in either the issue types or the workflows. So be careful, be mindful that when you create these, when you select any of these, you're doing one of two things. You're adding a brand new issue type to your Jira project, and you're adding new statuses. So this is going to go back to, I forgot who was asking the question earlier, right? But somebody was asking the question of like, hey, when I create, remember the duplicate status question. So I wouldn't say it's not going to create duplicate statuses, but this is going to be populating your status list quickly. This is going to add a bunch of new statuses that maybe you haven't used before. And so don't freak out if you're like, whoa, where did all these statuses come from? Well, you're probably aggressively using these work type and see like you just have not doing needs approvals done, right? And so Atlassian again, interesting take. I don't particularly subscribe to these. I if so here's my 2 cents. All right, I'm gonna go full screen for this for you guys. Here's my 2 cents. If you're gonna be using Jira and if you're paying the ridiculous expensive price of Jira these days, right? You should be on a software template. That's just my opinion. But I believe if you're paying that high premium for it and you're on the premium versions of Jira, you want to be on a software template because that's the one that's going to give you all the power. Now, if that's overwhelming, right? And you're like, Alex, I don't need all that power. Then go and consider what's called and Atlassian really has to like standardize in their names because these are business templates, even though they're work management templates, but they're just trying to go away from work management. I don't know. Again, I'm not an Atlassian's branding team, but Atlassian branding, if you're watching, y'all got to figure that part out. Anyways, that little rant aside, you want to be careful and really the ultimate decision you got to make when you're creating a project, right? Is do I need all the features and capabilities? If the answer is yes, software should be the only way you go. If the answer is no, and you're like, oh, I have my IT team, or I have an HR team, I have a legal team, I have a design team, they don't need to do all the bells and whistles. They don't care about Agile. Agile's dead to them, right? It doesn't exist. Then these work management ones might be the way to go. But I would caution you that these work management ones are too simple sometimes. And you'll find that your team will quickly outgrow them. And then they're going to want all the bells and whistles. And later, you're going to have to just reduplicate work and efforts. And I would invest in training your team and teaching them how to use the software templates because this is when you think of Jira, this is what you think of. If you are going to be investing in these finance ones and these personal ones and these operation ones, they're gonna work. They're gonna do it for you, but I think your team might outgrow them or it might just not work for them, like out of the box. So I would kind of avoid the templates altogether. So today's topic is going to be all about issue types. We're going to talk about what is an issue type, and spoilers, it's changing. It's changing very, very soon. So we'll talk about that in a second too. I'm going to help you understand hierarchy because in Jira, there's a hierarchy to our issue types, and it can be very confusing when you just take it at face value. So we're going to look at a graphic, and I'm going to help try to explain to you how hierarchies work for those issue types. And then we're going to talk a little bit more philosophical. So this course right here, especially specifically this session, is going to be a little bit more theory based than practical because when we talk about issue types, there's some best practices and there's some things that you should know, and we're going to try to cover and give you all that information in this course. So with that said, we'll come back to our exclusive offer here at the end. So don't drop off just yet. And let's jump into Jira. Again, any questions, please put them in the chat. I will be monitoring the chat. And we're jumping into Jira. So the first thing that we want to start off with is what is an issue type? Okay. And so let me actually go full screen here for you so that you can see me completely. So there we go. So an issue type is just work. It's different types of work. And not all work is created equal. So Atlassian has created something called an issue type, but very, very soon it's going to be renamed to a work item. So everything's just going to be work. And so I think this naturally blends to we're translating issues, work, into work, right? And I think this is a really good thing from Atlassian's perspective because it's just going to give us better. I think it makes it easier to communicate because sometimes talking about issue types, it can be misleading, and a lot of people sometimes get very confused by issues like problems, emergencies, fires, and Jira isn't about that at all. Well, I mean, it can be, but it's also for positive things like new features, new development, ideas, exploration, right? And so it's not just bad stuff that you're trying to fix, it's all types of work. And so whether that work is positive, like a new feature, a story, right, something new that you're creating, or something reactive. Maybe you are fixing a bug. Maybe you're fixing some sort of a defect or an incident, right? Or reacting to an incident. All of those things are called issues in Jira, which again, they're going to be rebranded very, very soon. I don't have the exact timeline, but Atlassian is starting to pop out messages in my Jira and telling me that issues will become work items. And so think of an issue type as just different types of work that you and your team are responsible for. Some of that work is positive, right? Those stories, those new features. Some of that work is reactive to incidents or bugs or defects, right? and anything in between. A work item can be literally any type of work that you and your team are responsible for. Now, out of the box, Jira ships with very specific work items. And this is going to take some getting used to, because I am not used to referring to issues as work items. So if hopefully I won't confuse you all, but it's a very transitionary. We're as of this recording, we're in a very transitionary phase where I do need to start getting used to the word issue and work items, because again, Atlassian's changing these on me. And so forgive me if I confuse you. I'm not trying to confuse you. It's just Atlassian muscle memory. They've been issues to me for the last 8 years, and all of a sudden they're going to be work items, and my brain is not computing very easily. You were interrupted with a YouTube commercial. John, we got to eat, man. Sorry. All right. Renaming to renaming issues to work type. This will be more clear for folks conducting their own user research. Yep, absolutely. So Heather, I think Atlassian has done extensive research on this. And if initially I was fighting it, I'm not happy with the rebranding from issues to work items. But the more I speak with non-software teams, the more that this makes sense, right? It's just Atlassian is really trying to appeal to a general demographic, a bigger demographic, and being pigeonholed into thinking about things as an issue, right? It can just be very, very misleading, right? Issue has such a negative connotation, and like I think people would be like, well, we don't have an issue. Like, I don't understand, right? So just work item, I think, makes sense. Although I do believe there's borrowing from my TFS days, because I remember back in TFS, Team Foundation Server, everything was a work item over there. So it's kind of interesting how life works out. 8 years later, I'm back to work items. So anyways, so let's see what ships with Jira. So if you remember, I'm going to actually go down, we're going to go a little bit back into what we covered last month, in case you missed it, right? But when you go to create a project, when you come here and you're creating a new project and you pick a template, that template comes with issue types. And again, these are going to be rebranded to work types, right? And so we have the traditional epic, story, bug, task, subtask. We're going to talk a lot more about those in detail in just a few moments. But these are the default ones that ship with Jira. And we're going to explain to you what's an epic, what's a story, what's a bug. Take a look at the hierarchy and whatnot. But most of the teams use the Scrum, or they use the Kanban, which is the exact same issue types. Okay. But where things start to get interesting is when you start going out of the software world and into what Atlassian calls the business world, right? Because over here we have different types of issue types, right? And so we have the ability to, let me see how to get this again. Atlassian changes it on me all the time. Here we go. Click on see details. There we go. See, so depending on the project template that you pick, you're gonna have different work types. Okay. And so it really does depend on what specific template you're starting out with, because sometimes you'll have candidates, sometimes you'll have employees, sometimes you'll have, I don't know, accounts, right? You can have anything you want. But this is the baseline that we start off with. So just know that whatever you start off with in Jira as your first project, that's going to govern what issue types, work types are available for you out of the box on day one. And your Jira admin, okay, so just this is more situational awareness than anything else. Your Jira admin has the ability to see all of the issue types that are available in your project. So as an admin, you can click on this little gear in the top right corner, go to issues, and the first place that you land is in this place called issue types. Okay. And so this is an admin only view. Normally you wouldn't see it as the end user, but here your admins are allowed to create more issue types. They can click on the add issue type button here, and they are able to basically see or edit any existing issue types. Now I have the default ones, like we were talking of epic, right? I have an epic, I have a bug, I have a story somewhere in here, probably not in this page because they're alphabetical. But I have a task here. I have a story somewhere around here. There we go. Here's a story, right? So these are out of the box. These ship with Jira especially when you pick your project template. But you may be noticing that I have some odd ones in here. I have a defect. I have an apple. I love Apple. We have a theme, and we have initiatives, right? So basically, you should know, and something that you should walk away with here is that you are not, I repeat, you are not restricted to the issue types that ship with Jira. You're allowed to customize I wouldn't customize the default ones. I would leave the epic alone. I would leave the story alone. I would leave the task alone. But you are allowed to create new issue types to support your specific type of work. So if you're in marketing, right? If you're a marketer, then maybe you want a campaign issue type. Maybe you want a issue type for an asset, right? That's all possible just by making issue types here that are custom for your project. If you're in finance, maybe you want an accounts receivable, right? Maybe you want an accounts payable, right? I don't know a whole lot about finance, but maybe you want those types of work. And so you can actually classify your work as an issue type. Now, I'm going to get a little philosophical here too, and kind of explain to you guys why do we care about issue types, okay? And this is going to make sense because these courses build on each other, right? We're getting more and more and more and more advanced as we continue throughout 2025, especially in this course. But the reason issue types are important is because Jira fundamentally latches on real strong to the issue type, because everything else, any fields, any workflows, permissions, and stuff that we do, they're going to be centered around the issue type. So it's important that you and your team get this correct. This is where I would spend a good amount of time architecting what does my issue type hierarchy look like. And honestly, for 90% of you, the out of the box stuff, your epic, your story, your task, your bug, your subtask, 90% of you, that's going to be just plenty. That's all you need. A 3-tier hierarchy, which we're going to look at the visual in a minute, right? But a 3-tier hierarchy of your epics, story tasks and bugs, and subtasks, that's all you need. I wouldn't customize it. If you need that extra hand holding, then this is where you can now talk to your Jira admin, or if you're the Jira admin, talk to yourself. It's a little joke. And add the right number of issue types. Now, the question is never, how do I add an issue type? That's very, very, very easy. But the real hard question is, should I add an issue type? Because a couple of things you got to consider. If you're in a team managed project, you can create hundreds of issue types that are contained and siloed to just that project. But, and yes, Herb, I probably would agree with this. All good Jira admins do talk to themselves. So, right. So if you're in a team managed project, the impact of you creating 50, 100 new issue types, very contained. But here on the screen that I'm showing right now, this one here, whenever I create an issue type here, this is a global issue type. This becomes part of the global system that any project, any company managed project can now borrow this particular issue types that are available. So you want to be careful, because I've seen companies that have, again, hundreds and hundreds of issue types. And while it is possible for you to create an issue type centered around every little piece of unique work that you and your team are working on, I wouldn't recommend it. You have to keep a balance. And whenever you can stick to just basics, I would stick to basics. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not very fond of tools like Monday or Asana or ClickUp and stuff like that, because since you can customize the heck out of everything, teams just customize the heck out of everything. But when you're running a large corporation, you want to standardize as much as possible. You want your teams to speak apples to apples and oranges to oranges. You never want a lot of discrepancies between I work out of tasks and I work out of campaigns. Like, to me, it should all be a task. The task is just a campaign, right? And so I try to standardize as much as possible. So that's my little soapbox for this course, right? Is try to get your team, even though you can create basically anything you want, try to force your team, right? Recommend to your team that you all govern and kind of all agree on a very similar standardized set of issue types. Because again, just because you can create 1,000 different types is not a really good practice. So you want to be very, very careful there. Tanya says, I create a new issue type so I can work on use a new workflow, but I'm unable to assign it successfully. What could be the issue? So first, Tanya, you need to make sure that your issue type is in the project. So make sure you pull that new issue type into the project, because if you're creating the workflow over here, that's great. But if that issue type is not in your project, you will have a trouble or a problem. 2, you go to your, well, let me just show you. I think it'd be easier, right? Let's get out of here. I need to go back to Jira. Okay. So the first thing I was saying, so we're taking a little divergence, right, folks? If you have any questions, like I said, I have a lot of time in this session. So if you have any questions, Tanya here is going to take advantage of the fact that we're going to have a little few extra minutes today, and we're going to answer Tanya's question. So when you're working on a new project, right? So you want to go to your project settings, which by the way, Atlassian moved on me. They're over here now. And the first thing you want to do, Tanya, is make sure that under issues, under types, that you bring in your new issue type. So see here, I only have the default ones. There's no way you're going to be able to apply your new workflow to the new issue type if the issue type doesn't exist. So make sure first you're doing that. So let's just pull one in so I can kind of show you what that example would look like here. So we want to pull in, where's my Apple one? I like Apple. It's unique enough that nobody knows what that is and nobody will try to add it. Because folks, let me assure you that people do try to add my issue types to their Jiras. And then I'm like, why are you copying me? So don't put Apple into your projects. Okay. So that's step one, Tanya. Number two, you want to go to workflows, right? And so when you go to workflows, there's going to be a default issue type. Sorry, there's a default workflow here. And as you can see here, my Apple that I added. So make sure when you go to workflows that you see that new issue type in here. But now you can basically go to click add a workflow, add existing, pick a workflow that you want. I'll pick this one here, click next. And this is where you pick the checkbox for that issue type. And this will correlate and associate your new workflow with the issue type. Okay, so when you click finish, that association has been done. There's a caveat here. There is a huge caveat. If your workflow is shared, if your scheme is shared with 2 or more projects, then you will not be able to do it here, and you will need to be a full Jira admin, and you will need to go into the workflow scheme. And so basically it redirects you to the scheme out here. And then at the scheme level, so you would pick like an actual scheme here. And once you're in the scheme, then here you would click on add workflow and you would do the exact same thing. So we'll click that workflow there and you'll click Apple here. Okay, and then it'll do it. But that would be the only 2 reasons why this wouldn't work. One, you don't have the issue type in your project, so obviously you can't link it. Or the biggest hurdle, or the second most common hurdle, is that you're trying to do this with a workflow scheme that is shared. So you can't do it at the project level. You have to come out to the workflow scheme and do it at the scheme level. So Tanya, a little bit of feedback. Hopefully that helps out. Let me know if it doesn't. Justin says, great admins answer themselves too. Yeah, so I can't tell you how many conversations I've asked myself and then answered for myself. So definitely empathize there. Laxman's asking, does Kanban team also work on story types besides task work items? And 2, are task work items required estimation and story pointing? Great question. So let's, it seems like you have a lot. So let's address one of these one by one. So do Kanban teams also work on story types? That is a great fundamental question that a lot of teams ask, right? And let me show you why. So I'm going to jump into a whiteboard here. I'm going to try to visually show you what's going on with Jira so you can understand fundamentally what happens here, because I think this is a natural progression to our conversation. So let me see if I can find, I don't know if I have videos here. Nope. This one. Nope. Oh boy, I need a whiteboard. I'm just going to, well, I don't know that I can make a new one. So I'm going to zoom out here. Okay. And I'm going to scroll this way just so you guys don't see any proprietary information. Okay. So here's how Jira works. I'm going to zoom in here. Okay. We have something called an epic. Okay. And then epic is going to have, and I'm going to actually color code these so that they match what we have in Jira today. So an epic can have a story. An epic can also have, and I got to move this over to the side, a task. Okay. And the tasks are blue. And then an epic can also have a bug. All right. Is everybody following with me so far? Right. So these are, this is not the red I would like, but close enough. Okay. This is the general hierarchy in Jira. When you pick any software template, whether that's Scrum or Kanban, you're going to get an epic, and then you're going to have a story, task, or a bug. Those are all siblings of each other. Below this, for each one of these, you have the ability to have what's called a subtask. Now you can create custom subtasks in Jira. That's not a problem, right? But each one of these is going to have a subtask where you can link them like this, okay? And this is the only hierarchy. This is the only way that this works in Jira. Okay. So now the natural question becomes, okay, so my team's working on tasks because we can generalize, right? I think a lot of people have a very easy um, mindset of like, hey, everything on my task list, right? This is my to-do list is a bunch of tasks. I think chores, right? Like we're all just used to, we have a task. I think task is a very global, universal statement. But story, that's a very agile thing, right? That's a very scrum thing. And so stories usually trip out, right? One way or the other, either the story or the task will trip a lot of people out because they're like, do I need one or do I need the other? Do I need both? I don't know, right? There's no clear guidance from Atlassian. So here's my 2 cents. Here's what I would recommend. If your team truly just needs one thing, right? Just one item, I would do this. I would let me rephrase that. I would do this. I would take my epic, I would take my task, and I would stop there. See, is this is enough, right? I would get rid of bug, I would get rid of story, I'd get rid of subtasks. Keep it simple. Heck, if you need to really keep it simple, I would do this. Just have a task. And in fact, when you do the business projects, if you don't pick Scrum, right? If you don't pick a software project, your business projects will sometimes just have a task level, or they'll have a task and a subtask. So this is very common. This right here is a very common thing. And if you've ever used something like Monday.com or Asana, ClickUp, this is a very common pattern where you have a task and a subtask. That's all you need. And this is okay. This is a good answer. This is an okay answer, right? Because you don't have to use everything. Jira is customizable enough that you don't have to use it all. But it really just depends on your team, right? If you have different types of work, then you're going to want to leverage these different issue types because they help you organize and structure your work. And so what I usually tell my teams is the following, okay? So a subtask, we'll start at the bottom, describes how to do the story, task, or bug. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? The subtask describes how to do it. Think of like a checklist. Okay, we'll put that here, checklist. The story itself over here, this describes what needs to be done. But more importantly, business, if I can spell business, value added. That means that the business is going to make money. So if you're going to make a task that you know is going to be a positive outlook for the company, for your company, then use a story, right? Because at the end of the day, these issue types just help you classify work, different types of work. And so a story is just one type of work. And so a story describes what needs to be done, just like a task does, right? Because the definition of a task is describes what needs to be done. No business, I can't spell business, value, but valuable to the team, right? So a task is still a necessary evil, is what I like to call it, right? It's something that your team needs to do, but the business isn't going to get a positive ROI from it, right? Or any kind of ROI from it. And so that's how I usually like to break it up, where we have stories that are like, okay, these describe what needs to be done, but the business is going to make money. And a task describes what needs to be done, but the business could care less about it, right? We just care about, for me, I need to go buy something. I need to go make a presentation. I need to go subscribe to a service or something, right? It's a task. It's something that needs to be get done, but not necessarily um, value to the business. But a task here should not describe how. That should always be deferred to the subtask, right? So anytime you're trying to describe how to do something, that's when you want to use your subtask. Okay. And then your bug, of course, is like describes something that doesn't work as intended, right? So if you're having problems with anything, open up a bug because you wouldn't want to make a task to fix something. That's what we have bugs for. Now again, you have the freedom to pick and choose whatever makes sense, right? Whatever is right for you and your team. And so that's kind of how that works. Okay. So that was a very long-winded answer for the first part of your question, Laxman. Next, our task work items required estimation and story pointing. So here's my 2 cents. Okay, I'm gonna add like a little box here. See if I can do this easily without. Okay, yes. So here, when we're talking about boards in Jira, and I'm going to move this to the back here. To back. Okay, perfect. So when we're looking at these items in this teal looking color box, let me see if I can turn a different color that we haven't used. Let's go yellow. Okay. When we're looking at everything in the yellow box, all of those items have the ability to be story pointed. Should they be story pointed or not? That's a policy that you and your team need to discuss. My 2 cents, not all work is created equal. You should bucketize them. You should describe here's value added, no value added, problems. That's the issue type level. Anytime that you are going to take energy, effort, time from yourself, right, or somebody on your team to do work, right, that work, ideally, if you're running a business, you might want to track that type of work. And story points help us estimate level of effort. How complex, how much time are we going to need for this task, this thing, right? And so this is again a total process question, Laxman. This is not something that I would advise one way or another. This is all depending on your company and your team and the dynamics of your team. But the general idea here is my 2 cents is if your team is going to spend time working on something during a sprint or during some period of time, right? You don't even need to have a sprint, but just during the week, right? Then it's good for you to go into the planning of that week with the expectation of understanding, is this going to take a long time or is this going to take a short amount of time? Because your team can either take care of 5 things or one thing or 100 things, right? And it just depends. And the story points are a good gauge for us to understand how much effort is a particular thing, or as Jira's renaming it, a specific work item going to take, right? And so I would personally put story points on everything that's in this yellow box. Some teams hate putting story points on bugs. I'm of the opinion that you can't fix a bug if you don't know what the problem is for your bug and you can't estimate the bug, then you're not ready to fix that bug, right? And so I would personally put story points on anything that's in this yellow box here. That would be my 2 cents. Now, with respect to hours, I would avoid hours like the plague. Developers do not like thinking and estimating in hours, so I would stay away from hours as much as possible. All right, so you had a lot of questions here. Task work items must have plans, start date, target date, end date, especially required for Kanban teams, right? This is all very subjective, folks. Your When you are in a Scrum board, your start and end date are governed by the start and ending of your sprint. So your end dates are not needed, your start dates are not needed because the start and the ending of the sprint is going to advise, it's going to coach or counsel your team, guide your team, really is what the right word is, right? On when they can start working on stuff and when they should finish that stuff because it's the start and the end of the sprint. But when you're in a Kanban board, there is no defined start, right? So Kanban's all about push and pull, or pull and push, right? You pull work in, you push work, finish work out. And because of that, we have our rules are a little bit more lax. Our rules are a little bit more relaxed in that sense. So you could, if you needed to, add those dates. My hesitation though, or my guidance to you, Laxman, here would be very careful, right? Because teams generally don't like to be micromanaged. So I like to manage expectations in Kanban by putting like a fixed version so that you at least have the end date or when the bigger end date is going to be. But a lot of teams don't they don't really like putting in these like committed dates, right? And I would say trust your team first, but if your team is not they can't deliver on their commitments, before you go to micromanage by adding all these date fields, I would have the bigger conversation as to why are they missing their dates, right? Why are they missing their commitments? Because oftentimes it's not going to be because they didn't know that something was due tomorrow, right? It's going to be something bigger. And so just by making them add extra overhead and having to put dates isn't going to yield the result that you're expecting, right? Just because I know that my thing's due tomorrow doesn't mean that the problem that I'm facing, the challenge that I'm facing is going to be any easier, right? The problem's still going to be there. So I would be very careful with putting all these extra dates for your Kanban teams because you probably won't yield the same results that you're expecting, but it just depends on your team and the trust and the dynamic and the culture of your team. So Ezini here says, I work with the Jira admin team. I think we're a bit more than that. We actually built workspace solutions in Jira. Okay. It's really tough to get users to align to frameworks that we have developed. Um, my guidance here would be start with a pilot team. Start with a team that is maybe more receptive to change, right? A team that maybe would be more willing to, step out of their comfort zone and try things out, because what you need is you need a good success story. Change is really, 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 really hard. Like, teams do not like to change. It tends to be very disruptive. And so any time that you're changing something, you want to keep that in mind, that everybody's going to fight you. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? And so I would say find a group of people or individuals that are more willing to do the change, because you should be able to find one or two individuals in your company. Maybe you're one of them, and lead through a case study, right? Build the success story and show people the light. I think a lot of times people just can't, in their mind, visualize what success looks like. And they have a hard time saying, if I make these changes, I'm expecting a better result, but that's easier said than done. And so try to paint a picture for them, right? Try to show them, here's an example that we've already done. We've already gone through the changes. We've already hit the pain points that you're going to have. And here's this transformation. And I find that teams tend to have a better reception to that new framework adjustment, because now they're not the first ones, right? They're not the guinea pigs. They're not the first ones going through it. So hopefully, as in me, that helps. All right, Laxman's back with, does Kanban teams also work on story types behind task work items? So it's up to you, right? Again, the story and the task are just buckets. They're just stickers that you put on your work to classify what type of work it is. And so if you have just one type of work, then you just need the task. You can get rid of the story. You can get rid of the bug. You don't have to have them. But if your team is working on truly different, unique types of work, the more issue types, the better, because inside of Jira, we have our summary views here. And our summary view gives us a breakdown by the types of work. So if your team is consistently like not able to hit their deliverables because they don't know what's going on, right? They need to do a lot of research. Well, make a spike issue type, and you're going to see that your team's spikes are going to go up, right? And that's okay, right? But now you're going to be able to communicate with your leadership and set expectations of like, look, our teams are spending X amount of time just doing research. And here's the data. Here's all of the tasks that we did for the last month, and or work items that we did for the last month. And look, 75% are spikes, 10% are stories, 20% are tasks, right? You can now start doing that kind of narrative by breaking them up into types. So I'm a huge fan of having more issue types and having less, just because we can add context to the narrative. Are task work items required? Okay, so you definitely asked this one already. I think we're good. Okay. Last question here. Bugs require investigation on the primary root cause, something that is unknown and uncertain. So how on earth can we estimate bugs? Great question. So you handle that through your workflow. So I'm of the opinion, so when you have the workflow, and this is much deeper, bigger conversation. So that's when you might want to definitely take advantage of the fact that I have some one-on-one time. So you can buy some one-on-one time here. But you want to leverage your workflow, because I'm a big fan of putting before to do. I'm a big fan of putting these investigation, discovery, adjudication, triaging statuses before the to do status, that I then manage my bugs on a different board just to run through the discovery and triaging and adjudication. And once they finish going through the adjudication, when I transition it to do, that's when that bug is now ready to be in the team's backlog, and then they can plan into the sprint. But the steps to reproduce, the fixed version, the effects version, the severity, the priority, the expected outcome, the actual outcome, all of that has been documented, and we know what the bug is. And by the time we assign it to the developer, they can focus on fixing it. Because the last thing you want is your developer to spend all that time researching and figuring it out. That should be done separately, in my opinion, not during your sprint. Okay, so that's the last question that we have. So great discussion, great questions, folks. I think this was very, very helpful. Again, if you're too shy, you need um, any additional help, right? Again, I have my link tree. I'll drop it in here one more time. I have a lot of time now, so if you guys need any help, I have 15 minutes, an hour. But take advantage of them now, because now that I'm doing this full time to just help people out, prices are going to change very soon. So you want to take advantage of it here. Computer, how there are easy, straightforward bugs, but there are others that you don't. Yeah. So, folks, a bug. I can write a whole book on bugs. Bugs are a project manager's kryptonite. Okay. If you're not careful, the bugs will completely derail your entire plan, and they will derail you for. I've seen a simple bug. Well, it wasn't simple; it's a very complex bug. But I've seen an entire bug like derail a program by 9 months. Okay, just because we didn't know, right? So you want to be very, very careful with your bugs. I find that bugs, due to poor communication, due to poor documentation, due to poor, I don't want to say skills, but what happens a lot is somebody that knows the system well, they become too expensive, and they tend to get either laid off, or they tend to go off to another project or another company. And so you hire these junior engineers, these junior people to take over. They don't know the system. So the reason that you don't know the cause of a bug is because you don't know your system, you don't know your architecture, you don't know how all the intertwining of this thing that you're building works. And that's when bugs get very tricky to do, right? Because you have somebody that's again, you don't have good documentation, you don't have good communication, good architecture, right? Stuff like that. Then bugs become very problematic, right? So if you're not careful, your bugs will dictate your sprints, right? They'll dictate your entire outlook on all your projects, because your team is gonna have to like reverse engineer the whole thing. So you want to be very, very, very careful with your bugs, and you want to give bugs the right level of attention that they need. Adjudication before your engineer goes to work on a bug is very, very critical. I can't tell you how many times a bug has been created, assigned to the developer, and one of two things happen. One, it wasn't really a bug. Like the person testing didn't understand the requirement, and now you just wasted the developer's time. Or two, the developer is like, this works on my machine. So I don't know why it's not working on your environment, right? And so we have bad DevOps practices. We have bad scenarios where the engineer's environment, our pre-prod environment, and our production environment, from a configuration perspective, they're not in parity, right? So this is where like Docker really comes into play to help us have these consistent environments that we can make sure we're doing equal level testing at all the levels, right? So you want to do some homework. You never just want to toss a bug to a developer and go figure it out, because there shouldn't be, right? Like you should have your developer and the person that found the bug, they should talk before anybody commits to fixing a bug. So that way you you have more knowns, right? Like you shouldn't just like you should always capture a bug, you should always create a bug, and you should have a very strict, if you see something, say something policy, and everybody should have the power to create a bug, but you should always look at them first and adjudicate them and validate them before we give them to our developers. I'm of the opinion that by the time something hits a sprint, we have taken care of the unknowns. We take care of anything that's unknown outside of the sprint. The same way project managers are expected to do grooming and refinement outside of the sprint, you have to groom and refine your bugs. So those are again my 2 cents. That's usually how I coach my teams. That's usually how I run my teams. But that's there. I think a bug that takes months of Sundays, lots of Sundays to fix, probably could be a Mr. Gap in understanding. Yeah, again, there's a lot of things that can be happening, right? When you have bugs that are that complex, if you can't safely estimate a bug, then your problem isn't the bug. It's something much, much bigger. Okay. So we got 15 minutes here left, folks. Let me remind myself what I was supposed to teach you here. So what's an issue type of thing we covered? Hierarchy we covered. Okay, some best practices. So let's kind of start ending the conversation here. Oh, let's see. We got another question here. Do you have a method that can easily turn a bug or incident that should be the genesis of a knowledge base? We have our Confluence tied into JSM. A great question. So, do I have a bug? Yeah. So within Jira today, inside of Jira, you can open up any issues. I'm just going to open up I should probably find the bugs. I don't know that I have any bugs in there. Here we go. Here's a bug, right? Problems with Jira not working. So you don't so I would say that the opposite is very true today, but what you want is probably not as easily done. So today we have the ability to take this bug here and click the plus button and create a new Confluence page from it. So I can click this button and it's going to create a page, but I don't have the context of the bug in here yet. Okay. So I would do something like this where I would like title of the bug, and then in here I would do slash Jira and then pull in that specific bug, right? So I could do something like AAD-40, search for it and pull it in. So when I insert it, the data for this particular bug is in here. And you can even customize the fields, right? So you can customize these fields so you can pull in any field that you want to pull in. So if you have like steps to reproduce and stuff like that, I would bring it. So I don't think that there's any way for you to take like the context, right? The fields that are in Jira to populate a Confluence page yet. I haven't seen that, but you can definitely from within the ticket, right? Within the bug itself, create a page, publish it, and then link it, right? As you're editing, just link that bug. So it's like this. And so when you're inside the back in the bug and I open up my bug, I'm going to go full screen for y'all. But when you open that bug, you're going to see that that link to that Confluence page is now linked. So Herb, again, not the best solution, but definitely a solution for you nonetheless. What does KB and JSM stand for? So KB is knowledge base. So how do you like a how-to article, like how to reset your password, stuff like that. And Jira Service Management, JSM, is the a help desk. So a lot of teams, yeah, so there we go. So a lot of teams use Jira Service Management to manage customer-facing bugs. And so if you have a customer that has a problem, they can go to your JSM portal because it's free for customers, and they can submit tickets to your team whenever they have a problem. Everyone's, I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy. Yeah, it is very manual, but so Atlassian just did something pretty cool. And so I would expect that in the long term, Herb, that this would get fixed. But Atlassian did this, which I really, really like. And so they did this thing here where if you take a table, right? If you take a table and you highlight the text, you can now create the Jira issue. And you can see that it auto creates the tickets for you, right? So it auto creates the title and it auto creates the description. And coming soon, you're going to be able to map the rest of your fields. So from Confluence to Jira, it's being made. So maybe for now in the interim, you describe the problem in your knowledge base and you create the ticket. I don't know that you would want to do that, but that's possible. But I would see a future where you can take the context of a ticket and create a page out of it. So maybe now that I'm out of a job, maybe that's an idea for an app to make. I would have to definitely go look at that. Interesting idea though. I really like that idea of being able to take a ticket and make a Confluence page out of it. That would be cool. So Herb, I'll let you know if I collaborate on this one, and maybe we'll give you some credit at the end there. But that sounds like a very interesting idea to have. Nobody steal it from me because I now have a newfound amount of time, and that sounds like a great idea that I want to go tackle. All right, thanks Herb for that. All right, so we're down to the last few minutes here. Again, let me just wrap things up here with respect to issue types. Okay, so a couple of things that you all need to be aware of is this. We're gonna just spend a few more minutes on this summary, and then I think I'm gonna call it because, like I said, I was a little light on material today. So when you're talking about issue types, as I mentioned earlier, your workflows, the screens, the fields, they are all centered around the issue type. So anytime that you want different fields to show up, right? Like for a bug is a great example. Steps to reproduce. That is a field we only want in our bugs. It doesn't make sense for the epic or the story or the task to have the steps to reproduce, right? So we need to have an issue type, the bug, that will host or house that field, right? And so if you ever have a field or if you ever have a requirement, like I was working with somebody this week where they had a new feature, right? And they wanted to ask, discovery type of questions for this new feature, well, it doesn't make sense to add it to your story. So I made them a new feature issue type, and they had very specific fields that they wanted. So I was able to create those fields and just put them in the new feature. They don't exist in the story. They don't exist in the task. And and this is a great use case of why you would want issue types, right? Because you have very specific requirements, aka fields, that need to be documented. And then the second reason is workflow, right? Your workflows are defined at that issue type level. So all your issue types can have the same workflow, or you have the option to create unique workflows for each issue type. And so it is very possible for you to create a very unique workflow for a brand new issue type that of your choosing, right? And then at the end of the day, the last thing that I'll close out with here is this type of work, right? Being able to break down and being able to communicate to your leadership. Here's how my team's spending their time and energy. I love this distribution picture, right? Because it just shows you overall the different types of work that your team's working on. So again, very, very important stuff, very, very helpful things. I think stuff for you to go and understand, because this is step one. You need to have a good understanding of your issue types. And I would even go as far as saying, take this picture here that we were working on, right? What you want to do here is, for whatever issue types you do decide to go with, have a clear definition. Everybody in your team should know exactly when to create a bug, when to create an epic, when to create a story, when to create a task, when to create a subtask. And you want to have a very solid understanding of this. This is very crucial for this to for your team to be able to communicate effectively. So have good definitions. And then if you don't need something, if you don't need the story, right? Because the story is just throwing your team off, just get rid of it. You don't have to have all these issue types. Okay. And Zini has a question. We have a bug template that was drafted with developers to address the communication with bugs. Yep. So that's exactly how you would do this, right? And it's stuff that's only related to the bug and not anything else. So we're going to be focusing on how your processes become workflows. I think this is a very key, very critical part of the Jira journey. And so we're going to jump into that. And then we're going to talk about the nuances of workflows. I think it's very important for you all to understand how workflows work, even if you're not the person doing the changes. I think for you to influence change in your company, for you to understand or make Jira work for you, whether you're an admin or whether you're a user, you need to understand the fundamentals of workflows. And so we're going to kind of take a look at all of it in this course today. So we'll start off, we'll also show you some examples as well. So with that said, we're jumping into Jira, and I'm going to bring my ChatGPT over to the side because I need some things from it. But we're jumping into Jira, and I'm just going to start with a brand new project so you can kind of see and appreciate what happens when you have a new project in Jira. Okay. So we're going to go over to projects here, and Atlassian has changed the entire UI. So bear with me as I'm still learning how to navigate the new Jira. But there's a plus button here. If you're a Jira admin, you can create projects. And for the most part, almost anybody can create a project in Jira. Atlassian by default lets you, anybody, right, as long as you have a license in Jira, Atlassian by default allows you to create what's called a team managed project, which we've done courses, we've done sessions and modules on that already. And so just know that team managed projects exist and you should be able to do them. Now, I'm going to show you how to do this in the company managed, because this is usually how I operate. But a lot of the principles, a lot of the stuff I'm going to teach you today works for both team managed or company managed. So it's a little less relevant. Now, when you do pick a template, though, if you may remember from the first sessions or first or second session, there's an automatic workflow that ships with Jira. So automatically, every Jira project comes with a to-do and progress that are done. And again, it just depends on what you pick. Every single one of these, whoops, not that one. Every single one of these here is going to have some sort of a different workflow that is associated to that workflow, right? So this one's a simple to-do and progress and done as well. But there's sometimes potential, right? If I click on like Kanban, nope, that one's still also showing me, right? There's some different ones. Trust me when I tell you, there's some different ones. And so regardless of what project template you pick, right? It doesn't matter if you're Kanban or Scrum, right? At the end of the day, every project's gonna come with the workflow. Okay. And so when you getting started with Jira. So when you create your very first project, you will inherit the default workflow from Jira. Okay, that's very important for you to know this because sometimes if you're totally new to Jira, you're like, whoa, where did this workflow come from? Well, I just want you to know that Jira ships with its own workflow. Now, for folks using a company managed project, your Jira admin, this is a Jira admin only thing. There's this button right here. Share existing settings with an existing project. Boy, do I not know how to read, right? But this checkbox allows you to basically pick a different project and you can borrow. Really, we're stealing it, but you can borrow a different project's workflow. So what this means is that if another project has already been crafted, right? If somebody has already invested the time and set up the perfect workflow over there, when you make a new project, you don't have to start over from scratch. You can just simply borrow that other project's workflow and then use it. Now, there's a gift and a curse with doing this. The gift is obviously we just save a whole lot of time because we can copy the other workflow. The con is those two workflows are now married to each other. And so changing it in one changes it in the other. So you're always now attached at the hip. And so you might want that, you might not want that. But again, your mileage is going to vary. Now, for this course, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to not borrow a workflow. And I'm going to show you what happens when you create a project and you have a brand new workflow. Okay. Because this is step one, right? Like step one is make the project, right? You need a project. You have to have a project first. Okay. But once you have your project, you will most likely need to modify the workflow. Okay. So let me show you what this looks like out of the box. So in a brand new project, I can click on these three dots, go to project settings, and there's a workflow section over here. And inside of this workflow, we're going to have for all of these work items, work types, there's a diagram here, and this is the workflow. And let me explain to you what this is telling me right now. Okay. So in case this is the first time you've ever seen the workflows in Jira, this little bubble, this little circle up here, indicates that the moment we hit the create button, right? The moment we hit this blue create button up here, whether we pick a story, a bug, an epic, a task, or a subtask, in this particular case, right? It's going to take that moment of creation and it's going to follow this line and it's going to put that item into the status of to do. So this is the very first status in our workflow. This is step one of our process. And this is important, right? This is important for you to understand and know that you have to do this. This is a hard requirement from Jira where you have to, the moment you hit create, there has to be a status that it lands in. Sometimes it's a backlog, sometimes it's not, right? It really depends on what you and your process looks like. So this very first box should represent something that signifies the very first step in your process. So, for example, popular options are like open. Sometimes you might have a status of new. Sometimes you might have a status called backlog. Obviously, to do with the default one, but you kind of get the idea, right? You need to define a very first status. Other teams, right? They have like idea submitted, right? That's another one. Another one can have like new ticket, right? A new hire request. We can have request submitted, right? So you're only limited by your imagination. But the requirement that you need to take away from this is that you have to have a very first status that this line is connected to. Now, when you're in edit mode, and I'm going to switch over to edit mode, you do have the ability to move that around. So you can take this circle right here and you can click on it and move it to a different status. Now, it doesn't make sense to put it in done or in progress. You always want to have it in a what's called a to-do status. Now, the other thing that you need to now be aware of, right, is that you'll notice that we have different colors. So we have gray, we have blue, and we have green. And these represent what Atlassian calls status categories. And this is important too because you you got to think of your work as in work that is yet to be done, to do, work in flight, you're working on it in progress, and then work that has come to a land, right? It's now completed, that's done. And so you only get those three colors. So all of your statuses, you can have you can have three statuses like here, or you can have 1,000 statuses. Not recommended, but possible, right? And regardless of how many statuses you have, 1, 10, 50, 100, 200 statuses, all of them are either going to have to be either gray, blue, or green. Okay. And so just keep that in mind. Now, Rodney over here says we can freely rename the statuses, right? I prefer to do, not to do. So here's something that I'll tell you all here on this call. So when you look at these statuses of to do and progress and done, you may have noticed that a lot of the different templates that we were looking at just 5 minutes ago, they all kind of had this very common pattern of to do and progress and done. And that means to say that this to do, even though this tells you that it's only in one project, this is very fake news. Atlassian, Atlassian is deceiving us. um, and it's a deception. It's a really bad deception because you think, especially when you're new, right? This is why we're in the getting started for Jira, but you feel Atlassian gives you the illusion that because you're shared with one project, any changes you make here only impact this one project. But my friends, if you were to edit, and trust me, Atlassian again makes it so simple to fall down this path of deception, right? If you were to, you're like, hey, I don't want it to be to do, I want it to be Toto, right? And if that's what you want, then you're incentivized, right? You're almost lured into clicking this edit button here so that you can rename your status. And so if you've ever renamed your status, which in my opinion is a fireable offense, um, it's understandable because Atlassian kind of draws your attention to it. But if you were to do this and save this, you have just renamed to do for every person in your company. So you want to be very, very careful there and never rename a status because renaming a status, while you may think is a local change, especially because Atlassian is telling us this workflow is only shared by one project, renaming the status is a global change. And Atlassian actually tells us here. But if you're like me, I usually skip all the warnings. But this is saying this status is used in other workflows. Editing will affect them. And so you want to be very, very careful and not rename statuses. Always create a new one. All right. So, Rodney, now that we got your little troll out of the way, let's see what else you got. Jira hacks. Have you create a transition to automatically close or done? You will always have no work to do. Yes. So Rodney's correct, right? So we could, if you wanted to bypass everything in life, just do this. And the moment something gets created, it goes straight to done. And Bob's your uncle. We're done. No more. You don't even need Jira at that point. Everything's just automatically done. But in all jokes aside, maybe because it's April Fools, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Okay. So that is the very first status. Now, you'll notice that we have other statuses here, right? We have in progress, we have done. And what the statuses here represent, right? How they work in Jira, it's quite interesting. So I'm going to open up another tab here, hopefully, if Jira lets me. Here we go. I'm going to open up another tab and I want to show you a couple of things, right? And so when you are looking at an issue, and we're actually going to go into our project here that we created. So what was it? Getting started. So when we go into our Jira project here, and we're going to add an issue. So I'm going to go to my backlog. I'm going to create my very first story, right? So when you create it, and we got to wait for Jira to actually create it, right? And we open it up. There's a status field right here. And you'll notice that we have our three statuses, right? To do, in progress, and done. So what you need to know is that when you have these allow all transitions, these are called global transitions, right? But when you have these arrows that say all in them, all statuses can transition into this particular status. And Jira is going to give them to you in alphabetical order by color. So what that means is you're allowed to just add more statuses, right? I can have a status of accepted. I can have a status of awaiting approval, right? I can have a status of like blocked, right? Oops, didn't click actually add, right? But when you add these statuses, what's different about these statuses? Anybody want to tell me what is different about these three blue statuses that don't look like these statuses over here? Anybody want to take a guess in the chat? What am I doing wrong here? Because when I publish my workflow, and I really shouldn't publish my workflow, but when you publish your workflow, these three statuses are waiting for approval, right? We have a waiting for approval, accepted, and blocked, right? And I come over here and I refresh my screen. Any money over here? Will they show up? No. they don't show up, right? So Victoria's got this one right, right? Like these items don't show up because they don't have any transitions. And there's two types of transitions that we're going to talk about in this course that you should be aware of, right? But if your items don't have transitions, and you want to be very explicit with those transitions because they need to be connected to the workflow somehow, right? Because I could do this and give it a name. Well, again, I'm going faster here, folks, but we're going to back it up, right? Um, Approved, right? I'm gonna do this because we are adding transitions. Oops, it's not letting me do it on a draft workflow. But if you were to add transitions, Jira is not going to be very happy. They need to be part of the workflow. And so to make them part of the workflow, the easiest way to add transitions to a workflow is to enable this allow all statuses to transition to this status. And what that means, again, this global transition means that now when I hit publish, these statuses are not part of my workflow because I can transition them. I can transition into them. And when I can do that and I refresh my screen over here, I am now going to have more statuses. Okay. And so you can see here, I have more of them. Now, the problem is though, I have too many statuses, right? I have too many statuses. And here's kind of the balancing game that you get to play with you and your team. And that is when it comes to designing, when it comes to architecting a workflow, it really is like like a piece of art, right? Your workflows in Jira, um, they they're very subjective. You can do a whole lot with them, and a lot of teams struggle with the workflows, right? Because notice that we have to do, we have all of these other statuses that we can go to, and it just depends on your team dynamic. It depends on your culture. It depends on I don't want to say the word competency, but to a certain degree, it depends on the competency of your team, right? And and some teams, this is okay. Some teams can be trusted to have to do accepted, awaiting, blocked, in progress, and done, right? Some teams can be okay with that. Other teams, they can't handle that kind of responsibility because guess what can happen here, folks? You can just go straight to done. This is a very possible thing, right? When you have this global transition enabled, when you have this arrow that allows you to go from any status to any other status, your team can go from any status to any other status, which means your team could technically go from to do to done and skip all the stuff in between. And this, my friends, can be a problem because it kind of defeats the purpose of Jira. And so when you're designing your process, right, when you're trying to take your existing process and you're trying to architect it in Jira, you want to be very, very mindful of this because part of this job of architecting a workflow, one, get the statuses correctly, right? What are the names of the statuses? That's step one. But two, how do we expect our users to interact with the transitioning and movement of the work across the statuses? Because this method here is the easiest for your Jira admin. It's really the easiest for everybody, but it requires your team to have discipline because if they don't, again, you're going to end up with these situations where you go from straight from to do straight to done. And that, my friends, again, just kind of defeats the purpose of Jira, right? It makes Jira not be as effective because when your things are simply going from to do to done all the time, then they're gonna go to done, and you're gonna miss everything in between. And so you want to be very careful there. All right. So we're gonna pause here for a couple of questions here. So Naveen says you need to connect and transition each workflow. Yep. So we covered that. Fernando says, when you change the name of a status, would that affect only the current project or other projects as well? So Fernando, um, this is a very critical thing. You might want to write this one down and highlight it. If you take a status and you click on the edit button here and you rename it, you will change it for every other project. This is a global change. So anybody using that status name has now been renamed, which you might not think is a big deal until all your boards break, all your filters break, or your JQL breaks, or your reports break. Anything that was referencing the old to do to whatever you renamed it to has now come to a screeching halt. And you basically have handicapped and crippled your Jira to the point where it's degraded, where it's a degraded experience. So if you work on my team, I fire you on the spot. But Ronnie's a little bit more forgiving when you work for his team. But I do believe, since it's in the spirit of April Fools, right? If you want to pull a prank on everybody, go rename your status today because it's April Fool's, and it'd be like the one day a year where you can get away with it and go, just kidding, guys, April Fool's, right? But in all honesty, you want to be very careful, right? The best policy, in my opinion, is make a new status, call it new, right? Whatever you're going to do, and bring that status in and take out the old status. Okay, that's the best policy there. Because again, against everything that Jira is telling you that it's only one project, this is a global change. So always good to create a new one. Yep. See, you guys know more than me. Statuses are shared amongst all workflows, so it would impact everybody. All right. Rodney says, I spend a lot of time crafting workflows that not only function well but look good. Yeah, we'll get into the etch a sketch in just a moment here. So how do you name transitions? Do they name it as a destination status or something else? So I have I have a couple of tips here for you when it comes to your converting again your process and what do we do with transitions and stuff. So let's back it up a little bit, right? And so Jira is very picky. Jira is very very picky, and adding transitions between statuses, like as you'll see here, sometimes it'll let you, sometimes it won't let you, right? And and it doesn't like me to add transitions. I've never figured out why, but I suppose I could hit that more information button, right? But the idea here is that when you're working on an active workflow, Jira is not very happy with that. So as a best practice, whenever I'm making changes to my workflow, I always like to make a copy of my workflow, and I like to exhaust. I like to exhaust my workflow modifications until I kind of know that I'm good, and then I'll publish it. Because once you publish a workflow, once you make it active, then you have to go through some hoops to make changes later. Specifically, deleting statuses is kind of hard, right? And so you want to be mindful of that, and you want to use you want to make copies of your workflows here so that you are always working on an inactive workflow and never on an active one. All right. And so what I like to do is I like to get rid of the copy of, but I like to then add the date, right? So usually you don't make too many changes in a single day, but I like to add like the date so that I remember which day I made the change, right? That way, like I can go back and maybe if you're making a lot of changes, you add the date, time, and year or something just to make it a little bit easier for you. But let's talk about renaming transitions because now I can do this, right? Now I can add a transition of approved, and Jira is not going to complain because I'm in an inactive workflow. Okay. I'm not in an active workflow anymore. I'm in an inactive workflow. And now I can do whatever I want. And Jira is going to complain less. Right. And so we're going to enter the second phase of working on your workflows. But before we do, let me answer a couple more questions. So we'll come back to this question, Ronnie. But we got Alex does not joke about this topic. I do not. Um, Tapiwa says a slight caveat: it will affect company managed projects. Yes, so you're absolutely right, Tapiwa. Um, Renaming a status will affect all company managed projects. It will not affect team managed projects. But if you're on a team managed project, then I don't think we can be friends. Friends don't let friends create team managed projects. All right, you get away with the stern talking from me. Alex would just fire you. Yes. And for Juan, sorry, options. There's, I don't know, like I gotta feed the family, so ads are running. Sorry. Not sure what to tell you there. I don't control where the ad placements are on live streams. I think Google does that. So I don't know. Talk to Google. Tapiwa, team managed projects have isolated configs, so I believe they should not be impacted by the status renames. Likewise, status renamed in them should be isolated. Yeah. I do believe this is true, Rodney. I do believe you can rename statuses all you want in team managed projects. But that's neither here nor there. And friends don't let friends test in production. I always test in production. I was just on a call yesterday, and I was being asked, Alex, you're doing all this stuff in production. I'm like, yeah, I know. And they're like, that's dangerous. I'm like, no, it's not. It's dangerous. Making changes in production is dangerous when you don't know what you're doing. But when you know what you're doing, you can test in production all day long. It's just a competency test at that point, right? Okay. So now that I've answered some of those questions, so thank you all again. Juan, sorry, I apologize. I mean, I don't know. I have ads enabled. I don't control how many ads show up. Go says testing and production is the way to live. Just have a separate project or that. Yeah. Oh, for that. Yes. I mean, I don't know. I'm a huge fan of just pulling the band-aid. Thankfully, it does not test in the TTL production instance. Yeah, I think you guys would be mad if I did that. And and full disclosure though, you all should have some sort of a test environment to do your testing when you're learning. I know how to use Jira, so I just click around in Jira and know that I can always recover. Okay, so jokes aside, questions aside, I think we got through all the questions. Let me show you. So now that you know the first method, right? Let me show you the second method of how to make workflows. So the other method, we can go back to this method over here, right? And we can have our statuses, right? But we can take up all of these transitions, okay? And we'll only leave this one because this one has to be here. You have to have that very first bubble needs to go to a very first status. Like that's a non-negotiable. So we'll leave that there. But all of these other statuses here, they just exist, right? They just exist in the world of Jira. And until we publish this workflow, which we now need to associate to our project, nothing that we do here is going to impact anything except renaming. If you rename something, then you're screwed, right? So just never rename the status. But how do we build the workflow, right? So a lot of this, right? So obviously the easiest option was, remember, allow all, right? Put all everywhere. But again, this creates some caveats where this might work for your team, it might not work. I would recommend, if you're new to Jira, do this, right? Do the allow all, make all your transitions on allow all, and give your team the benefit of the doubt. And when things go sideways on you, then make the change. But if you can trust them first. But if you can, like if they um you know violate the trust, right? They go, they're cheating, they're going straight from to do to done, then you got to put the brakes on, right? And so I'm going to show you how do we put brakes. Tapiwa, Sandbox is available with Jira Cloud for testing only if you're on the enterprise or premium versions of Jira. If you're not on premium and you're not on enterprise, there is no sandbox for you. So in this case, you may want to get a second Jira, a second production Jira. Rena says, can you limit all transitions to certain users? Yes, we're going to talk about that in a second. And although that is a much more advanced topic, but I'll show you a couple things that you can do with transitions. Now, it is possible for you, even on any of these, though, now that we're on this topic, even with this allow all transition, there are validators and conditions and post functions that you can put on here. So there is a way for you to put a condition. And I always get these right. I have a 50-50 chance of getting these right. I always mess them up. But there's a way for you to add a condition here. And once you add your condition, you can put like only the assignee, only the reporter, or if you get a little bit more crafty, you can put like is in a specific group. Oops, down here. Is in a specific group, or is in a specific role, or is in a specific custom field. So it is possible for you to limit it, but just keep in mind that, I mean, there's no right way to do this stuff, right? There's no right or wrong way to create a workflow, but just know that the more complexities you add to Jira, the more post functions you add, the more conditions you add, the more validators you add, the better job security you have, the better job security you have. But the more annoying it is for another person, right? So if you win the lottery and Rena, now all of a sudden, you win the lottery and you go retire, then that poor soul that has to pick up that workflow, they're gonna have to be mindful of all the conditions and stuff for that. All right. Yay, that worked. Okay, so Felipe says, the number of horse starts from Jira production testing. Let me change this workflow. And now you broke everything because yes. Be careful. It's better to put group in a project role and that the project role in the condition that allows your project admins to make changes. Yep, definitely true. Girl says, I feel like I need to better learn how to manage project roles. That's the topic of void. We will be talking about permissions, Ghost. So stick around. We will have a conversation on permissions at some point. Not today, but at some point. Okay. So here we have a workflow, right? So we have statuses. And so I'm going to go back to a question that Rodney had earlier, which was, oh boy, I can't find it. Here we go. How do you name transitions, right? Do you name it after the destination status or something else? And so here's my 2 cents, right? One man's opinion. Rodney may have a different opinion, but here's my opinion on the whole workflow thing. Okay. when you are, so the first step that you got to take, right? I think step number one, before we even jump into Jira, you need to have an understanding of what does your workflow look like, right? And what I'm going to do to articulate this, right? We're going to jump over to Confluence because I'm a sucker for whiteboards. I love whiteboarding, and I think the easiest way to articulate this is to show you. We'll enable that a little later. Is to show you how a wipe how I want to show you in a visual. Okay. I'm gonna come over to an empty space, right? And so the first thing you should do before you do any workflow stuff is you should have a mapping of your current state, right? What does your work look like today, right? So you can do something as simple as like user submits a request, right? Whether that's maybe we can be more specific, right? A new feature. Okay. So user can submit a new feature. And then what's next? What happens, right? Again, forget about Jira, forget the fact that Jira exists. Don't even worry about Jira, right? But when you want to talk about workflows, right? When you want to talk about process, you need to know what your process is. So you shouldn't jump into Jira and start modifying workflows when you don't even know what your process is. Because remember, your workflow is a representation of your process. So you do this exercise first and sit down and go, okay, a user requests um, a new feature, right? And so we have a new feature, and so that's great. So actually, let's do an idea, a new idea, right? So we have an idea, and so once that idea is submitted, right? Do we review it, right? So maybe a committee, right? I don't know, somebody, manager, stakeholder, I don't know, whoever, right? Lead reviews each new idea, okay, and then you can go, okay, so we can have different paths here now, right? So we can create different paths here. And in Jira, you can fork, right? So you can very much do something very similar where you can go, okay, so the idea is approved and the idea is rejected, right? And then, so if it's rejected, that's fine. We leave it like that, right? But if it's approved, then we assign someone someone to conduct further analysis, right? And I'm making this up, folks. This is not scripted in any way, shape, or form, right? Analysis is complete, right? And again, I would take in English, what does your process look like today, right? And this is just a process that I'm building. This is not a Jira workflow in any way, shape, or form. This is simply an existing process of how you and your team today take a piece of work and how you move it through your process today, right? So we're defining a process, not a workflow yet. There's an art to converting a process into a Jira workflow. That's what I specialize in. That's why I charge a lot of money. By the way, if you need any help with any of this while we're here, um, let me know. I help people with their Jira problems. This is one of the biggest problems I help you with. How do you convert your process into Jira? That's what I specialize in. So call me. I just drop my link tree so I can help you out. Okay. So we'll go through this exercise together, right? But you got your analysis complete, right? Assign to um, to development team, right? Assuming the idea is good. I can't spell in public, right? And then we're done, right? And then close out idea once implemented. In the interest of time, this is as far as we're going to go, right? And so now that we have our process, right, you're going to notice that some of these things are nouns and some of these things are verbs, things we do. And so that's kind of where I start to now sit down and go, okay, let's start separating the nouns from the verbs, right? So this right here is a verb, but unfortunately, um, we don't have to treat it like that, right? We can just have a new idea. And so this is a status, right? So we'll make that. Let's change the color. Let's just status this as blue. Okay. This is an idea, a new idea. We don't need to put the verb, right? Because the verb is going to be this, right? The verb is going to be up here, the transition, right? And the oops, I do not want to do that. Go away. I wanted to edit this. The transition is user submits a new idea. Notice that that's a verb. That's something you do. And the thing, the new idea is the action, right? Or the noun, right? Lead reviews the new idea, right? And so this right here can be changed to idea review. Again, it sounds a little verby, but really it's a noun. And the verb right here is the verb goes in here. Ah, come on, Jira. Let me put a verb in here. Nope, you're not going to let me? Oops, I don't want that either. Come on. There we go. Okay. So now we can put like initiate review by PM, right? Or by manager. So that can be now my transition, right? And so now notice that I have a transition and now I have a blue verb for a status, right? See, you can see how this starts coming to life, right? Idea rejected, that can just be just rejected, right? That's a noun, I think. I'm not an English major, but that could be a noun, right? And then over here, we can now put idea is rejected, right? And that could be the verb, right? And so you can see how we can now start separating verbs from nouns and past tense verbs. Thank you, Rodney, for teaching me English. Again, not an exact science, folks. I'm not an English major, but I hope you get the idea of how you start creating your verbs versus your nouns, right? And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but the idea is the status is you don't really want the status to be an action that is taken. That's the transition. And there's so many different ways. You don't have to follow this way, but this is just the way I like to design it, right? And I think it's very visual because teams can now say idea is approved, right? And so we can have just approved, even though I'm going to create another past tense verb, right? And so we have a status of approved, right? And so as you can see here, we can keep going down this chain, right? I'm not going to bore you in the interest of time, but all of this, right? You go through this exercise and now we start playing with fire, right? We have statuses and we have verbs. And so these verbs we can now convert into our transitions. So as we move back to Jira, we can go back and just say, okay, we're going to start work, right? It's a verb. In progress is the thing we're doing. Again, don't have to always follow the noun thing, but it makes it easier, right? From in progress, we can go to accepted, right? Work needs to be reviewed. And if you accept it, we can go that way. If you don't, right, we can kind of reuse this one here. I don't know if I would want to do that, but you can reuse. Oops, not that one. Work needs management approval. Maybe I messed this one up. This one goes this way, right? So now we can say, okay, now we can edit. We can edit transitions, folks. Approved by management, right? And so we can start building our workflow here, and we can start getting a little bit more creative with this. And then once it's accepted, we can move it to done. Okay. So pushed to production. Right. Again, this is obviously going to be a little bit more in line with what you and your process is. But as you can see here, we have our statuses and we now have our, I'm trying to get a better picture of this. And we have our statuses and our transitions. And this, my friends, is how we start building these workflows in Jira. I'm going to temporarily delete my blocked just because I don't have a story for that. Now, a couple of things you need to know here, folks, right? Again, as Rodney says here, this is more of an art than a science, right? This is just my opinion on how I approach it. Everybody has a different view, but at the end of the day, you got to make it make sense. So however you get there, however you get to make it make sense, that's cool. Now, Rodney obviously prefers to name the transitions after the destination status, as it's clear in the UI where each transition will land you, right? And so again, there's no right or wrong way, but it just needs to make sense for you and your team, right? This is the most important part. And this is why, again, consultants like Rodney and myself, we sit with you and we help you kind of think about it and go through the challenges and go through the emotions and go through the activities of figuring out what should this workflow look like. Because at the end of the day, it's got to be clear as day. It's got to be clear as day, because if there's any ounce of doubt or any ounce of complexity that your team can't handle, it messes the whole thing up, and your team's not. They're gonna find a way to circumvent the process and circumvent the workflow. So you got to do it in such a way that it makes sense. Okay, but in the last 10 minutes that we have here, I wanted to talk about. We've introduced a problem here. And so, can anybody guess in the chat what's the problem with my workflow here? We have a workflow. We start with create. We go to do. From to do, we go to in progress. From in progress, we wait for an approval. We get an accepted, and then we get done. What do you think is wrong with this workflow? What are your guesses here in the chat? What could be a potentially problem here? Now, Ronnie says that it's slightly spaghettied, and what spaghetti means is that you have, every which way. I could obviously make my lines a little bit cleaner and make it a little bit more pretty, right? But let's talk about let's avoid the prettiness, right? Let's assume that pretty is not the problem here, right? So Rena says, what happens if it gets rejected? So great, right? So great observation there. So we have two ways to handle that, right? We can either transition straight in and say rejected, right? This is an option. We can go straight from awaiting approval to done because we rejected it. Or if you wanted to, this is the option, right? This is where, again, Ronnie and I were like beauties in the eye of the beholder. Workflow is more of an art. We could create a status called rejected and put it up here and then move this over here. So you have two different paths here. Obviously, this becomes redundant, rejected, but that's a different conversation for a different day, right? So that's taken care of. So yeah, Charang. So everybody kind of got hung up on the what happens if the approval is not provided. But Anka here, Anka and Susan, they both hit the point that I wanted to do. Something that a lot of people, when you're creating a new workflow for the first time, you always know your happy path. You always know the path forward. But in Jira, when you elect, when you choose to not have this allow all transitions to transition, when you get rid of them, you then have to explicitly add transitions for everything. And this, my friends, is when spaghetti workflows start to spawn, right? Because now if we're in progress and we don't want to go to in progress, well, we need to go back, right? And so we can go back to do, right? If the awaiting approval is rejected or approved, but maybe they want more information. So now we can go like needs more information, right? Again, hopefully your spelling is better than mine, right? If it was accepted, well, maybe they change their mind and goes, well, needs to be reviewed, right? And so now you can start to see that the workflow went from spaghetti to real spaghetti, right? Like things start to get real messy real quick. And folks, this is where this workflow, while it's more dummy proof, right? Your team is only going to be able to make the transitions that you can do, right? Right? You can only go in the path, right? Like if you're in to do, I'm going to turn this off. If you're in to do, you can only go to start work. You cannot go to rejected. You cannot go to done. You cannot go to accepted. You can only, if you're in the status of to do, you can only go to the status that has a transition from to do out, right? And so from a team perspective, from an end user perspective, this is good. This is really good because your team won't be able to go straight to done. They won't be able to bypass, right? This is now bad though, because then your workflow looks like this, right? And so making a little change, right? These wires right here, look at this. This is too close for comfort, right? It gets even worse when you do this. This is my pet peeve, Rodney. When you look at it like that, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then trying to click on the right one, right? Trying to click on the one you actually want to click on, which is the one to go back. Like it becomes a nightmare. Like how in the world, like this just becomes so annoying that I can't click on that other status. I have to move it and now I can get to it, right? And so you want to be very careful with like, yeah, maybe you can make it cleaner, but then making any modifications later just becomes a lot harder. So you want to be very, very careful, very, very mindful here, right? You could make this look a little bit cleaner by stacking things like this, right? But now you're making your workflow harder to modify later because clicking on the right transition becomes a bit of a hero's journey here, because clicking on the transition that sends you back to do becomes very tricky to do. And if anybody has any tips on how to get this on their first try, I'm more than welcome. I'm all ears. right? But ultimately, I want to get on this to do, right? Ah, that's why we have the text view. Rodney, Joker, he is, right? But yeah, so we can make our workflow look a little cleaner, but we sacrifice some other stuff as well. So that's kind of what I want you to take away here. And so just to kind of recap, right? So you just take the last couple of minutes here, go through this exercise, go through some exercise like this where you figure out in English, right? Don't even worry about what it's going to translate to Jira yet. That activity comes later, right? But in English, write out this stuff, right? And also put like little notes, right? You can put a little note here that says only admins can transition out, right? You can put rules like that. Also, you could put like a little line here that says over here, right? And when you're transitioning this way to assigning something to someone, you can put like a little note here that says pop up assignee field, right? And so what's cool is in your workflows for any of these transitions, you have the again these post functions, validators, and conditions. But another one that you have is you have the ability to add a screen. And so it's possible for you as you're transitioning to create a like a I'm just going to call it demo screen here. But when you do that, you can put fields onto a screen. And so when you're transitioning, and only when you do that transition, yours going to go, hey, hold up, fill this out, right? Fill that out there. Aaron says, not enough money to force me to use text-based workflow edit. Yeah, I'm not a fan. This to me, I'd rather stop using Jira than to figure out how to use this. This is my least favorite way of using Jira as an admin. So I don't mess with this view at all. I'm always in the diagram view, folks. I'm always in here. Okay, so that was the screens, right? And so the last thing that I want to show you, right, is just again keep in mind that there's a lot of different ways to do this, right? You there is no right or wrong way. And so I'll just show you a couple of examples that I've been using here with ChatGPT, right? So with content creation, the beautiful part about Jira is that it doesn't only need to be for software teams, and it doesn't have to be for technical processes either. Jira will work for all kinds of processes, right? And so if you're a content creation team, you can create like your idea submitted, drafts in progress, review, revisions needed, approved, published, right? This will work for content type of stuff. If you have the software one, regular software teams, yeah, you have a backlog to do in progress, your code review, some testing, and then you're done, right? You can also do like a IT help desk type of thing where you have a new ticket, you're triaging, you're moving it to in progress. Maybe you're waiting for the customer, maybe you're waiting for a supplier, maybe you're waiting for a vendor, right? Then you can resolve it, then you can close it. And so you can literally do whatever you need to do. You can do onboarding, so you can have like a new hire, IT setup, HR document signed, training, and or onboarding complete. Now, what I'll also tell you, right, as we're looking at all these workflows here, is that there's value in the KISS principle, folks. Like the more complex your workflow, the more, I don't want to say error prone, but the more resistance your team will have. And so you want to keep your workflows as simple as possible. Try to get as much as you can as many points as you can across with as little statuses as possible. Because the more statuses you add, the fuzzier things get, and the less likely that your team's going to be encouraged to use Jira. Because as my good friend once said, have you updated your Jira status today, right? A lot of people just kind of ignore Jira, right? Like it's a shame that we go through all this effort to set up the Jira project correctly, to set up the ultimate workflow. But if we make it too complex, and I think workflows is usually when you put on your end user hat, right? Assuming you're not a project manager, assuming you're not a scrum master, right? If you're just a developer writing code and you have to go to Jira and there's 25 statuses that you have to figure out, you're probably not going to want to update Jira all that often, right? And so you want to make your workflow make sense, but you also want to make it simple. You want to be as effective as you can with as little as much as you can, because if you don't do that, then your team will find ways to circumvent processes. And so Jira is an extension of your process, right? And so a lot of teams like to blame, well, Jira sucks. Well, it's not, I don't think it's Jira's fault. I think you need to sit down and really have a heart to heart. Do you really need 50 boxes to do one thing, right? you might want to optimize and streamline your process first and go through that activity first before you go to Jira. And the last thing you should do is you shouldn't just take your process as is and just pop it into Jira, right? Because again, there's inefficiencies and there's gaps and stuff like that. So definitely, definitely reach out to me if you need any help there. I'm more than happy to sit down with you and your team and kind of help you figure out what's the right workflow and what does this look like for you and your team. So what are we going to be covering today? So we're going to talk about two major things. We're going to talk about default system fields and custom fields. Now they're both very related and there's a lot of overlap in between. So I'm just going to try to explain the fundamentals to you. But really what I want you to take home from this is why? What's the point of the fields? Like, why should we use fields? And so I'll give you a demo of what a field is. You should know what a field is already, but I'll just cover that basic and then kind of try to explain to you and build a case for why fields are important. So let's jump into Jira and talk about fields a little bit. Okay. So a field is just a place where you put in information in Jira. So there's a lot of fields in Jira. There's a summary up here. There's a description here. There's assignees. There's reporters. There's a lot of different fields. Some of these ship with Jira. Some of these, like the label, team, component, fixed version, these are all built into Jira. These are all just native products or built into the native product natively. Jira just has them. They exist. They are there. You can use them. Most of them you need. Most of them, like the assignee, you're going to want. The reporter, you're going to want. This summary, you absolutely have to have. It's a non-negotiable. But some of them you don't need. So things like the story points. If you're not using story points, you don't need the story points. If you're not using Scrum, you don't need sprints. If you're not doing time estimates, if you're not doing like actual hours that you're tracking, you don't need your original estimate or your time tracking. So some of these you can get rid of. Some of them you can keep, and you can use any mix match of that combination. And when we get into custom fields, if you need information like acceptance criteria that doesn't exist in Jira, you can also create custom fields. You can create any field. And I'm going to show you what kind of custom fields you can create in this session as well. But let's talk about how this all comes together, why this is important, okay? And to do that, we're going to back it up a little bit just so I can give you the situational awareness so you're aware of what's going on. So in March, we started talking about issue types. Now, Atlassian is going through a transitionary period, so you might say work types, it might say issue types. But if you remember, we have all these different issue or work types. And if you remember from March, the reason why we have these different work types is to track different types of work. For example, a bug is different than a story. One's a feature, right? One is something awesome, something great that you're trying to create. A bug is more of a pain in your butt, right? And so naturally, you're going to want to capture different information, right? You're going to want to capture specific data for a story that you might not want to capture for a bug, and vice versa, right? Bug might have things like steps to reproduce and severity, right? A couple of different fields that are or data points that are very specific to a bug that might not be specific to a a story. Okay, and so you want to be very not careful because you don't have to be careful with this, but Jira gives you the flexibility so that if you do care, you can actually divide which fields show up on which issue type. And so I think this is. Can you please stop the ads? I don't. YouTube does that. So you can talk to YouTube and tell them to not put ads on the videos. I do believe I don't place the ads anywhere, so they kind of just pop up. So sorry about that. All right. So you have the story and you have your bugs, right? And again, they could have different fields, they can have different purposes. And so the fields is really what's important here. So that's that. Okay. Now, in April, we talked about workflows. Now, the reason I want to go to the workflows is because you do have the ability to break out your workflow. So if you have steps to complete your bug and steps to complete your stories, you could have different paths, right? And so that's what we talked about last month, where we're like, okay, so what are the steps for you to complete your bug versus what are the steps for you to complete your stories? Now, very similar to that mindset, very similar to the fact that we can either have them all grouped together or we can break them out. Jira gives us something called screens. Now, one thing that I want you to take a note of here is you're going to notice that I clicked on screens, but you might be yelling at me right now going, Alex, well, if we're talking about fields, why wouldn't you click on fields? Well, that's because to make things not easy for us, Atlassian has this thing called the field configuration, and that's not in scope. We're not talking about field configurations at all. But the only takeaway that you need right now for this class to make sense is that when we click on fields and we're inside of a field configuration, this is where we go to do one of three things. The most common one is going to be making a field required. So if you wanted to make a field required, you would do it in the field configuration. Two, paragraph, so the bigger text box fields, they are they have two different ways to receive data. They can just be plain text, right? Just a text box where you put characters in it. Or you can have like rich text where you can add bullets and make the text bold and like add URLs and stuff like that. So there's two different ways, and here you can control how they get rendered. And three, if you wanted to completely hide a field, this is not something I normally do, but if you wanted to hide a field, you also have the ability to do that in this view. Now, this is a more advanced topic. I wouldn't mess too much with your fields because as you can see here, this is the system default configuration. And that usually implies and means that all of your projects in your instance, usually all of them, so this number is 10 for me, but it might be like 200 for you. That means that when you make something required here, you're going to make it required for everybody. So I actively try to stay away from the field configuration, especially if you're not a Jira admin. This is something that's a little bit more complex. But what you do need to know as a getting started with Jira user is that at the screen level, you can control which fields show up. Now, another little disclosure is that you do need to be a Jira admin to add and remove fields. So you may need to work in closer partnership with your Jira administrator if you don't have the privilege. But the purpose of this course is to kind of help you understand the plumbing and the architecture of how Jira does this so that when you go and ask your Jira administrator, you're more knowledgeable on how fundamentally all this works. Okay. So here we go. So here we are inside of a project. I am under the issues and I'm under screens. Okay. And when I'm inside of screens, this is where I'm going to directly control which fields show up. Now, for this to make sense, you also now need to be aware of three very complicated things that don't make Jira fun at all. But once you figure it out, once it clicks in your head, then Jira makes a whole lot of sense. Okay. And so we have something called the issue type screen scheme. And this is a collector. This is the highest level here. And we relate a issue type screen scheme, right? Notice that I'm saying issue type screen scheme. This gets connected to the project. And so here's my project platform development. You can see the project name here. And inside of there, the next layer down is the issue type screen scheme. Now, the issue type screen scheme is important because for each issue type, we can break it up. So Jira by default breaks up the stories, the epics, the initiatives, the tasks, the subtasks. That's all one. And then the bug, because Jira ships with different fields on the bug natively, and it's broken up into its own thing. But if I wanted to take out the epic, or if I want to take out the task and give it its own set of fields, I would do this at the issue type screen scheme level. And this is where you can explicitly call out which screen schemes go to which issue type. Okay. So it's a little bit more complex. This is really more for Jira administrators. I wouldn't worry too much about it from an end user perspective. What you need to know is that you ultimately have to ask yourself the question: when I add a field in Jira, do I want it added to the story only, or the epic only, or the task only, or do I not care? Right? Do I just want a field like acceptance criteria, and do I want it to show up everywhere? Because depending on how you answer that question, you and your Jira admin might have a lot of extra work to do. Okay, because natively, as you can see here, when you add a field in Jira, specifically when I add a field in Jira to a story, it's not just going to add it to the story. Because these share the same scheme, I'm going to add that field to a story, to an epic, to an initiative, to the rest of the task, and to the subtask. Now, if you don't want that to be the case, then you do need to work with your Jira admin so that your Jira administrator can break these out, right? And again, it is possible, not the details of this particular course, but I want you to be aware of them because I think it's important to have an understanding of fundamentally how these things work so that when you are conversing with your admins, things make a little bit more sense. Okay. Now, so we have the issue type screen scheme, and then we have the screen schemes. So the screen schemes are smaller buckets, right? So we went big, issue type screen scheme, but then for each issue type, we have a screen scheme itself. And these schemes here are a collector of three major operations. We can create, we can edit, and we can view. And so for each of these operations, you have the ability to alter a screen. And so the screen is the lowest fundamental, the lowest item in this whole discussion of fields and screens and issue type screen schemes. And so ultimately, a field is placed on a screen. That screen is placed in a screen scheme, and that screen scheme is placed in an issue type screen scheme. So I'm going to say that one more time. A field like summary, description, acceptance criteria, steps to reproduce, those are placed onto a screen. Once you put them on a screen, that screen needs to go into a screen scheme. Okay, so we see the screen here. We have the screen scheme up here. That screen scheme is then associated with an issue type screen scheme. And so that's the triple step here. Once you figure that out, all of life will make sense to you. And you're going to be like Neo in the Matrix, according to Mike Cannon Brooks, right? That's what you need to know at a high level. Okay, again, plumbing, more situational awareness, not necessarily important to the discussion today, but I wanted you to understand how that hierarchy works, because at the end of the day, you do need to add fields in Jira. Okay, that's really what you care about. For your stories, for your bugs, I want to add fields to Jira. And so you need to understand the fundamentals though, because it's not as easy as you saying, um, I just want a field to exist. There's a lot of nuances that make Jira interesting to get it to show up correctly. And again, this is not a Jira admin course, but I just wanted you to be aware of because it does have some impact. Now, Sean here wants me to say all this again, but using work items. So this is very true. So Atlassian recently, and let me see if maybe my personal one, Atlassian has rolled out these changes. It might have. So if you're on the new Jira, if you're on the newer Jira, then you're going to see that when we try to have the same conversation, when we try to do the same things, instead of issues, it says work items. And so when I expand my work items, we're still going to have screens and fields. And so if I go to screens, you're going to notice that the text is starting to change somewhere, not everywhere. And so as you can see here, Sean, we still have things called the issue type screen scheme. Down here, we still have screen schemes. And here we still just have screens. Here it still says issue type. So Atlassian is still going through a transition. But what's very interesting, little sidebar, is if I click on the gear, this is usually a Jira admin thing, and I go to work items. Over here on the left-hand side, these items that we were just talking about, they have been renamed over here. So notice that this is the work type screen scheme. And so under the hood, all the way in the admin view, it's been changed and it's been updated. But in Jira, in the project settings themselves, Atlassian hasn't caught up yet. So that's not confusing at all, right? Okay, Herb says Atlassian requires interpretation and translation. That's what Alex is for. Never thought I'd hear issue type screen scheme so many. Yeah, it gets complex. It gets complex so many times. Yes. The more you say it, though, the more clear it becomes. So keep that in mind. Okay. So here we are inside of a screen. Again, this is the lowest level. This is where you want to be because when we're talking about how do we add a field to Jira, it happens at the screen level. I just wanted you to understand how these things are related because again, there's nuances that you should be at least appreciative that they exist. You don't necessarily need to know how they work because that's what the Jira administrator is for. Okay. But here we are on a screen, and this is what's going to control a couple of things. Okay. Now you'll notice that I actually have three operations at the scheme level. So I can control what fields are visible when I hit the create button. So this big blue button up here. I can control which fields are editable. And I can control which fields are then viewable by the end user. So it is possible for me to change and have different screens. By default, it's the same screen, but it is possible, in negotiations you would want to have with your Jira admin, because a typical use case would be, well, I want the user to put a due date at the beginning. I want the user to see the due date, but I don't want them to I don't want them to edit the due date. Now, unfortunately, while this is something we can definitely do, it comes with some nuances as well. Okay. But let's work through that example. Let's work through an example where we want our user to be able to basically populate a due date, but once that due date is set, we don't want anybody to be able to change it. So what would that look like? Well, you would be tempted. I'm going to show you the wrong way to do it, right? So you would be tempted to go into your screen, and the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure your due date is there. Okay. So when you're inside the screen for create, right? Remember, the create screen controls which fields show up when we hit the create button. And so if we wanted to make sure that we had a due date, right, we would go through this list and look for the field due date. In this particular case, it's not there. So we type in due date. Now, fingers crossed, because let's see, Rodney over here said, how many different due dates is enough for a single Jira instance, right? A lot of people will create a lot of custom fields, and we'll get into it later. Due date, start date, those are two fields I wouldn't mess with. Do not create custom due dates. Do not create custom start dates. Jira has a due date already. It's indicated by the big D and the little d, right? Now, if you are going to make the mistake and make your own custom due dates, don't name them the same, because then you're just hurting yourself a lot. And so don't do that at all, right? It's not very fun for anyone. So try to, whenever possible, the general rule of thumb, whenever possible, reuse an existing field in Jira. Okay, that should be your general rule of thumb. That should be your best guidance. Try to reuse existing fields, especially default fields. For example, a great example of this is, somebody might say, well, I want a requested due date. And so you might go in there and create a field called requested due date as a custom field. But why? Why do you need to create a requested due date when a due date is still a due date, right? And so these are the balances and the conversations you need to have with your Jira admins, with your stakeholders, and figure out, do I really need to add more junk to my Jira by creating a custom field that basically does the same thing as just a due date, right? But it's, again, words. It's all about team culture. It's about how capable, competent your team is. Can they interpret, right? Can they put in their mind, request it in front of due date, and not cause you to create a new custom field, right? So these are conversations you got to have with your team here, but very, very important that you have. Okay. Now, I've added a due date. Awesome. How do you test this? Because interestingly enough, there is no save button here. So one of the things that you need to be aware of is, whenever you're adding a field to a screen, there is no save button. So just the fact that I added it, it works now. Okay. Now, you as the end user, you can come over here to the create button, and you can scroll down, and you can see that your due date is there. Awesome. Perfect. Our due date is there. But what happens if you don't want your due date to be at the bottom? Again, you can't do this, right? You need to talk to your Jira admin. But again, it's important for you to know how these things work. And so you would have a conversation with your Jira admin, and you would simply tell them, can you move the due date up? And so in the screen, you would come on here and you would move your due date up and put it where you want it. And so now when you hit the create button, you're going to notice that my due date is up higher, right? It's now right below my Epic name. Now, while we're here, you might also not want fields to show up. So for example, Epic name is a legacy thing. It's something that Atlassian got rid of like a year and a half ago. I don't know why they still show up, but if you don't want the Epic name, you just simply click on remove, and you can delete and remove fields as well. So now when you hit the create button, you're going to notice that my Epic name is gone, and now my due date is there. And so this is how you essentially add and remove fields to your forms, to your screens that allow you to create issues. And so there's a couple of different takeaways here that I want to recap, but let's go in and answer some of these questions. So Ronnie says, it's more fun to make a field required but not added to the create screen. Pure chaos. So yes. So if you want to get fired, if you work for me and you wanted to get fired, this is something you should do, right? So if you want an easy out, if you don't like working with me, go make a field required and don't add it to the create screen and see what happens. Sean says the consistency of what has a save button and what doesn't is one of Jira's charms. Yeah, so there's save buttons, there's publish buttons. there's edit buttons, there's all kinds of buttons in Jira, and there is no consistency across. And so sometimes you got to save, sometimes you got to publish, sometimes you got to save and publish. And so which one you got to do, it really depends on what you're trying to do. So eventually you learn them all. Ronnie says you have an interesting definition of charm. Yes. Well, not me, but Sean does. And then Sean says that all definitions are interesting. Okay. Trish says a real question. If I make changes here, will it affect everyone? Our AT teams needs a lot of fields and I want to simplify. Yes. So that's a great question. So when you're at your screen level, right, you're going to see that at the very top, Jira will tell you who's going to be impacted by this. So this is not a global change typically. Usually when you create a brand new Jira project, a new set of issue type screen schemes and screens are created for that project. And you can tell because when I go back and look at my screens, well, let's just look at my issue type screen schemes and work our way down, right? You see these letter you see these letters and a colon. These are the keys of the individual project so that you can see that most projects, when you create a new project, they will have their own unique issue type screen scheme. Same thing with the screen schemes, right? You can see that the trend, right, the nomenclature of having your key colon, your and then the thing, this is very common. So most of the time, at least if you don't mess them around too much with your data, most of the time, it should be one issue type screen scheme per project, which then implies one screen scheme per project and one screen per project. Okay. So normally, Trish, you're okay. Normally, you're safe. But because anything goes in Jira, I would confirm because the moment that you have multiple projects in this section, then you're going to impact or you have the potential to impact more folks. So whenever you're looking at your screens, open up your screen and always double check this number up here because this number will ultimately tell you if I remove something here, who got impacted. And so you can simply click on it and it's going to give you a list. And so that's the easiest way to just make sure you don't get to too much trouble because you're able to confirm with your eyes who's being impacted. Okay. Now, so the higher that number is, the more impact, and the lower, the less impact. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so let's go back to that project that we were working off of, and I'm going to go back to my screens. Now, one little pro tip, this is more for Jira admins, but one little pro tip, you got to remember the name of your screens. I never do. There's just too many. So I always go into the project, and then I go to my screens, and then I get to it from there. Just again, a little pro tip, just because if you try to memorize all this stuff, like you're gonna go crazy. All right. So let's recap where we're at, right? So what we've done so far is we've added a due date to our 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 issues, right? So when I hit the create button, we have a due date. Awesome. And so now when I fill this thing out, I can actually put a due date. So we'll make a due date for Friday. This is an epic one. And I'll hit create. Okay. Now that issue is created. So when I open it, here I am opening it, right? On the right-hand side somewhere, there will be a due date right here. As you can see, it's right there. But remember, our requirement was we want to make it non-editable because right now I can click into it and I can change the due date. But that doesn't help me, right? Because now we basically have jeopardized data integrity, right? Like now anybody can submit a due date, and then when they get closer to the due date, they're going to go, haha, I'm just going to change the due date and give myself more time. But that's usually a bad thing, right? I've seen this happen one too many times. And so what a lot of teams usually want is like, okay, so we have a due date, let's freeze it. Well, freezing due dates or freezing fields in Jira is not something that exists. So at least not natively and not easily. There are some workarounds. I'm going to give you a crappy one. This is the way I typically do it when I want to be lazy. There's a more involved process that requires you to do a couple more steps, but I'm just going to show you the lazy way. Okay. Now, before we get there, I'm seeing more questions here. So let's make sure I get them. So yes, let's share with 3 others. Okay. So Sean says, more often than not, these things are shared between projects. Always check to see what other projects are using your configs. Herb says, so with team as a field, as it has often led to confusion. We have groups creating a team, but between projects, team can mean an undefined group and one project versus another. Is there any plausible? I don't fully understand the question. Oh, is there any plausible way to add a descriptor to a field? Ah, okay. Yes. So let's talk about that then for 1 second, Herb, and let me give you some insights there. So the team field is a default field in Jira. It is a system field that ships with Jira. And to modify which options show up here, you actually go to the top up here and you can either create a team or search for existing teams. Now, I actively avoid teams at all costs because anybody, and trust me, folks, I have confirmed this. I have actually tested this actually just last night. Anybody with any privilege or no privilege can actually go and delete a team. And so it would suck for you to build filters and dashboards and get really into the weeds with your team field, especially capacity planning in your plans, which is very valuable, but then have anybody be able to delete it. So I'm actually hoping I can get a hold of Atlassian and talk to Atlassian because I don't think that it's correct that any user, regardless of their permission, should be able to delete a team. I think this should be a reserved. Now, I have tested this yesterday, and any user, regardless of their administrative privileges, can delete a team, which I think is too catastrophic and should not be allowed. And so, Atlassian, if you're watching this, please let's fix that. But Dave Meyer, I'm looking for you. I'm gonna chat. Okay. So that's our problem. Team managed by other projects have accidentally deleted teams. Yes. So that's the problem, right? This is why I don't usually recommend using the team field. So the only time that you actually have to use the team field is if you want to do the capacity planning inside of your plans. Otherwise, if you're not going to do capacity planning inside your plans, what I recommend is that you create a custom field. And so let's wrap up the conversation on due date, Herb, and we're going to come back. And I think this is a great custom field candidate that we should explore together. So remind me in like 10 minutes to come back to creating a custom field. Now, Ronnie says you can lock a field in a status using workflow properties. So yes, so this is very possible, Ronnie. And this is where I was talking about. There's other ways to lock your fields, but they're a little bit more involved. And when I'm being lazy, I just simply lock it for everyone. Now, there is a way for you to lock it to a specific group and under a specific status. But again, the nuances outweigh the benefits, in my opinion. So I usually just tell people you can't lock fields just to make my life easier as a Jira admin. But where there's a will, there's a way. And then Christopher says, how to isolate a field to one project when it's attached to so many. So that, my friend, is why the screens exist, right? So the cool thing is, and again, we'll table that conversation for a few minutes, right? Let me just wrap up this due date debacle, right? But when you create a field in Jira, it exists in a general pool. Remember that field configuration I told you we never talk about? It goes in there, right? And so every custom field and system field for that matter that is available in Jira is like in a pool, right? There's like a big giant bucket with all your fields in there. And that's it. They don't actually show up anywhere until you go to the screen and you pull it into your screen. And so, Christopher, you don't necessarily have to worry about isolating or not, because if somebody is silly enough to go and pull it into the screen, then they want it there. It doesn't automatically get pushed. The default fields like your label, your time tracking, your sprint, your story points, your parent, your summary, your description, those are automatically pushed because they ship with Jira that way. But anything that you make custom, it's only visible when you pull it into your screen. And if you don't do that, it just the field exists in your Jira, but nobody will use it until somebody pulls it into the screen. And so I would say if you're talking about a custom field, not a problem. Only works if you pull it into your screen. But if you're talking about like the description, then unfortunately Jira pushes description field to everybody. And so everybody has them. So you would have to go and remove them screen by screen if you didn't want that. But it would be kind of weird to use Jira without a description field. So I would keep the fields that Jira gives you. Otherwise, you will jeopardize your experience with Jira just a little bit. Okay. So hopefully that answers that question. All right, so let's kind of wrap up this conversation because I see there's a lot of interest in our custom fields discussion, which we're going to talk about next. But let's talk about how do we actually why do we have these three different operations with these three different screens? And so in Jira, what would normally happen under the hood, right? So your Jira admin would actually be doing this, and I actually went the wrong way. But what your Jira admin would typically do is they would go into the project settings, they'll go to your screens. Again, this is something your Jira admin needs to do because as a regular user, you don't have the privilege to do this. And what you would typically do is you would look at your screen. You don't go into it. because now you want to go to the gear, you want to go to issues, and you want to go to screens, and you want to look for your screen. Okay. And once you're in your screen, you're going to make a copy of it. This is very critical. You want to make a copy, and then you want to name it whatever you want. But usually, what I put in here is I put like no due date edit. Right? You can call it whatever you want. Just give yourself some context, some information that actually helps you figure it out. Because now when I look at my plat, you're going to see my no due date edit. And so when I go in here, you're going to notice that my due date field is there. So I can actually remove it, and that's it, right? Now, if I hit the create button, you'll notice that my due date still exists, because what we haven't done is we have not associated the screen to the screen scheme, which is associated to the issue type screen scheme. So we got to go through that hoop, right? Now, I am foolishly and kind of playfully going through it quickly because this is a Jira admin thing, and I don't want to overburden you all with this. But I think it's important, again, for you to understand how we add and remove fields, because as a general user, it's so easy for me to sit in an ivory tower and say, I want a due date field that's not editable by the user. It's easy to say and make demands. Doing it in Jira is a whole different beast. And so I'm kind of selfishly giving you this insight so that you have a little bit more empathy when you're working with your Jira admin. So you understand that it's not as simple as like snap your fingers and magical things happen in Jira. There's some hoops that your Jira admin needs to go through. And as you can see, these hoops are fairly complex. And so if you don't have a good Jira admin, they might not do this correctly. So that's where you're going to want to get a hold of someone like me to help you out. And so make sure you check out that link tree in the chat there. Okay. So once we have our screen that was made, and that screen has that field removed, I now need to associate it to my screen scheme. And so I'm going to edit my screen scheme here. And you do need to be a Jira admin. But now I can associate an operation, and I'm going to do the edit one with that plat no edit one. And so when I do that and I click on add, right? And that's pretty much all I need to do. There's no save button again, right? So now when I go to my create, I can see my due date. Awesome. I can put a due date. Even more awesome, right? But now, let's discard this. When I go into my project and I go into that one issue that we were looking at, let's go to the list, right? If I open up this epic and I go to my due date, I cannot edit it anymore. I can highlight the text. I can still see it because I left it in the create and I left it in the view, but the edit has been changed. It's been altered, and I can prove it to you. I can show you over here under the screens that my screens now look different. Instead of having the same 3 everywhere, I now have a different screen for editing. And so this, my friends, is how again, you got to negotiate. And it's very important for you to, I know it's too technical, and I know it's like probably going over the top of your head. So rewatch this video over and over and over until it clicks. But it's important for you to understand these fundamentals, because like I was saying just moments ago, right? And I'm not trying to do a whole soapbox here, but it's very easy for us when we're new to Jira to just make demands of what we want. But actually carrying them through, there's certain ways and there's certain techniques to do it. And so this is kind of why I'm trying to give you a little bit of a background, right? And on how this works. Now, the other use case is that, well, let's just say that we wanted a field only on a bug. Well, fortunately for us, Jira automatically ships with the bugs having their own screen schemes. So what is possible, right, is for my bug to have different fields. And I can prove that to you as well, because when I hit the create button here, remember that due date that we just added? Notice that I'm in the epic. But when I switch to the bug, which is not something, right? Remember, it's independent, it's on its side. Notice that there is no due date, right? There is no due date because the screens for the bug, which is separate from the other ones that we were just working with, there is no due date in here. So unless I add a due date to this one as well, you're not going to see it. So folks, this is kind of where you got to pick and choose. When you're thinking about fields, a very, very important question is, which issue type or work type should this field be in? You want to have that information because you need to convey that information to your Jira administrator. Because if you just want a field to show up everywhere, that's a very easy thing to do. But if you want to get nuanced and just, very detailed on where you want it, then things get a little bit more involved and a little bit more complex. But again, just how Jira works. And your Jira, if you have a good Jira admin, this shouldn't be a problem. But just be aware that this is how that works. Okay. So any questions on on just how we add fields and how fields work. Because what we're going to do is we're going to now go and talk about custom fields. And I'm going to basically spend the last 20 minutes here talking about custom fields and technically default fields. Because Atlassian does a funny thing. Some fields that are out of the box fields are treated as a custom field in Jira's perspective, and some of them are not. And I'll kind of show you what they look like right now. But again, if you have any questions, let me know. All right, so Christopher and Herb, now we're going to go into trying to hopefully answer your questions. All right. So Jira has the ability to work off of something called a custom field. And a custom field is basically any field that is not automatically already in Jira. Now, as I mentioned just a few seconds ago, some default fields, some system fields, right, the fields that ship with Jira, some of them are considered a custom field. For example, story points. If I look for story points is a custom field. It's a default field that ships with Jira. It's everywhere in Jira from day one, but Atlassian classifies it as a custom field. Interestingly enough, the summary, which is a very, very important field in Jira, is not a custom field and is not shown here. And this is more of a regular system field. Okay. So what I would encourage you is to never, ever, ever create a title field. If you create a title field because you don't know that the summary equals a title, you're going to hurt yourself quite a bit because Jira 100% of the time always requires the summary field to be created or to be populated. And so if you were to swap the summary for a title field, you're going to handicap and you're going to have a degraded experience with Jira. So don't ever do that. Okay. So besides the auto log, where can we see the changes to fields, etc.? Well, really, it's the audit log. Because in this view here, you don't see a lot of changes. Like if I were to add a new context or anything like that, you have to go to the audit log to see who did those changes. Jira won't tell you anywhere else who did what. And so my recommendation to you would be, Christopher, it sounds like you have too many cooks in the kitchen, and I would strongly recommend that you remove some of your Jira admins so that they don't break your Jira as much. Okay, so how do we add a custom field? Well, again, this is more of a Jira administrative thing, but what I want you to know as the end user is what kind of custom fields can you create? Because you don't always have the privilege of seeing this particular box here. And so when you want to add a custom field, you have to ask yourself a couple of questions. The first question, which we kind of beat to death in the first 30 minutes here, is do I want this custom field to be just in the epic? Do I want this custom field to be editable? Right? Do I want this custom field to just be a story thing? Right? Do I want it to be in the story and the epic, but not the bug? So you have to have those conversations in your mind internally, and then you have to document it so that your Jira admin can ultimately create it for you. So that's question number one. But question number two, when it comes to fields, is well, what kind of field do I want? Do I want a checkbox? Do I want a dropdown? Do I want a radio button? Do I want a date field? Do I want a user picker? Do I want a label picker? Right? What kind of field do you want? That's very, very important because it's not enough for you to tell your Jira admin, hey, Jira admin, I need a acceptance criteria field. You're like, cool. Should that be a text box? Should that be a short text? Should that be a dropdown? Like, what do you want? Right? It's not enough to just say, I want a field. You need to tell your Jira administrator, what kind of field do you want? And so here are the options. You can do a checkbox, right? And so the checkbox, just like it says right here, it's going to allow you to select multiple values. So you can pick one or more values. You can select a date picker. Now there's two date pickers here. There's a date picker and a date time picker. If you have to pick, always, always, always go with date picker. The time picker is a lot more picky in Jira, and you have to put it on time. And so unless you actually have to track time as well, usually date is enough. And so I would go with that one. You have a label, which I wouldn't recommend, but you can essentially pick a field that acts and behaves like a label. You can do a number field. I like these. These are not always commonly known, but you can put a field that can let you put only numbers. And so if you wanted to, for whatever reason, you had a use case where you want to track your numbers and you want to track specifically like you want to do arithmetic, right? So with this number field, you can multiply two number fields together. You can add, you can divide, you can take absolute value. There's a couple of mathematical functions you can do here. And so if you wanted to do something from a number perspective, keep that in mind. Now, also keep in mind you cannot put commas. So if you wanted to do like a number field because you want to track your budget, you could do that. But just know that if you put like 10,000, it'll be 10,10000, right? It won't have commas in there. So keep that in mind. But you can't put decimals. Ronnie says if it's a battle of Jira skills, I could probably take Alex. Maybe in the data center, says Sean. Yeah, I don't spend a whole lot of time in data center, so um, I can probably take you on, Ronnie. Let's do that one day. The other leaves jobless. This guy. Okay. We also have the paragraph field, and so paragraphs are remember I was talking way at the beginning. Um, I was talking about how you can do your rendering, right? So the paragraph is just going to be a text box, so you can put text in it, but it supports, as you can see, it supports rich text, which means if you change the render in that field configuration that I told you, don't go touch, don't go play with that, then you could throw in like URLs, you can make bullets, you can add numbered lists, you can do a lot of cool things there. We have radio buttons, which is one or the other, right? You can't select multiple radio buttons. You just pick one. You have a select list that's cascading. This one's kind of cool. It's limited to just two levels, right? One and two. But the way this one works is if you make from so you put set of options like 1, 2, 3, and then if you picked one, then you will see ABC. Again, only two levels, but it's kind of cool. It's one of my favorite fields that you can call out 5 options, and based on which of those 5 options you selected, you can then pick another 5 options. And so that one's one of the more cooler fields in Jira. All right, single select list and multiple choice, as the names imply. You can either pick one or you can pick multiple options. Short text is the more common one. This is just a little text box. Think of it as a tweet, right? So if you can put it in a tweet, you can probably put it in a text box. URL is a field where you can put literally URLs. And the importance of this one over a text field is that the URL becomes clickable. You can actually go to that website. And then we have the user picker. So example, what if you wanted to call out like a dedicated QA resource in your stories? Well, you can pick a user picker so that you can actually use or call out the user. Now, huge caveat with the user picker. They have to be a licensed user for them to work, for it to work. Otherwise, it won't work, right? So you just can't randomly put a vice president's name in here. If your VP is not in Jira, they're not a licensed user, but you still want to call out the VP, I would recommend you do something like the short text box or do a drop down, right? So maybe you have like the approver, your VP approver for something where you can just put all your VPs in that list and then somebody selects it. Because the problem with the short text box is that you got to type. And so if you typo the name, then you're going to get different results. Okay, so those are all the different ones. Now there is some advanced ones. I'm gonna leave those off for now, but there are many different ones that you can use. But the ones that are standard, those are the ones that I use like 99.999% of the time. And so the only advanced one that I usually pick that I actually have to go out here is if you want a multiple user picker. So for example, if you had a lot of stakeholders that you wanted to call out, and as long as they all have a license, I would use this multiple user picker. But other than that, I don't typically mess with these all that much. And so those are custom fields, and that's how we add custom fields. Now, once a custom field exists, right? So if I were to let's add a new custom field, right? Let's do steps to reproduce. Steps to reproduce, right? So first, I check to make sure that the custom field doesn't exist. But assuming that it's not there, I'm gonna make a text box called steps to reproduce, and I'll hit create. And now you're met with the most important decision you'll ever have to do in your life. What screen do you put it on? Well, this is where you have to have really good memory. And so we're going to put in our platform one. But steps to reproduce, that's a bug thing. We don't care about stories, right? Stories, you never have steps to reproduce a story because a story is brand new. So we're just going to want it to show up in the bug. So this is where having a lot of screens is going to come in handy. We're going to click on update there. So once you do that, we can now go to the create button. And you'll notice that when I'm in the Epic, I don't see any steps to reproduce. But the moment I switch over to the bug, I now have steps to reproduce as a box. And so this is why we want it. Rodney says, why a paragraph and not multi-line text? Because I like paragraphs. Where the heck is the multi-line text at? I think Ronnie's just trolling me. You want the paragraph, which is a multi-line text field. I think Ronnie's just trying to make me stumble as I'm doing a live stream and have the pressure of a live stream and have to be correct. All right. Sean has a good point here. Jira does let you create custom fields with the same name. This is a problem, folks. This is something you want to be very, very careful, because while you can do this, I would not recommend it at all. And so that's why I always, before I create a new custom field, I always check to see if a custom field already exists. Because if it does exist already, then I'm going to use that one. There's a couple of cases where I wouldn't. Specifically, you can have multiple custom. So it is possible for you to have two different fields that are same name but different types. One's a drop down, one's a text field. So it is possible to do that. I would avoid those situations at all costs, but you can you should be aware of that. Okay. Let's see. So that's how we add fields. So folks, I think that's kind of it. Like, I don't know that I have anything else or special that I want to talk to you all about here. Just know that you can create as many custom fields as you want. Ronnie and I, one day, I think we're gonna sit down and create like a million custom fields and see how many a Jira instance can actually hold. But you want to be aware of this, right? And so this is this is something that you can request, right? Again, you might not always have the privilege. I will tell you, just because I have a couple of minutes here, if you are working in a team managed project, which here we do not, in this team, in this organization, we don't touch team managed projects. We avoid them at all costs. But if you were to go to a team managed project, all you need to do is go to the issue type, find the issue type that you like, and on that right hand side, you're going to have the options, right? So if you were to go to your defect here and you wanted those steps to reproduce, you simply grab your paragraph, drop it in here, drop it up here, give it a name, okay? And then hit save. And that's it. Now, it took you seconds instead of 50 minutes that it took us to figure it out the other way. But the reason why this sucks, the reason why this is a bad answer, is that if I have 10 projects that need to have the same steps to reproduce, I need to go and create it 10 different places. In company managed projects, that's not the case. Now, Atlassian is getting better. In team managed projects, the steps to reproduce here in this case, because I already have a custom field, I can actually repurpose or reuse those custom fields. And so this is a nice, very nice and welcome change that Atlassian is doing. So this one right here was actually, I shouldn't have had to do this because this one already exists down here. So Atlassian is making changes. They're trying to make team managed projects better, but for now they still suck. I would still avoid them like the plague and not use them in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so those are fields. That's how we add fields. And again, the two takeaways you got to know is, if I want a field in Jira, where where should it go? Should it be on the epic? Should it be on a bug? Should it be on a task? You get to decide. Just know that your answer is going to have consequences for your poor Jira administrator. So I wanted you to kind of understand that fundamental, so you can have a little bit more empathy for your Jira admin. If you're the Jira admin and you're making the request, well, now you have an appreciation for how technically this works. And yeah, call me if you need help. Two, it's not enough to just say, I want a new field in an epic. You need to know what kind of field, what type it's going to be. Okay. And so those are the two main takeaways you should be getting out of this. What are we going to be learning today? How to use the create button, how to create work in the backlog, on the board, timeline, and then we are going to wrap things up with forms. So with that said, let's jump into Jira and get started. Again, if you have any questions at any point, feel free to use that chat. We got Tina. Hello, Tina. Susan, another regular. Oh boy, my internet is really slow today. Susan from New Mexico. We got Brandon from the UK. Carrie from Ohio or Pennsylvania or West Virginia. And we got Andrea from Boise. So quite a few people from all over the world. We got Argentina with Annie Rosenberger. And Tushar is from India. And we got Rahit from Connecticut. So welcome, everybody. Again, I'm having some slight internet problems today, so we're going to be rolling a little slower than usual. And so hopefully we can deal with this. Rodney from the Jira Life Boyd. And then we got release team from Massachusetts. What in the world is release team doing all the way in Massachusetts? That's a long way from where the release team is usually at. Okay, here my internet is cooperating, kind of barely hanging on, and so we are going to jump into our Jira project here, and hopefully this thing cooperates. Let's go into our projects and not go into our projects. We may have to figure out a plan B here, but let's see if Jira can cooperate with us. If not, then we'll go off script and I'm just going to tell you what to do. And okay, so before we go into the project, let's just start with the big blue create button. So how do we, the concept of today is how do we get work into Jira? Because ultimately, Jira is a great tool, but we have to put things in it. And that thing that we can put in there is work. And Atlassian has recently been rebranding itself. It used to be that we used to track bugs and we used to track issues, to track problems. But lately, Atlassian has updated itself to include all kinds of work. So it's not just one type of work. It's not just software. It's not just, you know, the daily software related items. Jira can now handle everything. And in fact, Jira has always been able to handle everything. But now Atlassian is like really rebranding itself to let the world know that it can handle anything. And so it doesn't matter what you throw at it, Jira is most likely going to be able to handle it and you can capture any kind of work. And so up on the top right corner of Jira, there's a big blue button. It used to be in the middle, but Atlassian recently changed and updated their UI so that now it's on the top. And this button here, the create button, is our gateway into Jira. And I'm trying to make it work. It's not opening up for me. And so hopefully eventually it loads up. But what you do with this create button is essentially that's where and how you put things into Jira. Okay. And so the first thing that you do is you have to fill out any required field. And as you can see here, they're slowly loading in. But we start off with the project. Putting your work into the correct project is the most important thing you have to do here. You have to make sure you select the correct project because while you may accidentally put it in the wrong project, moving items from one project to another could be very, very tricky, especially if you don't have the right permissions. And so you want to make sure that when you're creating any type of work, that the first thing that you make sure is that you're putting that work into the correct project. Otherwise, again, like I said, you may not have the permissions to move the work. Additionally, you may run into problems where you may not have the permissions to create work in a specific project. So you want to make sure that you select the correct project. And when you click on the drop down, you're going to see any and all projects that you have access to. Not necessarily have access to create, that problem comes up later. But this view here will show you every project that you have um, of access to. Okay. So again, it's the browse permission for this view. To actually hit the create button and to determine if we have the create permission, that's going to come a little bit later. And so make sure the takeaway here is that you are creating the work in the correct project because this is your first step. If you mess this step up, then the rest of it kind of doesn't work. Okay. Next up, we have our work type. And this is the different types of work. Now, this is where I was telling you that Jira used to work for these very agile, very software type of things where you have a task, you have an epic, you have a bug, you have a story. These are very agile like terms, very heavy in the software development world. But as of recently, within the last, I don't know, 2 months, but really within the last year and a half, Atlassian has been slowly rebranding itself to not just be the place for software development type of work, but for any type of work. And so this stuff is something that your Jira administrator can configure. And so whether you want to track a task, just keep it general, you can do that. Or maybe you want to track other types of work. Maybe you want to track incidents. Maybe you want to track, I don't know, defects. Maybe you want to track improvements, right? It doesn't really matter what kind of work that you want to do. Jira is going to be good enough to do it all right? And this is again where you need to partner up with your Jira administrators, because if all you see is these tasks, stories, bugs, and epics, those are the default out of the box items, which is okay. But sometimes it can be overwhelming. And so it really depends on what kind of team you are. But when I engage with teams, when I consult with teams and we're working on trying to figure out, okay, what kind of issue types or work types do you need? This is usually where I start the conversation, because everything else in Jira, your workflows, your boards, the fields that you fill out, all of them are centered around the type of work that you're going to work. And so it makes sense that the first step that you want to do is make sure you pick the proper types of work that are important and relevant being the keyword for the type of work that you're going to capture. Okay. And so I'm going to keep things simple. I'm just going to call everything a task. I think when you're new to Jira, differentiating between epics and stories and tasks, um, that's a little bit more overwhelming. So what I typically do is, if you just work with task, I actually just remove everything else and just leave the task. Okay. But that's another selection. You have to just make sure to recap which project we're putting the work in and what kind of work we're going to put in. And so at this point, we have our project and we have our task, and we're ready to continue. And so as you scroll down, you'll see that there's a little line here. And so what you want to do here is you want to fill out any required field. And so any required field here is anything with this little red asterisk. So if it has a little red asterisk, you're going to want to fill it out and make sure that it gets completed, right? Because if I hit the create button right now, Jira is going to yell at me and go, nope, you can't do that. Okay. And so you want to make sure you fill out any required field. Now, this is again something that you work with your Jira administrator, because if you need fields to be required, there are right ways to do it and there's wrong ways to do it. And so for getting started with Jira, you probably don't care, right? It's probably not something you need to worry about. But if you were a Jira admin yourself, this is something you very much worry about, because figuring out which fields need to be required is a critical piece of the overall solutioning of creating a Jira project. And so we need to know which fields are required. And so again, you got to see which side of the coin you're on. If you're the Jira admin, you're going to have to figure that out. So you probably have to work with the team lead or with the manager, whoever's giving you the requirements. If you're on the other side of the coin where you're not the Jira administrator, you need to communicate your requirements to your Jira administrator so that the right options are available for you. Now, Tushar asks, is this a new thing now in Jira that gives you the option to set the initial status while creating a work item? This is not a new thing. This has actually been around for maybe about a year. I would say at least a year. But yeah, the ability to change the status in the cloud has definitely been around for a year. And it is not a setting per project. So this is, everybody's gets it now. This is a key functionality of the cloud. And so it's been there for a while. Now, to be able to do it in the create screen, Rodney, though, it's I wouldn't say forever, but it's definitely been at least a year minimum. This capability has been there for a bit. I don't like it. I don't particularly subscribe to it, but you're gonna see in a couple of minutes why it's here, because you're gonna see some other newer functionality that Jira has in the cloud. Okay. So we got our to do. So I typically skip this part 9 times out of 10. When you're creating new work, it's going to be in a status of to do. And so it just goes there. I just leave it to the default. Fill out the name, right? So subscribe to the channel. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, now's a great chance to hit that subscribe button. Okay. And then all the other fields then at this point are optional. And so as a Jira admin, you may want to make sure that you remove any fields that are just not adding value. And so some teams are pretty specific here, though. I was trying to say specific and prescriptive at the same time, and nothing came out. But a lot of teams are very specific here, and they will eliminate the clutter because it's cleaner. Other teams are like, I don't care, give me everything. I just care about the required field. So it's really up to you and your team and what they want to do. So yeah, John Funk here says, I don't particularly like the status and the create either. And I'm going to show you why it's there in just a moment when we go into the Jira project, but it makes sense when you look at it from the other perspective, but I don't like it here. A couple of other things to note when you're creating issues here is that sometimes you might be missing fields, and it's not that you oopsie, my screen stopped sharing there. There we go. And it's not that you because we have a guest. Guest be messing up my setup here. Anyway, so it's not that that you're going crazy. It's that Jira has two features that are mildly annoying, that basically allow you to hide fields. And so here, there are two settings. There's a hide unused fields. And when you turn that off, Jira tries to do some sort of logic. And at the bottom of your create screen, you're going to see that certain fields go away. And they don't really go away. They're still visible, but they're under a category called more fields. And so that's kind of annoying. I've never been a fan of that, but you can turn that on and off by sliding that slider. Now, the other thing that you can do is you can configure your fields. And in the configure fields, this is this is different, right? Because the first option that I told you with that slider, the fields are still visible. They're just collapsed. They're in a section called more fields, right? And so Atlassian tries to do some clever trickery and figure out, okay, what fields do we care for based on usage, right? So you have a little less control over that. Atlassian figures it out for you. With the configure fields option, you have the control. So you can click on custom fields here and you can start selecting and deselecting things. So as a Jira admin, this is usually a problem for me because there's like 1,000 different things I got to check when somebody tells me where's my due date, right? And so this is one of the places that I usually start because as you can see here, you can turn these fields on and off. And so typically the best practice in my opinion is just leave all the fields because it creates less of a headache for you if you just leave all the fields. But again, mileage or your experience may change. All right. So once you fill out again all those required fields, and if you have any custom fields, again, you want to work with your Jira admin to get these fields in here. If you don't want specific fields, work with your Jira admin because I do have a dedicated Jira admin training that kind of walks you through all of this, but this is too technical for this particular audience. And so right now, I just want to walk you through how do we create work in Jira. Anka says, can we set them by default? Anka, I'm assuming, can you set values in the fields? Is that the question? I can select them and hopefully it's not my, and the next day they disappear. Oh, when you are on the configure fields, it should be pretty static. I don't normally hide them. I think if you're going to hide fields, right, if you're going to go in here and actually remove fields, my recommendation is work closer with your Jira administrator to clean up your create screen because the going through that annoyance of trying to update these what fields are visible and which ones are not, I would find mildly annoying. And then especially if every different team member needs to do it. So if you all have a predetermined, like exactly which fields you care for, then just clean up or again work with your Jira admin if you don't have this privilege, but clean up your create screen because the create screen under the hood is what controls what shows up here. Okay. So when you are done filling out this item, you just simply hit the create button and then the issue or the work item will be created. Now, a little cheat sheet, if you click on this if you click on this checkbox that says create another, it's going to retain some of this data. And so when I hit the create button, it's going to go and create that work item. But you'll notice that my selection of the project and the work type are preserved. And all I need to do is fill out the summary. And so some of these other fields get preserved. I don't think I clicked on anything down below, but some fields get preserved, specifically these up here. But you do get the summary, so you can start basically with the next item. So we're going to cover quite a few things over the next 55 minutes here. And again, these are supposed to be foundational, right? Everything that I'm going to be talking about today is really just like laying a good platform so that you can be comfortable with Jira, so that you know what the things are, because the UI can sometimes be a little overwhelming. and knowing where to click, what each of these buttons do, when you should click on them, where you should be to do specific things. It could be overwhelming if you're kind of new to the tool, right? And so we're going to be covering basically how to be productive, how to use Jira, how to get in the tool, engage with the tool, and not feel lost or overwhelmed with the tool. All right. That's going to be the focus for today. And so we'll cover backlogs and boards and lists and all your work and how to assign work and how to find work and how to update your work, how to mention people, how to comment people, and how to deal with notifications. So with that said, we're going to jump into Jira. This is Jira, in case you've never seen it before. And we're just going to jump into a project. It doesn't matter which project we're in. We just need to be inside of a project. And so I'm going to go into this Jira for Scrum Masters. And this is a project. Now, a couple of things you need to know when you're looking at these projects. Number one, and this is something you should ask yourself every single time that you're interacting with a new Jira or with a new project or with a new team, because these foundational questions that we're going to cover here in the next 10 seconds are going to set your mind for how you should expect to interact with Jira. Because believe it or not, Jira's a big tool, right? It's an overwhelming tool. And there's different ways to interface with the tool. There's different ways to get what you want, and location and placement and things are in different places depending on which view you're in. So one of the things that I like to do is over here on the left hand side, first of all, you want to make sure you're in the new UI, because if you're not, in the next 6 days, I believe on July 7th, Atlassian is going to push the new UI to everybody. So if you're enjoying, and please do enjoy for the next 5-6 days that you have left, right? But if you're enjoying that old UI, cherish it, because it's going to go away. And this new UI is not the best. I'm still adjusting. I've been complaining about this for months now, starting to sound like a broken record, but it's just very unintuitive to me. But anyways, on the left hand side under projects, you have your projects here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on these ellipses for more actions, and I'm looking at a couple of things. Number one, is this a software based project, right? And that means, do I have things like sprints? Do I have things like my backlogs? Am I going to be able to use something like story points? Those things are only available in the Scrum-based software project template. Okay, so that's one key aspect, because your interaction with Jira, if you care for sprints, if you care for story points, if you care for having a backlog, right, a traditional agile experience, then this is the only project template that's going to work for you. And so a lot of what we're going to be talking about, the navigation, the how to use and interact with Jira, is going to be based on that agile principle, right? So it's critical that you have that foundation, that you know how to find what kind of template you're in. I'm also looking for this word active sprint, because this word active sprint is going to be present when I'm in a Scrum template. So this one's truly going to be like, if you wanted to use every feature in Jira, you want to be in a Scrum, which means that you have the word active sprint here, and you have company managed. Okay, so if you have both of those, well, I guess all three, you need software project, company managed, and this needs to say active sprint, then you have unlocked Jira to use it in full power mode, right? That's going to be the version of Jira that has all the bells and whistles available to you. Now, there's other templates. There's Kanban style, right? So let me see if I can find a Kanban one here. So this one right here, we can look at this one here. There's a Jira class. You can see that it too is a software project, that it too is a company, but we have a Kanban board. And you'll notice that we don't have a backlog, and we just have a board. And the experience here is different as well. So you don't have a backlog. You don't have to pre-plan a sprint. And so how you interact, how you work with Jira is going to change. So you want to keep in mind, does this say Kanban board? If it doesn't, right? Does it say active sprint? Because there are going to be different ways to interact and use the tool. And you want to make sure you don't come in expecting a certain behavior, but it works differently because you're in different templates, and different templates work differently. Okay. And then the other template that you have available for yourself, and we're just going to go to our view all projects here, is we want to look at our business templates. So there are business templates within Jira, and these are designed for teams that don't really care about Agile, right? And so when I go into this one here, you're going to see that we have a lot of the same buttons, but when I click here, we're in a business project and we're in a team managed project. And so the behavior here is way more streamlined, right? You don't have a lot of customization in these team managed projects, in these business projects, right? For example, you can only have one board. You're not going to have a backlog, right? But interacting and using Jira is way easier in a business project, because Atlassian has designed it with some safeguards in place so that the experience is a little bit easier, right? And so whenever you're using Jira, right, and you're just not comfortable or you're not feeling Jira, right? It's like something's not working right. Go and explore this. Click on these three dots and find out what kind of project template you're in, whether it's team managed or company managed, right? Because those experiences are going to significantly alter your experience with Jira and ultimately how you use Jira. For example, if you're in a team managed project, you can do pretty much a lot. You can do a lot. I didn't want to say anything you want because there are some limitations. But in team managed projects, if you want to add a new column to a board, you just click the plus button. Doesn't matter who you are. You don't have to be a Jira administrator. You don't need to have all the certifications that I have to alter and change your Jira. If you want to add a new field, you just add a new field. No questions asked. But in company managed projects, you don't. You have to go through hoops, right? There's some safeguards. There's some limitations from an end user perspective, but you need to know what you're doing inside company managed projects, right? And so again, this is not an admin course, so I won't get into that many details, but just know that there is a fundamental difference between team managed and company managed projects, and there are fundamental differences between these business templates and these software templates. Okay. And then, of course, we have, just to kind of top off this topic, we have Jira Product Discovery, which is also in the mix. We have Jira Service Management, which is also in the mix. So just make sure you are grounded and you know exactly what kind of project you're dealing with, what kind of product you're dealing with, because all of these variations here, whether you see team managed software, team managed business, company managed software, product discovery, service management, they're all in the same place, but they all behave differently. Okay. So what we're going to be focusing on for today is the best case scenario, right? Which is we are in a software project, company managed, and we're in Scrum. Okay. And I'm going to focus my attention there because this is, again, where you get the full effect, the full 0 to 100 of Jira, right? You get all the features, all the functionality, all the capabilities are in this particular template. All the other ones are kind of a little bit different. There's an effort. Okay, yeah. So there's an excellent table. Liz, if you find a link to that, that'd be awesome. But yeah, if you go look at the support docs, apparently there's an excellent table summarizing the differences, right? And again, I just wanted to call them out because when you talk about how do we use Jira, depending on those templates, the how is subjective, right? It's going to be tailored to which template do you have, and some of them are going to be easier and some modes are going to be a little bit harder, and we're going to focus on the hard mode here because I feel like if you can master this one, right, if you can understand how hard works, then easy is super easy, and you won't have a single problem over there. So let's jump into this board here, and we are going to walk through things. Okay, so first things you need to know as well, right? So we're in a project. It's called Jira for Scrum Masters Course Project. That's the name of the Jira project. Spoilers, projects are going to be renamed to spaces. Okay. So just in case you didn't know. All right. And inside of this space, I like to call my Jira project like a house. We have something called a board. All right. And so think of the board as a room inside of that house. Now, in your company managed projects, that analogy is very important because we are allowed, as you can see here, we're allowed to have multiple rooms. We're allowed to have multiple boards in a Jira project. Okay. This is something that is specific to these company managed projects and also to the software type, right? And so you can have a combination of 10 Scrum boards, you can have 10 Kanban boards, you can have 5 Scrum, 5 Kanban, and anything in between, right? You can have as many boards as you want and any kind of style that you want. And so you have a lot of flexibility, you have a lot of freedom. Try to keep it simple though, right? There is value in not overly complicating Jira and try to keep it to 1 or 2 boards. But just know that a board does not always equal the project. It doesn't have to mean the same thing. And that's one of my biggest pet peeves. That is when people call a board, like we say, they're like, oh yeah, just go to this board. I'm like, no, no, you don't want to go to the board. You want to go to the project, and then you want to find the board within the project. Now, this is another annoyance of this new UI because I can't go to a project in Jira anymore. I have to pick a board, which is even more annoying, right? So again, I digress, but that's what's there. Liz has to search what are team managed and company managed projects, and you'll get to the table. So thank you, Liz, for that right there. Okay, so we are in a board now, right? We now know the differences between a project and a board, and the same is going to apply to a bunch of the other templates that we have, right? There's always a project, and there's boards, and so in this company managed software template, I want to talk to you about the backlog. So if you remember from last month, we talked about how to add things, right? We were talking about how do we add work. And so every time you click the create button, right, and you create a story, right? So please subscribe to the channel, right? And every time you hit the create button, watch what happens. At the very, very bottom of my board, all the way at the bottom, there's a backlog section. And inside this backlog section, there's that item that we just created. Now, this is a story, right? This is the work type is called a story, but it can be anything you want. It could be a task, it could be a bug. It cannot be an epic, so epics will never show up here. Epics show up in this color section over here. And then if you had initiatives and things like that, they shouldn't show up. They will show up, but you got to filter them out because then you'll have a less than ideal experience. But anyway, so every time you create something, right, whether it's coming in through a form, right? So we also talked about forms where you can create forms, and then this is just a URL that any team member can submit, and then you have items that show up in your backlog, right? And so the backlog is the place where things go, right? Every time you create something, it's automatically in the backlog, right? Now, this is again is very specific to the Scrum template because only the Scrum template has a backlog by default, and only the Scrum template has the backlog that behaves in this particular manner. I'm going to call something out very important in a minute here, so pay attention, right? So every time we create something though, it shows up on the bottom, right? And we don't have to click the blue button. We can just click the create button here, right? Like seriously, subscribe, right? And when I hit enter, again, that item's going to be added to the bottom of the backlog. But as a team member, we usually work out of the board, right? And so usually you assign things to people. Try not to sneeze on camera. It's really hard to do, right? So usually you assign things to people, and then that person works on the task at hand, right? But as you can see, our board is empty. And so inside of Jira, you need to move things into a sprint. There's this concept of you got to plan a sprint. Now, I don't want to turn this into a whole Agile 101 training type of thing, but because we picked the hardest template, it follows the rules and laws of Agile. And so, in order for this item to show up, right, in order for something like this, please subscribe to the channel and seriously subscribe. In order for them to show up, you need to take them out of your backlog and you need to move them into your next sprint. Now, I have a couple of sprints here, right? I have this sprint called Ready for Next Sprint. I have something called a JFSMCP Sprint 3. And then I have a JFSSFS. Oh, man, I should really work on my keys, project keys, Sprint 2. Okay. And so, Sprint 2, the things you got to know is if you have a lot of multiple sprints, the highest sprint is the one you care about, the one that's at the top. Okay. And so what we want to do is we want to take these items, we can right click and move them to that sprint at the top. Okay. And so when we do that, they're going to be in this sprint up here. And then nothing. Because there's more steps you got to do. And so at the end of the day, well, I should say at the beginning of the week or at the beginning of your sprint is really what I really should be saying, right? Your team, maybe your Scrum Master, maybe you are a Scrum Master yourself. In the chat, let me know. Are you a Scrum Master in your project or in your team, in your company? Let me know if you're a Scrum Master. Let me know if you're a developer. I'm kind of curious what kind of demographics y'all have. Are you a Scrum Master? Are you a developer? Where are you at in the world of roles, I guess? Okay. But your Scrum Master, typically what they do is they'll plan a sprint, right? So you move things from your backlog into your sprint, right? And then you estimate them. You give them some story points. Again, in the interest of time, I don't want to turn this into a agile training, but things usually get some story points. And then you don't have to, right? Your Scrum Master chooses what they want to do here, right? But your Scrum Master can assign things to people. So I'm going to assign this one to myself, right? And when you assign these items to yourself, or to a team member, right? Then you're ready to start your sprint. And so as long as everything has numbers, right? So this is a critical item. If you're a Scrum Master, pay attention. Don't ever start your sprint without populating your estimates. The assignees are optional, totally optional, but always make sure you have story points. Otherwise, you're going to have a less than ideal experience in Jira. But once you have everything estimated and all the tasks that need to be worked on by your team are in your sprint, then you simply start your sprint, you set your dates, and we're going to go 2 weeks from now, and then you click start. Okay. And now we have things on our board. Now we can use Jira. Now we can actually be productive in Jira. And this is very critical, folks, right? If your team doesn't go through those steps, if your team is using a Scrum template, a software Scrum template, and they don't go through the motions of taking items from the backlog, putting them into a sprint, and starting the sprint, then you don't get a board. You don't get the board to be to do what you intended to do, which is different than when I go, right? So if I were to go back to our board over here that's in Kanban, let me see if I can find that one again, right? Look at this. When I create something in here, right? This is a bug, right? When I create that bug, it's on the board immediately. There is no planning. There is no backlog. There is no thinking about it, estimating it, assigning it to people. It just shows up. It's on the board automatically. And those are, again, fundamental differences that we have between Scrum and Kanban, that Scrum requires a lot more rigor, it requires a lot more discipline, and it requires a lot more knowledge, intimate knowledge of how Agile works. It's very, very tightly coupled with Agile. Versus Kanban, it's a little bit more loosey goosey. Um, by default, it just behaves just like this, right? You create things, it shows up in the first column, and then you move them across. However, you do have the ability to enable backlogs in Kanban boards. Again, I'm not going to get into that one, but just know that you can make a Kanban board behave a little bit more like a Scrum board, but still not 100%. Okay. And then when we go and look at our business templates, right? The moment we hit create something here, right? The moment we create a task, right? Have you subscribed? Sorry again, folks. If you guys just if you would all subscribe and I hit my goals, and I don't have to tell you to subscribe. So just hit that subscribe button, and then I don't have to bug you with this. Okay. But when you create something, you can see it just automatically goes to that very first column at the very far left. All right. And and that's it. Like the interaction is so simple. It's just like, okay, I have something in there. I want to do next week. So I'm going to move it there. And then that's it. Like your interactions are so primitive and so simple in these other templates. But when you are in a Scrum board, things are literally on hard mode, right? Like I don't want to, well, maybe hard mode is not the right wording, right? But there's just more steps involved. And we do this because again, we want to follow the ways of Agile. And this is the best way to do it. Because at the end of the day, if you are following Scrum, you should not work on anything that is not in your sprint. And this is a safeguard. This protects us and makes sure that our team members are only working things that are assigned to them within a sprint. Okay. And so now we have things in our sprint, right? So we have things assigned to people, and we have work in here. And so a couple of questions. Well, how do you assign things to people? Well, there's a couple of ways, right? So this is icon here. If you click on it, you can always just click into the icon, right? And sometimes, as you can see, if I created something new, right? Like a new task, a new story, right? You'll see that this little grayed out silhouette is there. So if you click into it, you can just click on a person and then it's assigned. Okay. You can also open a story, right? You can open a work item, any of them, and you can go to the assignee field and you can just click into it and change it. So you can change it to unassigned. Anybody who has access to your project is going to show up here. Okay. Now, a couple of things for you to consider. If somebody's name doesn't show up, there's a couple of reasons for that. And there's some troubleshooting you got to do. Number one, the first thing you got to ask yourself, do other people's names show up? Because if no names show up, then there's a global setting in Jira that prevents or is preventing you from being able to search for people. So the first big question you got to ask, do I see some other name? Because if you see no names, that's one problem. That's a global problem. That's something you got to talk to your Jira admin. Next, do I see some names, right? The next question is, do I see some people's names, but just not Timmy, right? Timmy from accounting is not showing up, and I want to assign this story to Timmy from accounting. Well, that's a different problem. And that usually implies one of two paths, right? It either means that Timmy from accounting doesn't have a Jira license, right? Actually, three things. One, it can mean Timmy from accounting doesn't have a Jira license. So if they don't have a Jira license, they're not going to show up, right? They're not in your Jira. Two, Timmy from accountant doesn't have access to this project. So maybe they do have a Jira license, but they just don't have access to this project. And so they need to have access to the project. And then the third one is Timmy from accounting is not in a group or role or in a permission that allows Timmy to be assigned work. And so you got to troubleshoot through these steps. And sometimes you got to work with your Jira admins to ultimately figure it out. But assigning work is something we fundamentally do very commonly in Jira, right? Because once the work is created, right, you don't want to just have a pool of work. Because if you just have work, right, if you just have all these different tasks that need to get done, but they don't get assigned to anyone, then guess what? I'm gonna spoil it for you. It's not gonna get done, right? And so you want to make sure that that you actively assign work to people, because not assigning work to people can be very perilous. It can be very dangerous, because if somebody doesn't get the work assigned to them, right, then that work might not get done. Now, yeah, if you're true a Scrum team, right, you might not do the assignment during sprint planning. That's okay. But at some point, when somebody moves it to in progress, there should be an assignee. There should be somebody at some point in the life cycle. It doesn't have to be at the beginning, like during sprint planning, but at some point during that life cycle of that work, somebody needs to and should take responsibility of that work, and you do that by indicating an assignee. Now, the biggest, most commonly asked question is, can I assign it to two or more people? In the chat, what do y'all think is the answer? Can you assign something, a task, a story, a bug? Can you assign it to two or more people? Let the chat go here and see what they say. But the general rule of thumb, right? We're going to think about this for a second, right? And the question, the bigger question you should be asking yourself is why? Why are you trying to assign something to two or more people? So Olivier says yes, and Tushar says no. So one of them is right and one of them is wrong. And so the assignee, at least the out of the box assignee field in Jira, is designed for one and only one assignee. And I like that. I like that philosophy. I like that rule, because when you have one person in charge, right? One person responsible, accountable is really the right word here, then that person will ultimately be responsible for this thing to be completed, right? And that's a really good thing. We want accountability, we want responsibility. After all, we're working with adults here, right? If you have two or more people, believe it or not, the whole adult thing goes out the window, because when you have two people that are supposed to be working on the exact same task, first you got to ask yourself, why are two people working on the exact same task? And why is it not two different tasks? Like, what is the task that two people are fundamentally working on the exact same thing? I'm willing to bet that they're going to be working on slightly different things, right? And and then you they it's clear what the division of the work or the labor is. So Tushar says we use a custom field called assistant just in case. Yeah. So you can add custom fields that are of the type user picker, and then you can call your QA person, you can call out your tester, you can call out your developer, right? You can call out your stakeholder. In this case with Tushar, we got our assistant. And so you can add other fields that support like users, but the assignee field is only going to be one person. Now, the assignee field is very important, because when we look at Jira and we're looking at these icons, only the assignee field is going to show up. We're not going to be able to change this to some other custom field. And so this has to be the assignee field. So if you're not using the assignee field, or if you're trying to assign it to multiple people, it's not going to work, right? So you only want to assign it to one person. Now, when you assign work to people, again, not only are you creating accountability, not only are you creating responsibility, right? You're increasing your chances of success, right? You're increasing your chances and probability that somebody's going to be able to finish this work, right? Fingers crossed, hopefully. But the other thing that you're doing here, the more important thing that you're doing, is that you're making the experience in Jira easier for that person, right? Because when they come to the board, all they got to do is click on their picture, and they're going to see their work, right? So finding the work per person on your team becomes very trivial, because you just go through these bubbles and you go to the next person and you go to the next person, right? And so you can basically view everybody's work at a glance. Additionally, on the right hand side, we have a group by. And if we click on this group by, we can do assignee. And now each person on my team that has work assigned to them has their own swim lane, and I can see how many work items belong to them, and then I can expand it and see their actual work, right? So the assignee field has a lot of benefits. And so again, if you're not assigning your work to people and you're struggling with Jira, I would highly urge you to reconsider not assigning work to people and start assigning work to people. It makes the experience a lot better. Okay. So But once something's assigned to somebody, right? So what do they do, right? So one, they need to find their work, right? And we've already talked about like if they can get to their board, then they can click on their name and then they're just gonna see their work. Okay. That's cool. That's awesome. That's great. That's gonna work out really, really well. But there's a For You page up here now, right? So part of this new UI, there's a For You. And so if you click on that, there you're gonna notice that there's an Assign to Me section here. And so the moment you assign work to people, right? Again, we're increasing our likelihood of success, we're increasing accountability, we're increasing responsibility, but we're also letting Jira work for us. And so now there's this assigned to me, and I can just come here and see all of the work that's assigned to me. I'm going to load new activity. I got new things in here, right? And so I can just click on these items and start working on them, right? And now I can be productive with Jira because half the problem in Jira is finding the work, right? Half the battle. I mean, right now I have like 20 tasks. It's easy, but when you have thousands and thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of tasks, finding the work becomes really challenging. So when the work is assigned to somebody, finding the work to a that belongs to a specific individual becomes a lot easier, way more easier, right? And so it becomes way easier for that end user as well. So if you're not a Scrum Master, but you're just a regular user and you're like, I don't even know what a board is, I don't know what a sprint is, I don't know where my work is, you just come here, and as long as it has your name on it, it will show up here. And that's good. You want that. This is like easy Jira on easy mode, right? Like if you're ever confused with Jira and you're like, I don't know, I don't even know where to start, start here. Start in the For You page because this For You page is where you're going to come to find the thing that you're ultimately responsible for, right? Because if you don't do this, then you probably won't have a job, right? Because if you're not being responsible, you're not being accountable, and you're not completing the work or the tasks that are assigned to you, then you probably are not going to meet expectations with your management and leadership, right? And then bad things will happen. And so just make sure you're staying on top of this, right? Make sure you're staying on top of this list so you can always complete the work. Now, we know that work is assigned to us, right? Awesome. We know how to find it. Yay. What do we do next? Well, we are going to pause here to look at a question from Chirag. I use subtasks and assign them to different resources as we can assign. Yes, this Chirag is a great way of doing this, where you can take any task and kind of split it up, and so that others can look at it, or everybody can have their piece. Okay. All right, so everybody's got their work assigned. We all know what to do in Jira. We're ready to do something. Now, what do we do? What are we supposed to do with Jira? Because everything we've been building up to this point, right? There's a lot of product managers, right? People creating the tasks. There's a lot of scrum masters, people planning the work, right? But what do I do if I'm just an individual contributor, right? I'm going to get a task assigned to me. What do I do? Like what's my responsibility, right? And so the next part is gonna sound silly, but bear with me, okay? But literally, once something's assigned to you, right? Once something has landed on your lap, all you need to do is go on that task and move it across the board. That's it. So you're gonna take your work that's assigned to you, right? You don't want to be doing this for other people, right? You don't want to do it for anything that's not assigned to you, right? But you take the work that's assigned to you, and when you start working on it, you move it to the appropriate status. Right now, in your Jira admin, somebody created this board with these columns and these statuses and these workflows, right? But you just go to the next step, right? And so your job, your responsibility as a user of Jira is to update Jira, to stay consistent with Jira. If you're working on two things in parallel, move them to in progress. Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed. Don't be scared. Right? It's very simple. Just move them to in progress. Move them to the next status. It's very simple. And you have two ways of doing that, right? You can just simply drag and drop, or you can open it. You can open that story. You can open that task, that bug, whatever's got assigned to you. And there's a status field on this upper right hand corner. And you click into it, and it's going to show you what status you can move it to. So we can move it back to do, right? You can see it went back. You can open it back up. You can move it to in progress, and it'll move to in progress. Okay. As you can see here, Jira is being updated. And this, my friends, is the single most important thing about Jira. If you are not an admin, if you're not a scrum master, if you're not a product manager, if you're not a project manager, right? If all you are is an individual contributor with things to do, then your one responsibility in Jira is to make sure that you are updating your Jira tickets, you're updating your Jira status, because this is going to communicate everything else to the people that do care about the planning and the roadmaps and the progress and your stakeholders, right? Because if you don't update the status, or you just do work without updating Jira, then what are we doing here, right? Like you want to be making sure you're updating Jira, specifically the status. Okay. So that's your responsibility number one, right? And so if I had to, in a nutshell, say, how do I use Jira? Well, it's take a story that's assigned to you or a task and update the status. And your responsibility is to continue to update the status until you eventually move it to done, right? Until you eventually make it to the farthest rightmost column and until it's resolved and it's crossed out. And that's your job. Your job is to just get the work done, right? And so again, my workflow is easy. I have 3 statuses: to do, in progress, and done. You might have 20, you might have 50 statuses. Hopefully not. If you have 50 statuses, reach out to me, link down below. Let me help you, because there should never be a workflow with 50 statuses in it. Okay. Um, but yeah, your job is to make sure that for the items that you are responsible for, anything that's assigned to you in that sprint before this button gets clicked by your scrum master, you want to move that stuff to the farthest right column. You want to move it to done. Okay. Now, what else can we do as a user of Jira, right? So obviously we have to update the status, right? So if I had to summarize, and I'm giving these to you in order, find the word that's assigned to you, right? Finding your work, most critical part, because you can't do anything else if you don't even know where the work is. So once you find it, your next responsibility is to update the status. That is, those two things are going to get you very, very far in Jira. Okay, very, very far. But there's a lot more stuff that we can do, right? So at any point, I'm just gonna move this back to in progress, right? At any point, you can add a description, right? So just I can paste things in here. You can save things, right? So I have like links here. You can do whatever you want to do, right? Like you can paste anything you want. You have time tracking. If your company requires you to track time, there's a time tracking. They're either through a plugin, right? So here I can start tracking time, and so we have a start timer. This is not sponsored, but there's apps that track time like this with the timer, right? Jira does have a native time tracking built in here, so you can say, "Hey, I spent 1 hour on this," right? And then thanks for subscribing. Thanks for becoming and member. Again, shout out if you didn't know, I have a membership capabilities and opportunities, and you can be cool like my good friend Tipton here, who became a member recently. So again, if you want to be like Tipton and be have the special green, and this is kind of cool. You get like the special green one, and then again, you get early access to my videos. You get special member only videos, and then we're gonna have Q&As and office hours and stuff like that coming very soon. And so if you want that, make sure you become a member. Okay. But yeah, you can track your time. You can estimate your work in time as well. You can edit basically any field, right? So you can set your start dates. You can set a due date. Now, sometimes these are going to be set by somebody else, or you can do it yourself, right? You can change the priority if you wanted to, or again, somebody else can change the priority. But if you're a developer, right? If you're a development team, one of the big things is when you go to create your branch, you can click here and it'll take you to your Git repository. And what it's going to do is it's going to take the title and the key of your ticket, right? Of your Jira issue, or your work item here, JFSMCP-22, seriously subscribe. And it's going to automatically put it in our branch name. And so we just need to select your repository. You pick your branch, hit create, and then your branch, oops, apparently I don't have the permission to do it, but you go through these steps and then your branch is made. And guess what? Your Jira and your GitHub or your Bitbucket or your GitLab or whatever you're using become linked and synced. And so now you can see your commits, you can see your pull requests in there. And so it's kind of cool. Like they're designed to work together, and you get a lot of good situational awareness, good context from here. Now, but what else do we do, right? So not only are we, committing and setting that stuff up, we're setting our dates, we're tracking our time, right? But down here on the bottom, there's a comment section under activity. And this comment section is kind of important. This allows you to, I don't want to say micro status, but this allows you to interact with the ticket or the Jira work item in different ways from things that are just not captured in fields, right? So if you had a question for your manager, you can like go, hey, right? And I'm gonna pretend automation for Jira is my manager. I'm not sure what to do here. Okay, exclamation mark. And when you hit save, two things are going to happen. One, you just added a comment, yay! But two, you just tag somebody, you just mentioned someone, and that's going to trigger a notification. So that particular user, whoever you just tagged, is going to receive an email notification, and it's going to tell them, hey, so and so is tagging you, right? So and so mentioned you, and they need your help. Well, it's not going to tell me they need your help, but it'll say the message, right? And this one obviously needs some help, right? And so now they're going to be able to come in, and that individual is going to be able to reply. And so the replies are nested and go, have you tried restarting your computer? Right. And the conversation gets nested. And so that's kind of cool. It's kind of neat that this is a new feature. It's like about 6 months, less than 6 months old within Jira here. About 6 months, where you can now nest your conversations. You can alternatively, add a new comment up here and start a whole new thread if you wanted to. But this is kind of cool that you can now do threaded conversations. Now, everything you do in Jira is tracked. It's all tracked inside of Jira. And so every interaction that we do is recorded inside of Jira here. So everything that we've done to this story within the last 24 minutes has been recorded, and it's timestamped, and you can't lie. Jira doesn't lie here. Jira knows exactly what you've done. All of our work logs are logged. So any time that we put in here is there. And then our transitions. This is interesting. So our transitions, as we moved across, right, from one status to the other, it tells you this time and status. Now, I think this would be a plugin. I don't know that this is a thing built into Jira. Let me go to a different Jira and confirm. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to a different Jira. Uh-oh. We ran out of that Jira. Oh no, I need to get a new Jira. Oh boy. I usually get a Jiras for per quarter from Atlassian, and so this one, wow, they're a lot more strict about this now. It used to be that you can run these for another 2-3 months after, but apparently they're killing them off real quick. But stay tuned. I'll come back and confirm. This is, I think, because like this external share here, this is a plugin. See, as you can see, there's a 30-day plugin, a 30-day plugin trial that I had. I don't know if transitions is part of Jira. In the chat, do you all see transitions? Maybe you all can help me out. If you go to your Jira, do you see transitions, or is this a plugin that I have? Again, I just have so many plugins because I do so many reviews. It's hard for me to tell, and I can't access a different Jira right now. If somebody can help me out and tell me, oh, you know what? I do have access to another Jira. I have my wife's Jira. Oh boy, let's switch account here. So I'm gonna jump into spoilers. This is where the magic happens. This is how we keep track of our Jira. So time and status. Oh boy, and I think I have a plugin. No, this is a plugin. Okay, so yeah, so you do not see you will not see transition. So that's definitely a plugin that I have. So if you need that kind of thing, oh, Tushar says he's got the option. Okay, that's weird. I don't know. I need to go start with the brand new Jira and see it. This is a different Jira. I don't see it here, but I'm also in the old UI. So this is the old UI. So I wonder if it's part of the new UI. I'll have to. It's a TBD. I'll have to get back to you all here and see what's going on. But you may or may not have this transition. I would suspect that this time and status. Don't know. I would suspect. Yeah, this one says powered by Singulars. New status colors pro. So hmm. I would suspect that, yeah, that this is a plugin. I don't think you should see it too short. I don't think, based on what I'm seeing here, you might need to have new status colors pro by Singular, one of my favorite companies out there. And so, if you want this, right, if you want to know how much time things were spent on each status, definitely check out that plugin. Again, not sponsored, but kind of a worthy mention. Okay, so we spent a lot of the time on the active sprint, right? We spent a lot of time there, and I've kind of showed you what to do and how to interact with Jira. But there's different ways to look at your work, right? And so another way to look at your work is through the calendar view. And so as long as you put a start date and a due date on these items, as long as they have those two dates, then you're going to be able to see it here. But you also see things like your sprints and releases. And so this is a release here that has a start and end date as well. Your sprints, of course, have start and end dates. And then this particular item, if you remember, we put a start and a due date. And so when you put a start and a due date, you can see this particular item goes all the way to the 18th, all the way over here. Okay, so that's a different view that you have available. You also have this list view. This list view is kind of an interesting view. It's becoming more and more powerful each and every day. And this list view does a few things. One, it lets you do inline editing, right? So I can update the summary, I can change the status, I can add a comment, I can put it into a sprint. And so in a very Excel-like fashion, you can you can interact with yep, see, I told you there's a plugin, man. There's got to be a plugin for that transition. And Sean confirmed that they don't see it. Okay. So, anyways, this view is pretty powerful. Again, it's a newer view. It's probably about a year and a half old. I like it. I like working out of here. And it also gives you the hierarchy. So this is kind of like if you are not on the premium version of Jira, and so you don't use plans, like this is like a good middle ground. This is a good compromise, a good workaround, where this gives you at least your hierarchy. And if you had initiatives and if you had things like that, it'll give it to you as well. But if you're just on the standard version of Jira and you don't have, plans, and this is going to work out well to give you that hierarchy. And so you can see the entire hierarchy here. So it's not just the epics and the stories, that you should be able to see any story that has a subtask as well. Right. And so in fact, I'm going to click this little plus button here and I can give it a subtask. This is a subtask. Right. And so when I enter, you can see that I get the triple tier hierarchy here. So again, if you're not used to using plans, this is a pretty cool view. And if you are using plans, I would still recommend plans. Plans is still going to be way more powerful than this. But again, this is a good alternative. From this view here, you can also create work, right? So you can create new stories, an even newer story. And I won't bore you all, but if you haven't hit that subscribe button or become a member, definitely become a member, right? In fact, become a member. We can make that as a story. Let me know when we can update that to done. Okay. And so you create your work here. You can move things around. So if I want to put things under a particular epic, I can do this, right? And now this story is associated with that epic, right? So I just altered the parent. You can click on this plus button over here and add fields, right? So if I wanted to bring that parent, I can bring in that parent field and I can now see who the parents are. You can move these fields around. So there's like a little grid thing. And so you can just move the columns. At least you're supposed to. Maybe not. It does let you add columns here wherever you want them, though. I wish there was an easier way to move these columns in these fields. I know I've tried to move it and I thought it worked in the past, but apparently not. You might have to remove the column and then bring it back in by clicking the plus button, but you can alter these things. Now, another cool thing that you get is you get to view as a chart. And so you can select one of your fields here and you can see some charts here. So you can see the assignees, you can see like the issue type. And if you don't like the donut, you can see it as a horizontal bar. So you get a couple, not too much, right? These are not customizable. I wish they were. This would be cool if it can work for any field, but you have some predetermined fields that Atlassian decided to give to us, and these are the ones we can use. Okay. Now, aside from all the list view, right? Because again, if I'm not in the backlog, because the backlog is a lot of strategic thinking, right? Like you're planning work. Your active sprint is execution, right? You're in the zone, your blinders on for the next 2 weeks, you're working on specific work and you're executing on very specific work. The calendar view is cool. I just don't care for calendar views. I don't work off the calendar view. But if you wanted to see like, all like just the start and the end date of everything, then this calendar view is going to give you all that work individualized, right? For every task by itself. The list view is going to be great when you can see the hierarchy. So you can see all the nesting of how all the work is interrelated, right? But there is one last view, and that is the all work here. So at the end of the day, we can use this all work, and you're going to notice that it's very, very similar. It's very, very similar to the list view. But in the chat, what's different? What do you think is different? I'll give you a hint. Look at the order of stuff. Look at these epics at the bottom, and look at these epics are at the top, right? And so I'll give you the answer here because we're running out of time, and I do want to end this one here very soon because I do have a meeting immediately after this, right? But the all work is going to give you a couple of benefits. One, it's going to give the list to you in chronological order. So the newest thing that we've created is at the top. Okay. The order is descending. So that become a member story, by the way, become a member if you haven't already, is at the very top. The list is in inversed. So it's an ascending order. So that newest item that we just created, become a member, is at the bottom, right? And so those are two fundamentals. So depending on which way you like to look at it, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way though, right? Because you can just click on the column that it's filtered by right now, you created, and just flip it, right? And now it looks more like your list, or maybe not. I don't know. It's supposed to. Maybe I have to refresh. Come on, flip. There we go. Now it looks more like our list, right? But you also see that you can start to see the hierarchy. I don't like this. I absolutely hate this because when I go to all work, I want to see all my work. I only see 10, even though I have more than 10 items. And it's not into, and even expanding these doesn't do it, right? Like this should say all the work. This should show me everything, not just the items that are at the top of the hierarchy. And this is a very misleading, very ugly bug that Atlassian has. And I'm pretty sure it's a feature, but this should really be a bug here, right? But all the work, we have more than 10 items. As you can see, when I expand things out, we have more than 10 items. So this is the view, though, that if you wanted to see all your work, as the name implies, you should be able to see all your work. And so unfortunately, what you need to do now in order to see all your work is you need to click on, I believe, the detail view. Yeah, and the detail view will show you all 25 items. If you are in the list view, just know that it's kind of buggy and it doesn't show you all the work, unlike what it says here, all work. Okay. Very, very, very annoying that it doesn't do that. But the other thing that you can do, and the reason why people like this all work view, is it allows you to do a query. So if you wanted to find the work for a specific person, you can do that, and it's going to find you any of the work that belongs to that specific person, right? And so you can save these as filters, which you can then use as dashboards later, right? But this all work view again is going to it's supposed to, right? It's not working right now because Atlassian is doing us all wrong here, right? But this is supposed to show you all of the tasks, and I'll stick to detail view because this will show you all the tasks, right? But it's supposed to show us all the tasks, and so if we want to just see the bugs in this project, we can do that, and so we can see all the bugs here. Okay, and any field is queryable. So if you are looking for a field like, I don't know, due date, and you don't see it here, you can simply click over here, type in due date, type in the due date here, and now you can say, hey, let me see everything that's overdue, right? And I just want to see everything that's overdue. So you just click on this, and it's going to show you every overdue item. Come on, Jira, you can do it. Oh, I got to hit update, right? So now it's going to show you every overdue item, and I have 5 items that are overdue. And now when I switch back to my list view, it should preserve that, and I'll see those 5 items. Okay, so that's kind of cool. It's a great way to, again, search or get more granular, because in the list view, right? In the list view, you have some filtering, but you can do things like active sprint, assign to me, do this week. You can do very basic stuff, but in the all work, every field is open, and you can basically query on every single field. So what are we learning today? It's going to be very simple. We're walking through Jira's new UI. I don't know if it's going to take the whole hour, but I'm going to try to stretch this out and really give you a thorough analysis of everything that's changed and everything you need to be aware of. And we're just going to go through the new UI and make sure that you're comfortable with it, because almost everything has changed from an admin perspective, from a non-admin perspective. Every button has basically moved on us. So it can get frustrating if you don't know where things are. And I just want to make sure that you're walking out of here with everything you need. So before we get started, though, I completely forgot. I do have the Bevy event. So if you do want to sign up for the event, if you want to come, again, this is an in-person event. The only place you're going to be able to get the big book of Atlassian. I just dropped the sign-up sheet here. We do have more information coming very, very soon. We're meeting tonight to hash out all the details. But our speaker window closes today, and actually tomorrow morning. And so we are just finalizing those last set of speakers. And so we want to make an announcement of who's going to come from a speaker's perspective, get everybody excited and hyped up. We want to put more information, more details into the big book of Atlassian. So we're working on outlines and stuff like that. So that's going to be coming as well. And then again, we're waiting for those hotel codes so that we can provide them to you. So if you're interested, definitely check out that link in the description. All right. And then if you are, or if you're interested in being a speaker, maybe here you're a seasoned veteran and you want to share some of your knowledge with folks, we have like less than 24 hours, but we still are looking for a few more speakers. We have a couple of slots left, not a whole lot, but just a couple, but just enough that if you're interested, I'd recommend you you check them out. All right, we got who else couldn't find all issues, not that it's called all work. Yeah, we're going to cover those kind of things. We're going to just show you kind of the differences here and help you understand where things have moved to and where they are. One of my users gave me his opinion on the new UI this morning. It's awful. You know, the U I've been with the new UI. I've been working with Jira's new UI since I don't know the beginning of the year, and I don't think that it's the UI that I don't like. It's the unintuitiveness of the user experience. So we'll share some of those frustrations with you in today's session, but it's the UI is not bad. It's just the intuitiveness of where they put things is horrible. I don't know who tested this thing out, but clearly this thing was designed by somebody that does not use Jira daily. And it was designed for a different type of user that's not the current user base. That's all I can tell you because the decisions that were made here, they're not the best. But we'll get into it and we'll take a deeper dive. All right. So spoilers, this is the new UI. So if you've never used Jira, or if you haven't been privy to seeing the new Jira, welcome. This is the new Jira UI. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see a little bit better. But this is the new UI. This is what we got from Atlassian. And we're just going to cover again some basics for you to understand what's going on. I always like to start in the corner. So we're going to start off with this top left corner. So as you saw, once I zoomed in, that screen real estate really gets consumed by this giant navigation here on the left. So you can collapse this sidebar. So definitely take advantage of this. Now, I will tell you that if you're switching over from the older UI, this sidebar navigation didn't used to be there. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't in that top left corner. Instead, this app switcher was on the top left corner. So muscle memory, in case you've missed it, the buttons have been swapped on us. So again, I'm just so used to going to the top left corner, clicking on that button to swap or change applications to go from Jira to Confluence or from my sandbox to production or something like that, which I'll show you in a second. But just know that these have swapped. Again, very subtle things, but highly annoying for somebody who has built muscle memory because now instead of switching the apps that I'm used to seeing, I'm now collapsing sidebars, which again, I don't care for. I just don't like that it's not in the right spot anymore. So anyways, this is handy though, because as you can see, it does take up a good solid 2-3 inches of your screen. And so if you're on a smaller screen, this will come in clutch to help you, free up some of those pixels so that you can have more real estate in your view. Now, as we move to the right, we have that app switcher I was talking about. So this app switcher, if it decides to load, is the place to help you swap between applications. So if you're going from Jira to Confluence or from Confluence to Loom or from Loom back to Jira, or you want to go to JSM, this is going to be the place where you go to change. Now, a couple of things you need to know. Some of these products are only going to show up if you have a license to them. If you don't have a license, for example, if you don't have access to a sandbox, they're not going to show up in your dropdown. And so keep that in mind that this little dropdown here is only going to be present if you actually have licenses to more products than you think you have. And so you can scroll up and down as well because there's a bunch of stuff happening. Atlassian has also, if you're on the premium version of Jira, we now have things like search. So this is going to be AI based. So Rovo Search, Rovo Chat, and Rovo based Studio. If you're on the enterprise version of the Atlassian tools, you'll have analytics as well. And so there's a couple of new add-ons here. And then some upsells as well. So Atlassian, little sneaky, putting things like assets, right? If you are on JSM, not premium, right, you'll start to see things like assets and goals and stuff like that. Start to be a little bit more like an upsell, if you will, to kind of get you into those. We have a couple of things here. It's too overwhelming for users yes. So again, this UI was designed for somebody who's new to the world of Atlassian, not necessarily the veterans that have been using Atlassian. And Tushar says it's more of a learning curve for old users. Yeah, definitely. Because my wife hasn't really used Jira a whole lot. She's kind of new to Jira. And when she jumps in, she's like, I don't understand what you're complaining about. It's not that bad. I'm like, it's not that bad if you don't have muscle memory, right? But all the people that have muscle memory, it's bad. Debbie says, fun fact, the rename of issues to work items, they seem to have completely forgotten a bulk action screen. So I will show you it. Those things have moved as well. The bulk actions activity have moved. They're still there. They're still available. But yeah, Atlassian's just reshuffling things around, which again, it's okay. I get changes imminent, right? Things got to change. But intuitiveness, I think, is really, really important. And I think they missed the mark on intuitiveness. So we'll get into those details as well. But anyways, this is how you switch apps. And again, this UI is a little cleaner. You can see that part of the new UI change, we have new icons. So all the products have basically been refreshed. So we have these new icons for a lot of our tools and a lot of our products here. And I should also tell you that in the name, right, in the same spirit that they changed issues to work items, these are now called apps. So that's a new change as well. These are not called products anymore. They're not called plugins either, right? Everything's just an app. Whether we're looking at talent as an app, maybe we're looking at a third-party marketplace app, right? That we get through the Atlassian marketplace. Everything is just an app. Jira is an app. Confluence is an app. Bitbucket is an app. Goals is an app. Every little icon that you see here is an individual app. Okay, so keep that in mind that apps is now governed. This hasn't changed, but just keep in mind that the rules still apply. You can change this and tweak this to be your own thing. And so there's a configuration in Jira that your administrators can add their own icons and their own name here. This is new here. The search used to be in this Rovo chat area. It used to be smaller. It used to be very, very small. And now search is front and center. Atlassian wants you searching for things. And obviously, as we get more and more into Rovo, and as Rovo and agents start taking over more, this search is going to become even more and more powerful. And so right now it's still restricted to just Jira, but over time, as you can start to see the bleeding into the other tools, Atlassian is expecting you to be able to search across all your tools, all your apps, if you will, right? And so if I type in something here, again, it's not working yet, but the vision is that over time, when I ask it, hey, what are my requirements for X, Y, or Z? Well, it's going to go and field information from from Confluence and get me that data, right? And so this is where Atlassian is going. And again, we're still very individualized, but keep in mind that if you do click into these items, you are and do have the ability to search across a variety of different apps from within just this view. So I don't have to leave Jira. I don't have to go to Confluence. And so that's a little bit of a welcome change. But again, it's going to get only better when Rovo starts to actually be able to tap into the data and be able to get that information for you. So that's search up there. The create button, in an interesting move, Atlassian sunset the importance, in my opinion, of the create button here, because the create button used to be the front and center, right? You wanted to create. And so Atlassian is kind of swapping the roles here, where the intention is for you to search and less create, right? And we got a good call out here by Liz. This is only for site and org admins. Yep. So I haven't tested it out myself, but yeah, so apparently Liz is telling me that to do this stuff, it's going to be for site and org admins. Although I do think that when Rovo is able to do this correctly, that it's going to be available for everybody. I think anybody should be able to search regardless of your permissions, as long as you have access to that data. So one thing you should know, a little spoiler for those of you new to Rovo, and in fact, just all search in general, is that that whatever permissions you have, that's what Rovo has, because it acts on your behalf. We got a question here from Rohit. Can we hide this on-call schedule? So if you have JSM, a big change that happened, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, maybe a little bit more, was that Atlassian, definitely more than 6 months. I keep thinking that we're like in like March or April, but we're like in August. So like 8 or 9 months ago, Atlassian sunset Ops Genie, and all of the functionality, at least the core functionality that made Ops Genie, was moved into JSM. And so if you have JSM, you will see your on-call schedules and your alerts, because this is like your central hub for you. And so I don't think you have the ability to hide these things. I haven't seen any buttons, but Liz or anybody else, if you have seen a button to hide this stuff, let me know. I do find it mildly annoying if you're not on call, right? If you're not doing these things, but I have it set up because I am on call, right? Part of this particular Jira has it, but let me see if I go to another Jira that I have access to. Let me see if it shows up there, because I don't have an on call. Well, technically I do, I guess. Yeah, so it would be cool if I can get rid of it, but I don't think we can. But again, I'll open it up to the chat here to see if anybody knows. The question is, because you're Jira admin, you and Rovo are the only getting to Jira data. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but yes. Okay. So as we move across, we'll start to see, if you're on the premium version of Jira or the enterprise, you'll start to see Rovo chat. So Atlassian wants you interacting with Rovo as much as humanly possible. And so they're putting it right there. This is where the old search was at. Is on-call menu user group or project based? So I'm just looking at this, and I believe that if you are on an on-call schedule somehow, because when I was writing my book, um, this is what I used, and so this shows up. But I don't know if I'm not if I don't know if it's any different if I'm not on a group, like if I'm not on a on-call schedule, it might go away. But I'm always using all the features, so I don't know how it works. But I would assume that if you're not on a on-call schedule, and if you don't have JSM, I would assume that this doesn't show up, or maybe you can dismiss it. But if you are, like I am, like I don't, I think Atlassian wants you to use it, right? So they put it there. That's my 2 cents there. On hold, just a few minutes. I think I got it. Hold up, we're waiting for Liz. Liz says she's coming with some information. Okay. And then other than that, everything else kind of stayed the same. I will tell you that this menu button, though, all the icons here have been refreshed. So this is new. And the big one, the big change that we kind of been addressing already is that from user, we now, sorry, from issues, we now have work items. So this got changed and upgraded or updated to say work items. And so Atlassian is making a major change where we're not just dealing with the UI change, but we're dealing with like a rebranding change, right? And so we now have work items. And spoilers for those of you that are looking ahead into what's coming up in, I believe, October timeframe. I don't know when Atlassian officially announced it, but there was some posts out there. Projects will soon become spaces. And so my conspiracy theory is that Confluence and Jira are just going to become one, because when you have spaces in Confluences and spaces in Jira, that's too close, and you're just going to start to see Confluence a lot inside of Jira. And so I just think it's just going to be one cohesive experience. I don't think we're going to be separating out the experiences into different apps. But again, that's my prediction. That's my little conspiracy. That's my thought. Okay, so that's across the top. So on the left hand side, this is where things start to look really, really serious. This is where the biggest change is really here. And so the biggest way to understand what happened here, if you're again looking at this for the first time, is that all of these things previously used to go across the top of this navigation, right? The search bar used to be way, way smaller. And we would have all these items like apps and plans and projects and filters and dashboards. They used to be going across the top. Atlassian, for whatever reason, the powers that may be, they decided to go 90 degrees on us and stick it on the side, which is okay. Again, not that big of a deal, but now we're losing a lot of real estate, and the intuitiveness of this UI starts to crumble fairly quickly. But we got the For You page, which is the landing page. You can actually change this. I don't know if y'all know this, but if you go to your profile up here, and I believe it's profile, maybe not. Maybe it's not profile. Let me see. Atlassian likes to move a lot of stuff on you a lot, and so maybe it's account settings. One of these has it. Nope, it's definitely not account settings either. I think it has changed on me, but it used to be that Atlassian had a place where I could go and like change my we can change the dark mode here. It used to be that Atlassian used to have this place here. I could have sworn it was like profile or something that allowed you to control your homepage. I'm gonna have to go look for it and see if I can find it, but maybe no, definitely not that one. So, anyways, you could in older versions change to see what your For You, or like what your default page was. Maybe Atlassian got rid of that because now they want us in the For You page, but it's there and it's the For You page. And I kind of like it. I think if you're new to Jira, the For You page is very, very important because it shows you the most important thing, I think, in Jira, especially if you're new to Jira. It shows you everything that's assigned to you. So this, I think, is the most important thing, because whenever something's assigned to you, this is where, like, a new person that is overwhelmed by Jira and that are just like, what's the board? What's the project? Where the heck do I find my stuff? Like, just go to the For You page, go to Assign to Me, and you will find the stuff that you need. Um, okay, the new UI came out a couple months ago. Yeah, so it did come out a couple months ago, but it just started being reinforced to people very, very recently. So people are seeing this for the very first time. This is being enforced to everybody. And this was y'all got to keep in mind that I scheduled all of these trainings back in December of 2024. And so it just so happens that, a couple weeks after everybody got pushed, I was like, oh, well, this is serendipity. We're going to cover it for everybody. I was going to use this, but I was going to talk about the old stuff. Starred, this I like. So I like how this starred pops out. I think this is what a lot of these should do for Atlassian, right? They should just stick out and let me change and like see the menu out here. Because what Atlassian did that's horrible with this new UI is that this thing gets pushed down. So whenever you expand your projects, it pushes everything down. And it's even worse when you have a JSM project because your JSM projects have so much information in here that it pushes things even further down. And so now you're scrolling for what seems an eternity. And so just keep in mind that Atlassian, this is better. Like pop these things out so that I'm not moving the whole damn UI over. We have our apps, right? Remember I told you earlier that apps, so all of these are apps, and now these are apps as well. So there's apps everywhere, and these are usually your third-party plugins that you install or that you buy from the Atlassian marketplace. We have our roadmaps, which is a newer feature. This is something that is, I believe, for Jira Product Discovery users. And so if you're using Jira Product Discovery, yep, this is, I'm starting to get a lot of vibes with Jira Product Discovery. You would use the roadmaps here. So if you're a JPD user, you're going to have roadmaps. If you're on a premium version of Jira, you're going to have your plans, and then you have your projects, which again are going to be renamed to spaces in a couple of months. The other thing though that you may be noticing is that these items might not look like they do on your screen. And so one of the, for better or for worse, we have the ability to click on more, and then at the bottom of more, we can customize our sidebar. And so if you don't want to show something, you can just simply deselect the checkbox. Or if you want to show things, you just select those checkboxes and then they're going to show up. Additionally, you can also reorder things. So if projects is super important to you, just move it to the top and now it's going to be there. But you individually have the option to show things and reorder things or hide things. And so this is, I guess, neat. I don't like it from a IT support perspective. This is just questions that users are going to have, because I can imagine scenarios where I have a user in a meeting, they're screen sharing, and then some colleague or coworker is going to go, "How come I don't have that?" or "How come you don't have that?" And it just causes questions, and then IT questions and requests start getting opened up. And so again, I just, great for the user, horrible for the person that needs to manage Jira. Scroll down to the bottom left, customize sidebar. So yeah, so that's basically what customized sidebar is for, Christopher. Let's see. So project settings, features, scroll down to operations. Okay. So let's see. So we wanted to, so Liz, this doesn't make sense. So I don't get why project settings would turn off the on-call, because I think it turns off the on-call for the project itself, but we're not in a project right here, Liz. So when I'm in the For You page, I am not in any specific project. So I get it that if I go into a project and I go to the operations of a JSM project, that I can turn things on or off. I think if I go to the project settings of this JSM project, under operations, where you at, operations, notifications, here we go. Right, so it looks like here you can turn things on or off, but when I'm looking at that For You page, I am not in a particular project, and so I don't know that this would necessarily be true. Go to the JSM project settings. I am in my JSM project settings. Go to features. Okay, I'm gonna go to features, and then we're looking for on call. Turn that off. Alerts. Turn that off. Okay, I got those things turned off, and so now you're telling me now that they're off. If I go to my home page, they should be gone. Nope. See, these are still here. You're turning them off for that project. I don't. Again, we're not in a project here, so this is bigger. I would suspect that you have to turn it off for all the projects, and that I don't think it's a good idea either, because I mean, there's a purpose for on call and there's a purpose for alerts, and so I think to go back to the original question, I'm not convinced that this is something you can turn off unless you're just not in JSM at all. Like I would suspect that if you don't have JSM, this is definitely not a feature. It's created when you make a team. Shoot, man, people making teams left and right. So that's not good practice either. I will tell you that the teams, right? So I will tell you that a lot of the functionalities of Ops Genie moved over to the teams. And so the teams is where you do handle a lot of your operations and stuff. So if you are looking for your on-call schedules, they are in your operations. So again, not the best experience, I don't think, but just gonna keep looking at it. All right. So we covered the left-hand navigation, and so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into one of our Jira projects, and we're just gonna take a look at our Jira project. But before we get that far, I want to show you the two biggest changes that I think everybody needs to know, because these are probably the hardest things to digest, especially for my folks that have been in Jira for 10 plus years, right? And so we used to have this thing called a project settings that used to be very nicely tucked, right? So you'd go into a project, and then on the left-hand side, so if you remember, so one of the other things that you got to now know is that on the left-hand side, when we went into a Jira project, all of those menu options, your timeline, your backlog, your sprints, your all your issues, right? All of that used to go down the left. And now what Atlassian did is we took that and we 90-degree that one. And so now they're going horizontally across the top here, right? And so just keep in mind that everything that used to go across the top is now going across the left, and everything that used to go across the left is now going across the top just a little bit farther down. And so those are some of the major changes. But one of the more drastic changes that I think Atlassian did here is that they moved the project settings. They moved the ability for you to go and manage your project, and they put it in the most unintuitive place in the world, right? And so if you're in your Jira project and you want to get to your project settings, you'd be like, great, let me click on these dots right here. Well, these are just for your board settings, which by the way, don't help when you're in the board and you have sliders over here. Like, people want to click dots on this side and not realize that you have to go all the way over here. So not the most intuitive again, right? So a lot of people are over here on the right hand side trying to find those board settings because they used to be on the right, but now they moved over here to the left. Now, intuitively, you would think that this is the project settings, but no, because you're inside of a board now, these are the board settings. So if you wanted to get to your project settings, you have to come back to your project up here and then click on these ellipses on these action menu button, and then you will see your project settings. Also, this is the only place where you can see if you're on a company managed project or not, which again, something that used to be very intuitive, very easy to find, very, very easy to find information is now hidden in this very unintuitive place to put it at. And so that's where we have this. Now, the other thing that Atlassian has changed quite drastically here is that before, in the old UI, when you clicked into a project, you defaulted to the last board you were in. For better or for worse, that was the experience. Now, when you click into a project, nothing happens. You have to then select the board that you want to go into, and now you're in a board. So Atlassian is forcing you to make a determination as to which board you're going to go into before you're actually able to do anything productive, which again, I think is a miss. I think it was better to just default back to the last board you were on, but now Atlassian gives you the option. The other thing that you should know or be aware of is that the board, when you hover over it, also does have your menu button here. So you can get to your board settings in two locations, either here or up here. And yeah, just keep that in mind. Now, if you're in a business project, this is where insult comes back to injury. If you were to be in a business project, then let me see if I can find a business project for y'all real quick. Let me see. Yeah, let's go to this design one. Designs don't have boards in the traditional, sorry, business projects don't have boards in the traditional way. So Atlassian unintuitively, yet again, this menu button here takes us into our project settings. So consistency would have been really, really nice. Sorry, Atlassian, I know I'm bashing this UI, but y'all got to go back to the drawing board on this one. There's just no pretty way to address this elephant, right? Like, this is just not good experience for your users, where when you sometimes click on the button it's for one way, and when you sometimes click on the button it's a different, like, why? Like, this should not be different experiences. Like, they should be consistent here. Okay, now the other thing that you need to know as we go into our views over here is that all these items are movable. So you can click on these action menu button here. You can set it as a default, so whenever you come into your board, so I'm going to go out of this board and I'm going to come back in. So whenever you come into your board here, it's going to default to whatever view you set. So you can pick whatever view you want. I do believe these are configurable just to you. And so, yeah, so Debbie, the tabs across can be moved and hidden. Again, great for individuals, nightmare for the admins. Thank you, Debbie. I'm just glad I'm not the only one that's saying that this is horrible, right? But yeah, so these items can be, you can set your default, which again, depending on your users, they're going to be able to set whatever they want. You can rename it, which I don't know why you would want to give users the ability to rename these things, but you can rename it. Apparently someone in Atlassian thinks that's a great idea. But if you can rename it, that would imply that you can add another timeline. Like, why would I rename a critical part of Jira? Like this I think to me just feels like thing. Like why would I want to call it thing? Like this is going to cause so much confusion for users when they're screen sharing or when they're looking at shoulder surfing, and they're like, what the heck is thing? Like, I don't know. I get the flexibility, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You can move tabs to the left and to the right, so you can change the order of these. You can also grab it and move it. If you're careful, you can drop it in the right spot where you want it. And when you do remove it, it will there's abilities to remove some of them, not all of them, but some things we can remove. So let me see if I can find one that is removable. So like the calendar. So we can, if you're not going to use calendar, you can actually even remove certain things. If you're not going to use reports, you can get rid of them. If you're not going to use lists, again, you can remove some of these items. Forms, again, not my favorite feature, so I can remove those. Goals, I don't like to use either. So I can, the only positive thing is that you can clean this up the way you want. Not doing any code, get rid of the code. Get rid of your development, get rid of your releases if you're not using these. So this cleans things up really, really nicely. So you're only using the things that you want. But if you ever change your mind, you're like, uh-oh, I actually wanted that. You can always click back on your plus button here and bring things back. And so you just simply click on whatever you got rid of, like calendar, and click add to navigation. And then it's going to be under more, because keep in mind, you can only, well, it's going to put it back somewhere, but sometimes it'll put it under more, sometimes it won't. And so just keep that in mind. This is a great question. Is renaming an option for all users or just the Jira admin? So I would say, from what I've been told from others, because this is usually something I struggle with because I'm an org admin, but I've been told that this is something only the project administrators can do. So when you go to your project settings and you go to your people section, I've been told, again, you can confirm, Liz, if you got documentation, anybody who has the role of administrators with the big A in the particular project, they should be able to do this. So I don't think all users will be able to do the renaming, but your project admins, I'm told, can do have the option. And it's hard for me because I'm always in a Jira with all the privileges, but that's what I've been told, that your project admin. So I don't think it's open to your, I don't think you need to be a Jira admin, but you definitely need to be a project administrator. Now, a couple more things that have changed. We talked about this one earlier on about just the UI here has changed a little bit, right? And so when you're looking at your all work, a couple things you need to know is that if you have a hierarchy, your all work is not going to show it to you in a as a flat list. So as you can see here, I have 78 items. This is good. I've already actually done the change, but if you click on this menu option here and you go to show hierarchy, this is the default. So it's set to default to the hierarchy. I don't know why Atlassian would do this, but when you click on all work, you're expecting to see all your work, but you're not going to see all your work. It's going to show you the hierarchy, and it's only going to count, this countdown here is only going to count the items that are physically on the screen. And to add insult to injury, if you expand the hierarchy, so you start exposing the children, the count doesn't dynamically change. And so you're not seeing that count. So my 2 cents would be, first thing I would do is get rid of this, like turn off this hierarchy, because when I go to all work, I'm expecting to see all my work. Okay, that's what I'm expecting to see, and it's, again, not the best thing in the world that we don't see that. So if you're frustrated, this is very frustrating. I have been in meetings with executives, right, with chief information officers, where we're like, "Hey, Alex, how many bugs do we have?" Well, if the bugs are nested underneath an epic, I wasn't privy to seeing them, and that just it threw me off. I am depending on these numbers to drive very expensive decisions, and when Atlassian's hiding this, no, not good. So turn this off. Just come over here to show hierarchy. Turn that off completely. Just make sure it has an X, and this is going to give you the flat list. So now you're going to see every work item that is in your project, which is what this what is this is what this all work is supposed to do. So keep in mind that, again, not every change that Atlassian does is a genius or a great smart move. You will also notice that we do have a scroll feature as well. And so before, these pages used to be paginated, so you'd only see 50. Um, you'd only see 50 items at a time, but now if you scroll down, it'll just continuously load and load and load. And so that's a new change as well. is that we don't the list is not paginated anymore. You can just see it all. It's getting into a Jira rant session. Yeah, this whole session is a bear. I feel bad. I know I love Atlassian, folks. I actually do love Jira and I love Atlassian, but I just sometimes feel like somebody over there running the show has not used Jira before, at least not in the real world. Because when I'm sitting in front of an executive and I'm telling them, hey, how many work items are, because like maybe I have to move, right? Maybe I have to collapse projects, and I don't know that Atlassian's hiding information from me. Like I'm misspeaking, and now I look like an idiot in front of a very expensive chief executive, right? And that's not a position that you want your administrators, the evangelists of your products, to be in, right? They should be they should not have to be embarrassed about, I gave you bad information because Atlassian gave me bad information, right? Not not a situation you want to put your users in. So turn off this hierarchy, and you will thank me later when you can actually see all your issues. Um, the scroll, yeah. So the scroll one is definitely an improvement, and I'm going to show you one other cool thing that I think is an improvement. Because again, I can't just bash Atlassian. Atlassian's not all bad, but one of the cool things that I saw or that I learned is that when you have 1,000 plus, this used to be a very, very annoying feature in the old UI, where the it would only show you 1,000 items, right? And you would have to paginate, right? You'd have to go to page 9 and then go to the next page and then the next page and then the next page. And then eventually, like 10 days later, you know how many work items were inside of your project. Well, now if you just simply click on it, it will show you exactly the total number. Again, assuming you have your hierarchy turned off, because if you have it turned on, then it's fake news, right? But this is a very welcome change. I love this change that you can see all of your work items, even if you have plus 1,000, because once you go over 1,000, that's when things got hairy in the old UI. And this is a very, very, very welcome change that I can just say, all right, this you have 31,000 items. Okay. But again, keep in mind that if you have it hidden with this show hierarchy, it won't show it to you. Okay. So that's that. Let me go back to my board view over here. A couple of other things for you to consider that have changed here. The bulk actions has now moved to bulk change work items, and so this is where you go to do a bulk change. Before it used to be like at the top. It used to be one of the main items, but now it's kind of moved to the middle, which again I'm not excited for. The other thing that you need to know is that this is now the place where you go to import. It used to be that when you click the create button up here, you used to have the ability to import items from the create, because you're creating things. So I'm going to import things because I want to make new things. But no, Atlassian's like, you know what? Let's go to the place where you're going to go look for data to then let you put data in. And then let's hide it like halfway down the menu. So if you're ever looking for how to import work items and you're not an admin, because there's a whole different process for the administrators. But if you want to do 20 or so items, 250 or so items or less, and if you don't want to manipulate statuses, then this is the import view for you. So you can import things without needing those admin rights. So if you've been looking for this button, that's where Atlassian stuck it in a very, very unintuitive place to stick it in. All right, let's take a second here to see what's going on in the chat. Liz, flip that. Sorry, project role admin added to administrator. Oh boy, Liz, what are you telling me here? Administrator project setting. Yes, yepers. Just project admins can do that, but it's dependent on those Jira admin setting. Flip that. Project role admin added to administrator Jira permission scheme. Yes. So let's go back. So you're at. But this is a default setting. But when you go to your permissions, your administer projects, there's usually out of the box. This is my default one, set to the project role of administrators with the big A. And so as long as you go to the people section and somebody sets a user up with that role of administrators with the big A, then you're going to be fine. Those people are going to be able to make those changes to the board. Imagine having side issues. You imagine using keyboard controls to access the same selection. This is not it. That's not it. Okay. I already memorized it, and I already mentioned in another session. I like the one new Jira choice is the font they've used in the. You know what? You like the font, but I will tell you, folks, over here on the side so let's just peek a little bit into the admin settings, right? In case some of you are admins, I've already talked about these icons have changed, but if you go to work items, On these items, your icons have changed as well. And so if you go into a particular edit here, and you go to the avatar, these icons have been revamped. This is my favorite feature. When the UI came out back in like January that I started using it, this was hands down. I was like, can we just take this and leave the old UI? And like, this is perfect. But yeah, all the icons have changed. All the avatars for the different work item types have changed. Again, a very welcome change. I love this UI. I love the modernness of this. I think this is beautiful. I don't understand why some of these are smaller. I don't get that. I think they should have all been the same size. This looks off, but other than that, I love the new design. I'm a huge fan of this one. Bulk change was still near the top if you go to work item rather than, yeah, it's still near the top if you go to work item search rather than from inside the project board. So if you go to work item search and click on this one, yeah, see, this is again where I'm going with, like, why would Atlassian give you, like, why is it different experiences when you, depending on where you are? Like, this should be a seamless experience. This should be the same experience whether I'm in a project search or in the worldwide search, right? This shouldn't be very drastically different. You do now have this view as a chart. This, I think, was to me, it's a little bit of a gimmick, right? But it's here and you can see charts. I don't know why they would put it here though. Like, it doesn't make sense. I would not intuitively come here. Like we've been trained to create a filter and then go to the dashboard. Like, I would have put this in the dashboard more, but like, I don't know, because you can't save it. All you can do is just view it like in the heat of the moment. But I'm not gonna come over here and rebuild these reports every time. Like, I get that they added this feature and it's cool, but I need to save it. I need to reference these things over and over and over, right? And I don't want to be, swapping things out. And then again, it's not savable because the moment I close it and I come back into it, like, I have to recreate the whole thing. So I don't know. Like, in the heat of the moment, maybe if you want to see your bug breakdown, but again, most people are probably gonna save the filter and then do the dashboard. Where is the dashboard? The dashboard is over here. And so you create dashboards. I have not seen any changes in dashboards, but I have been told by numerous people that Atlassian is going to be revamping the dashboards. I think the dashboards, to me, they look exactly the same as they did in 2016 when I started using Jira. So they haven't really been updated. And custom charts for Jira is dead to me now, so I can't even recommend them anymore. But yeah, I've been told that the dashboards are going to be revamped. I will also tell you that Atlassian has been investing a lot into the summary view. So if you're back in your board, you have the summary view, which I wish Atlassian let us customize this. This would be very cool if you can customize some of this, but having more freedom and more creative control over the metrics that you can build in Jira, I think would be a very, very welcome change. I think this is a step in the right direction, but a lot of people are like, I want to see this, or I want to see my blockers, or I want to see that other stuff, right? And right now it's too restrictive. What you see is what you get, which again, it's good information. But again, I'd like a little bit more customization to maybe reorder things or set the conditions of different things. You can customize the default user's dashboard. Yeah, so you can definitely do that. Funman Andy is not working anymore. Yeah. Oh no, too short. 2023. Yeah, I believe it was 2023 or maybe 2024. No, it was definitely 2023. 2023, custom charts for Jira O Street Solutions sold it to Tempo. And then in 2024, Tempo, their new owner, they unfortunately made it not free for under 10 users. So now you have to pay. Everybody has to pay for custom charts for Jira. And so I'm not going to pay for that tool. I mean, you should pay for it if you're in a company, but if you're under 10 people, I'm not going to pay for a plugin to do free promotion. So I uninstalled custom charts for Jira. It's one of my favorite plugins. It's one of the best plugins out there. But now that it's under Tempo, I just, it's not the same. Don't sell your companies is all I'll tell you. Yeah. I'm experimenting with some other new ones. There's a couple of free ones that are, again, paid for companies but free for under 10 users. But I haven't found one that's as good as custom charts for Jira. I think custom charts for Jira is still my favorite. It's just unfortunate that tempo-wise it. But again, that's what happens. Let me see if there's anything else. We got another 10 minutes or so. I wanted to show you a couple of other changes that have caught me off guard. Under Pages, I haven't seen it yet, but if you do connect with your Confluence, one of the newer features is that you can basically work out of Confluence within Jira. That's not a new feature, but what is newer is when you open a work item, and I'm gonna make it full screen. I haven't been able to get this to work anymore, but I did get it to work once. But if you go to add and you add like a new Confluence page, then see how this, yeah, there it is. See how we have side saddle here? So we can create our Confluence pages from within Jira, which is, again, I was telling you earlier that I really do see Confluence and Jira just becoming one product and just becoming like, I don't know, Jira. Because it makes sense. Like, I'm in Confluence, but I'm inside Jira, and I can create Confluence information out here. Are there any new reports in Premium? Not that I'm aware of. In Premium, I have not seen any admin or Premium specific new reports that you can do. Creating Confluence pages right out of Jira is awesome. Yes, it is definitely awesome. Again, but this is why I suspect, this is why my conspiracy theory is that Confluence and Jira will become one, because all they need to do is like eliminate this text here, and you wouldn't be the wiser. You're just creating a page, and like demo one, right? And when you hit publish, that information, right, is now available inside your Jira ticket. And so, like, you just wouldn't know. You wouldn't be the wiser, right? It's just here. And the cool thing is, well, that there is a way. Let me see if I can close this. There is a way for me to see this without leaving open preview. Nope, that's the preview, which is still, again, okay. Again, you hide this powered by Confluence, you wouldn't be the wiser. But I could have sworn that I can click on this button and it shouldn't. I thought I'd be able to edit here. I don't see it. I'm not sure why it's not working, but at least you know that you can create it side saddle. But I could have sworn that part of the demo or part of the experience was that when you click on it, it's side saddle again for the edit. But apparently now it's sending me to Confluence. But it's good to know, right? Again, work in progress. But Atlassian's making some changes there to get us closer with Jira and Confluence becoming one. I don't know that there's any other neat things that I want to show you. Let me just click around a couple of places, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask some questions. Given that they're currently separated licensed products, it smacks an excuse. Well, kind of. So kind of, Debbie, right? So they're currently different products, except, we have the Teamwork collection. So you got to remember that Atlassian started introducing collections. And so look at this. Jira, Confluence, and Loom are one price. You pay one fee for 4 products. And so I do see a future where Atlassian just has one giant fee and you get everything. Again, I'm speculating, folks. I don't know I'm not privy to anything from Atlassian's internal. And Atlassian's legal team does like to reach out to us from time to time because we hit our predictions, foreshadow future announcements. But I would predict that based on, again, just my observations and my my intellectual ability to look at beyond the step in front of me, that due to the Teamwork collection and the way that they're bundling things, that they're going to bundle the experiences, because it's just a matter of the UI, being updated, because the under the hood stuff is already there, right? And the back end infrastructure is already slowly being put together. I don't know that if we're on different tiers for different products. Yeah. So yeah, so Debbie, very true, right? Different tiers, different products. But again, this is I think Atlassian is going to just put everybody in the Teamwork collections, because there's no tiers in the Teamwork collection. I think for new customers, right? So I asked Mike Cannon Brooks, the CEO of Atlassian. I had asked him a question about, again, the UI and stuff, things that I'm not very happy with. And he's like, Alex, we have to design and create our products not for the 300,000 customers that they have already, but for the next 300,000 customers, right? So Atlassian's not looking at their current user base. They're looking at how do we get to 1 million customers, right? And what they're doing, what I see them doing, for, again, better or worse, right? For better or for worse, is that they're taking a lot of influence from other popular tools, from their competitors, and they're kind of trying to make the best seamless experience ever. I think it's a bit of a rocky start or a rocky journey for us native, the existing 300,000 customers, but for the new customers, it's going to be irrelevant, right? And so new customers, right? Because you cannot sign up for this. Only new customers are going to be able to just sign up for these new products and essentially get started. Now, this one here, standard, is a little interesting to me. And when Atlassian first demoed the Teamwork Collection, they kind of said it will be $15. But I did not anticipate. This is new to me. I had not seen that they had a premium version. The way they marketed, right, the way they put this on stage was that $15 would be the version. So this to me right here is misleading. Well, this is correct, but what they did on stage was misleading because that $15 it made you feel, right, especially when they say that they're bundling AI agents. You don't have AI agents in the standard version. You only have AI agents on the premium version. So it's misleading to see that you get this. So again, Atlassian's billing department, I don't know. I don't work for Atlassian, so I don't know what they're doing over there. But this to me, what they said at Team and what I'm seeing here are not the same thing. Strategies can definitely backfire. We'll see. Business is all about attracting new customers and ignoring the current ones. I am fearful of that, Debbie. I do see a future where Atlassian becomes so big that it's a tool just like Rally or ClearCase, ClearQuest, right? That as they continue to gain market share, but it's the unfortunate reality of public facing or public based companies because it's what they do. All good things come to an end, and eventually somebody else is going to create a new Jira that'll be leaner, meaner, and better. And Atlassian has to. I mean, I don't know. You have to watch what's going on, but you got to keep. I don't know. I'm not a billionaire, right? I would imagine that these are problems that Mike considers heavily, and maybe or tries to understand, right? But he has to make a call, and the stakeholders always or shareholders always win. You got to get to 1 million customers. So how do you do that? Bundling things with the per user price, this is still cheaper than buying them all a la carte, or maybe not. Maybe not in this way. This was cheaper, but not with this because Jira's already what, $20, almost $20 per person, and so and prices only go up every October. Prices go up, so expect price increases. A bold strategy, Cotton. Hike says, I must confess, I like changes and Indeed, and it will become easier for Confluence users to use Jira and vice versa. Yeah. I'm excited for when Jira and Confluence become one. I don't know. People come at me and say they're not, but the writing's on the wall for me. I don't know how it looks like for y'all, but this looks like these products are going to become one and the same. So I'm going to cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. We're going to be covering basic JQL. I'm going to introduce you to JQL. So if you're looking at JQL and you don't know what it means, go ahead and let me, and don't panic. But for everybody else in the chat, what does JQL stand for? And we're going to do bad answers only, wrong answers only. Okay. I don't want you all to tell me exactly what JQL is, but wrong answers only. What does JQL stand for? Wrong answers only. Let's have a little bit of fun this morning. But yeah, we're going to define JQL. We're going to talk about basic and advanced, what's the differences. We'll go over some common JQL queries, and I'm going to show you how to create and share filters because JQL is what makes the world go round, and you need to know how to do this to be successful in your Jira usage. So without further ado, while we wait for these comments here to come in on the wrong answers to what JQL is, let's switch over to Jira, and let me show you what JQL is and how it works, and then we'll get into some definitions. So let me zoom in. Barbara here has the Jira query language. Yes, but Barbara, that's the right answer. We want to know all the wrong answers. We want to know, what does Jira query language not stand for? But just like Barbara here says, JQL is the Jira query language. And in case you didn't know, Confluence has a Confluence query language, CQL. So depending on which tool you're in, you're going to see either or. Here we go. Nick understood the assignment. Just quality laziness. I love that one. That one's awesome. Let's keep them coming, folks. Get those creative juices going this morning. What does JQL not stand for? We're wrong answers only. All right. Now, to get to your JQL, to get to search in Jira, there's a couple of different ways to do this. I'm going to show you the most common, most popular way because Atlassian clearly wants us, like, it's yelling at us and it's telling us this is the way. And that is up here in the inside of your Jira. You're going to have a search bar. And if you come in here, technically this is JQL. Technically you can do search, right? Technically I can do like BI-3. And yes, it's going to find information. If I put in keywords like testing, yes, it's going to find work. And so this is technically JQL, but it's like pre-basic. It's like even more basic than the basic. So we're going to go into how to do this in the more advanced way. And so what you want to do in order to truly take advantage of this is you're going to want to, again, click on the search bar here, right? And when you click on search, you're going to want to go all the way to the bottom to that view all work items. And this is going to position us in a place where we're going to do or start with our Jira query language. Now, approve here says just quit line. I love that one. Ball with us says junior quantum leap learning. Love that one. We got Jelly Queen's Lie. So awesome. Yeah, those are fun. I like those. You guys are all doing a great job. Awesome. Keep them coming. Keep them coming throughout this training. What does JQL stand for? Wrong answers only. Okay, so once we land inside of this search, we're going to be in either JQL mode, which is ultimately where you want to get to. You want to be in this, they used to be called advanced mode, but now it's just JQL. So you ultimately want to get to this level. But at the beginning, you don't have to be there. There's this basic mode, and then we're going to show and see how AI plays into all this. And so let's start off with the basic, because this is going to help us out, and this is going to get us going in the right direction. So in a nutshell, what is JQL, right? So we know it stands for Jira Query Language. And query means like a search, right? So if any of you have ever done any SQL, right, SQL query language, then you probably are familiar a little bit with being able to search data, right? That's essentially all JQL means is it's the ability to search for your data inside of Jira. And so there's going to be, like I said, two different ways. We're going to be able to do it the basic mode, or we're going to do it the JQL mode, which is the advanced mode. I'm going to show you both in this training, but we're going to start off with the basics. And the key thing, the only thing you really need to know about how JQL works is any data inside of your work items. So any field, your summary, your description, any custom field, your due dates, right? Any type of field, as long as there's data in it, right? Whether that be the type, the key, the summary, the assignee, the reporter, the priority, the status, resolution, the data was created, the data was updated, the data is due, any field, literally, right? All of that is searchable, and you can search for that information. So the important thing is, as we've been evolving here, as we've been starting in January, what is Jira, and making our way all the way to today, this is where we have officially put things into Jira. We have work, we're capturing work, we're working as a team, we're being proactive, we're being productive, right? And we're creating all of this work. We're capturing stories and tasks and epics, and we're assigning work to people, and we're setting priorities of work, and we're setting due dates, right? And all of this is happening in the world of Jira, whether you're using a backlog or a board, right? But after a certain point, right, after your first like 300 issues or work items, then things are going to get lost. Things are going to get scary lost, right? And you're going to be very, very quickly overwhelmed with, oh boy, we have like 1,000 work items in Jira. How do we find them, right? How do we find this information? And so this is where this Jira query language is going to come into play, because with knowing and understanding what JQL is, we're going to be able to search for information, specifically the information you want. And I'm just going to show you a couple of tricks, some couple of tips that I normally use to get the information that I need. Now, a couple more. We have the Jira Quirks and Laughter. That's a great one, Karine. And then Akshay says juggles queries lazily. I love that one too. Folks, in case you're coming into the chat here and you're like, what is going on? We're asking for, what does JQL stand for? Wrong answers only. And so have a little bit of fun. If you haven't dropped your favorite, what is not JQL, drop it in the chat here for us while we continue our learning journey. Okay, so as I mentioned, all I did was go to search, and then I went to view our work items so that we can land in this view here that allows us to do a search. Now, I'm going to focus on the basic first and then get you going from there. So when you click on basic, what we need to where we normally start is we're going to skip the search here, and we're going to come to this project. And so normally what happens here is, because you're going to be able to access anything, all work that you have access to. And this is very important, folks. And if you're multitasking, give me 2 seconds here. This is very, very critical. When you're conducting a search in Jira, The search is going to be based on your permissions. And so if you don't have access to a specific work item, then the JQL is not going to go find that work item and bring it back to you. So there's no backdoor here, okay? You have to have access to the projects, you have to have access to the work items, no issue level security in play, right? You need to have access, because if you don't have access, then it's not going to come back in the result. Jira is going to be able to see it, but it's not going to return it back to you because it's going to respect and prioritize the permissions of each Jira project. And so if you're not finding the work you're looking for, before you get super frustrated with Jira and you're like, this thing's the worst tool ever, make sure that you have the right permissions for the projects and the work that you're looking for. Okay, very, very, very important disclaimer here. And then as we go and talk about AI in a few minutes, I also want to mention that even if and when you leverage the power of AI, whether that be Rovo or just Atlassian Intelligence, it too is going to respect your permission. So if you don't have access to data, if you don't have access to specific work, then you are not going to see that work. Jira is going to respect and honor those permissions and those restrictions. And so if something is blind to you, then it's going to be blind to either the AI or the JQL. So just want to let you all know, because that's very, very important. I think a lot of people get very frustrated with like, it's not coming back and I can't find what I'm looking for. Well, sometimes what you're looking for is not available to you. All right. So keep that in mind. So those are, again, very, very important disclaimers. So usually what I'll do, right, is I'll click on basic. I'll skip the search. I'm going to come back to explain what search is for. But then we're going to go to project, because again, depending on how many Jira projects you're in, you're going to get a lot of data back, right? You're going to get tons and tons and tons, maybe thousands and thousands of results. So the first thing you want to do is you want to start narrowing that data down. And the easiest way to narrow that data down is to start zooming in on a project or projects. And so I'm going to click on project, and I'm going to click on this bug invaders one. And so now, instead of having 12 items, I now only have 5. Now, Atlassian did something very, very annoying. I hate that they did this. I understand why they did it. They did it for performance optimization. So I don't blame them for doing it, but Atlassian, this is a horrible feature from an end user perspective. Great technical feature, but a horrible end user feature. And so one of the biggest gotchas when you're doing a search in Jira is that Atlassian is already pre-filtering. So Atlassian, in order, again, to optimize performance and speed of this Jira results, instead of bringing back the entire database of all of the work that you have, it's only going to bring you back things that you created within the last 30 days. But because of this speed optimization, we have now made it harder for the user, especially end users that are not as, you're not looking at everything here. This 30 days is going to kick your butt, right? And so even when you go into a project, you're like, that doesn't look right. I know that there's more stories in this project. Well, the second thing you're going to want to check is get rid of this created. Usually I always tell people, get rid of that from the get-go, because that created is just going to hurt you, right? It improves performance of Jira. Awesome. Thank you, Atlassian. But I'd rather have the performance hit than have missing data. And so I'd rather see it like this. So make sure you always, I've never seen a scenario where this is not true. Always get rid of that created within the last 30 days, because it's gonna hurt you. I guarantee you, you're gonna be missing data if you don't get rid of it. And again, Atlassian, I know speed optimization, but I've made $1 million mistakes because of that dumb thing. So do not get rid of it as quickly as humanly can. Okay. And so now the search right now is telling us we're in project bug invaders. And as you can see in the bottom right corner, we have 83 items. Now, it used to be that the results used to be paginated. So we'd have to go page by page and we'd see, I think it was 50 at a time. And so now Atlassian has improved it. So when you get to 50, you just keep scrolling down and it'll load you 50 at a time. Now, if you have 10,000 items in your Jira for whatever reason and you wanted to see them all, for example, if I just show everything, you're going to see that it's going to say 50 of 1,000 plus. However, if you click, this is a new feature. I love this new feature. See, Atlassian doesn't always do everything wrong. Every once in a while, they get some stuff right. But this is one of my new favorite features. So if you want to see how many work items you have in total, you just click on this plus 10 or 1,000, and it'll tell you the total number. And so normally you only see the first 1,000. And back in the old ways, the first 1,000 was all, that's it. Once you got to 1,000, you were, Atlassian shut you off. But now you see the total number. So always click on that little 1,000 plus, if you ever want to see the total number of work items inside of your Jira. So a little pro tip there. Okay, so let's go back to our project here, right? So again, we have 48,000 items, and we're just going to show the 83 that are in this project. Awesome. And so this in itself is a good JQL. This is great. We now have how many items are in this particular project. However, we have the ability to search for assignees as well. So we have the assignee field here, and these become and statements. So if you guys are in the chat, let me know. Are you all familiar with an and an or statement? Have you ever done any computer logic or just logic in general where we have and statements and or statements? If not, let me break it down for you real quick and give you the what this means definition. Okay, so when we have an or statement, one of two values need to be true. So we're gonna have is project equals bug invaders, or is the assignee me? And that's an or statement. So as long as one of the two is true, you're gonna get a result. An and statement, A and D, is that both need to be true. And so in this particular case, project equals bug invaders and the assignee equals me. And when we do that and statement, they both need to be true. And if neither are true, right? If only one is true or none of them are true, then you're going to get nothing. And so in this particular case, I do not have any work assigned to me in the bug invaders project. And therefore, the result brings back nothing because both of these conditions need to be true. And you want to be very careful here when you're doing this, right? Because this is going to either hurt you or benefit you greatly, especially as you start to get comfortable with Jira and you get comfortable with JQL. You'll be able to get very creative and a lot more technical with your searches, right? And so you can go and search for a specific user, and hopefully some work is definitely assigned to this user. So in this particular case, we have this project equals bug invaders, where the assignee equals a byte with Lena. And so that's how we can find that work. Okay. And then this, we can now save the filter. And we're going to get into saving filters in a minute, but we can now save this filter and say, this is all the work for Lena in this project. All right. Now, if we didn't want to specify the project, we can open up the project to all projects. And we just want to find all the work that's assigned to Lena. In this particular case, she still only has one thing. Now, if I switch it over to me and I just did the no project, right? We're going to find all of the work that is assigned to just me. And so as you can see, I only have one thing in this entire Jira. Out of the 48,000 items, only one is assigned to me. And so this is how you can get a little bit more creative with your JQL. And again, remember, when you start adding statements here, you make the list a little bit more complex, but it starts bringing you information. Now, in this particular case, what we did here is I added a few more users, but these now become an or statement within the and. And so this is a little bit more complicated, right? So basically what we're doing here is I want to see any work that is assigned to Alex or Lena or Alana. And again, as long as any one of those three are true, right, it's going to bring that data back. And so in this particular case, we see all the work assigned to Alana, to Lena, and then eventually I'm going to have one in here somewhere too. Okay. So that's how that's working, right? And so now you can kind of see, you can build on it, right? Same thing with projects. We can look in one project, or we can add more projects to this and add a few more projects, and then data is going to be dynamically being built to bring us the results that are a match. And we'll show you JQL in a minute. We'll go into the JQL mode so you can see what this advanced search looks like. But this is what I like about the basic mode, where you can very intuitively and very easily just see all the work that's relevant based on these drop downs, because it's very easy to click on people and see what's going on with your data. Okay. Now, a little bit more advanced thing is you're going to see this little equal sign here. And this allows you to inverse your logic, to flip the logic. And so instead of saying, hey, show me everything where project equals bug invaders, show me everything that's not that project. And so instead of having 83, we now have 48,000, whatever it was, minus 83. And this is how we get to this number, because we're taking out everything except project bug invader. So if I go look through all these keys, the one thing I'm not going to find is any BI key. There's not going to be any bug invaders key, because I'm telling Jira, do not include that one. So be very careful when you're doing this, because it's powerful, right? This becomes very, very powerful, where you can either search for the things you want, or you can search for the opposite of the things that you want. Because maybe when you search for the opposite, it ends up being the thing you want. And so keep that in mind. It's very powerful, but it's really cool, and you should definitely be aware of what it does. Felix says, thank you for all the great videos. Thank you for watching. If you guys didn't watch, I wouldn't be making them. So thank you for watching. Okay. Now, as we continue making our way down the list, we have type. This is going to be the work item type. And so you can pick all the standard work types. So that's going to be your stories, your tasks, your bugs, your epics, your themes, anything you create that is not a subtask. Then you have just your subtask. So just subtask if you have it only, or if you go and create custom subtasks, those will show up too. Or if you want to be very specific, you can say, I just want to see the epics in this project. And then you're only going to see the epics in this project, right? And that's how that works, right? And then again, or statements. We can say, show me all the epics or the bugs in this project. And so now we're going to see 34 items, and we see bugs, and then we see epics, right? Or we can do, again, that inverse, right? Not show me everything that's not the epics or the bugs. And so now we're going to see the subtasks and the stories and the tasks and everything else. And so you can play around with that logic to get exactly what you're looking for, all right? In this particular case, I'm just going to leave it to bugs and keep working our way down. And so right now, my search is show me every bug in this project. Awesome, but we can get a little bit more granular. We then have the status field here. And our status can be any of the statuses in our workflow. So this list is going to dynamically be built based on what statuses are available in your particular project. And so I'm going to show, let me see every bug that isn't done. So I can do done, and then remember, I can inverse it, does not equal done. So I'm going to show every bug that's not completed. I have 24 of them. If I wanted to see the opposite, if I want to see all the bugs that are done, then I can just say status equals done, right? And so this is how you can get a little creative, right? Because instead of having to go through each, like do the inverse, right? This is basically telling me the same thing. Status equals in progress or to do. You got to sometimes balance out. You sometimes have to balance out which one's easier, which one's less clicks for me, inversing the logic or clicking a bunch of buttons and then excluding a bunch of data. And so you'll pick it up over time, but just know that it's pretty powerful. You get some powerful stuff here. And at this point, we've reached the end of the line, right? We're at the end of the screen, and you would think that this is it, that this is as far as we can get. But this is only the beginning. This is the basic stuff. This is what Jira wants you to start off with. There's one last thing, though, before we get into the more advanced things. We do have this search work button, and what this does is it's going to do just a blanket search, and it's going to like find text that's in here somewhere. So if I put in like trigger and I hit enter, it's going to find anything where trigger is in the title or in the description. And so we can prove this by seeing these two is very obvious. BI 89 and 88 has trigger. But you'll notice that BI 54 does not have the word trigger in it. However, if I open it, I'm willing to bet that the word trigger shows up somewhere. And here it is. Right away, we see it in the description. So know that when you do the search, it is a little bit of what I'm going to call a crapshoot, right? It's a little bit of luck of the draw, although this has gotten significantly better. I do remember sitting down with Mike Cannon Brooks, the CEO of Atlassian, and he was telling us a story that there was a point where like when you did the search, it could only look up the keywords in the summary. And so Atlassian has gone through the last 20 years to make this such a better search for you. And so, yeah, if you type in words here, my experience has been hit or miss. Sometimes it gets it, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's still not granular enough, but you can search for keywords, whether within the title, the description, or some other text field in here. Okay, that's what this one's for. So let's get rid of that. And right now, what we have is basically every open bug. Awesome. That's cool, right? Rodney wants me to ask you about Operation Bacon. Rodney, why don't you in the chat tell us a little bit about Operation Bacon and what that's all about? Okay, so we have bugs we have every bug in this project that's not done. Great. What else can we do? Well, how about priority? How about we find the most critical bugs in this project that are not done? Because when we look over here on the right-hand side, we can see that we have a priority field. And this priority field is going to show us a variety of different values. We have highest, we have medium, critical, right? We have a couple of different priorities, right? We can click on this arrow and sort by it. So now we can see all the mediums, then the highest, then the critical. We can also do it in descending order and see all the critical up top. But what if you only want to see the critical ones, right? What if you just want to see these two critical ones? Well, where do you add priority, right? Well, this is where you're going to come into more filters. Now, I don't like the wording that Atlassian put here. I think this is bad text. Atlassian, if you're watching, this is misleading in my opinion. I think clicking on more filters, you're bastardizing the word filters. You're overloading the word filters here. Not a good look here, right? So this should be more fields, right? These are more fields that are available to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this more fields button, and basically any other field, again, I don't like that they put filters here. Like this is very misleading, right? But any other field that is available in your Jira projects, you can search for it. So I'm going to type in priority because I know that that's a field. And now I can find the critical items, right? And these fields are going to work just like the project and the assignee and the type and the status, right? Where you can do the inverse logic and whatnot. But now you can see that I can actually hone in on those two particular critical bugs, right? And this is great. Now I can save this as my critical filters or critical bugs that need to be fixed ASAP filter, right? And I can save that filter and share it with my team. And every day we can take a look at it and go, do we have any new bugs that are critical? Because any bugs that are critical are showstoppers, folks. This is where your company's bleeding money, people are dying, bad catastrophic things are happening. And so these are the problems you want to fix ASAP, right? Now, Bronny says, if you see Alex at Team 25 Europe, you may be able to get some TGL goodies. Yes. So we are working on some swag. We're working on some cool little stuff for the Jira Life. And we got to get these, Rodney, we got to get these mobilized here over the next week. I would say by the end of this Friday, Rodney, we need to get this stuff done so we can have them and shipped and delivered in time for Barcelona. But yeah, we're going to be in Team 25 Europe. And so if anybody's planning on traveling to Barcelona and you want to maybe take a picture with the refrigerator here or with me, that's not a refrigerator, right? That's your server rack. It looks like a refrigerator. But if anybody wants to take a picture with the refrigerator or with me, find us at Team 25 Barcelona. Okay. So now that we have this, I want to show you one more thing before we go on to the advanced JQL, right? And so that's going to be with the topic of a due date. And yes, that is a server rack. It looks like a refrigerator. All right. So we're going to look up due date. Now, this will work for any date field. In fact, you can do created if you wanted to. This will probably be easiest, actually, to demo a couple more things. But this is what I love about date fields. So when we look at date fields, we actually get a few more options. So instead of just the equals or not equals, now I can do, was something created within the last 24 hours, right? And so this is going to show me every critical bug that was created within the last 24 hours in this project. And that's great because, again, anytime I have a critical bug that isn't being addressed or taken care of by the team, then that means money is not being made, right? Critical bugs should strictly be money is not being made for you and your company. And so you want to have a filter that shows you all those critical bugs that were created in the last 24 hours. Maybe you want the last 24 minutes, right? Maybe you want the last 60 minutes. And so you can very easily modify this. Now, I'm going to show you what this looks like in JQ again in a minute. But trust me, folks, it is so much easier to say, show me everything in the last, I don't know, day, five days, right? In the last week. Whoops. Helps if I know how to click here. Show me everything in the last week, right? And this is an easy way to get this information. However, you can also show me everything that was created more than 20 minutes ago. This is great for when you do an import and you want to find everything that was created within the last, I don't know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Or if you want to exclude everything from your import and go, show me everything that was like created over 20 minutes ago because I just ran an import and I don't want to see that data. You can also do it between. So if you have specific dates, so if you wanted to say, show me everything created in the month of July, if I knew how to click and read, show me everything that was made in the month of July. And when I click update, you'll see everything that was of that priority and created in that month of July. And then finally, you can do range. So if you don't want to specify the month, but you're like, show me everything in the last, I don't know, 2 weeks, right? So you can do -2 weeks to, I don't know, 2 weeks and show me 2 weeks into the future. Then this is going to show you a month's worth of work, right? And again, this is great stuff for, again, if you don't, Maybe you don't care for a specific explicit date, but you just know I want to see the last month. And so you can do this. So I prefer this method because, again, all this is technically going to be doable with lessons and greater than inside of JQL that we're going to go to in just a second. But these are very important. Okay. Now you can always click on this clear filters to delete everything, all the hard work that we just did, or don't click that button if you don't want to start all over. Okay. Ronnie says, I wish it were a fridge. Keeps the servers even cooler. Okay. So, folks, do you have any questions then on what we just covered? This is how we use basic JQL. We're going to do AI next, and then we're going to go to the advanced stuff. And then I'm going to show you how to save these filters. Okay. So if you're on the premium version of Jira, premium or enterprise, you get this little AI button. And what this AI button does is it allows you to, using plain English, show me every bug that is in the bug invaders project that are highest priority. And when I do that, Atlassian Intelligence is going to go off and think, and it's going to build that item for me. So as you can see, it found the bug invaders project, every bug. So the work type is bug, where the priority equals highest. So if you don't want to think about like, okay, so how do I find what I'm looking for, but I know how to express it in plain old English, and you happen to be a premium or enterprise subscriber of Jira, then you can just simply ask Atlassian Intelligence, and it will do a pretty good job. It's gotten better over time. It's not the best. It's not perfect. I wouldn't be betting my salary on this Atlassian Intelligence feature. It's still very buggy. 99% of the time, it's very black and white, right? It's very binary. It's trying to hit every keyword in your search exactly to some sort of a filter or some sort to a field, and it doesn't always work very well, right? Especially if you're not very specific in your prompt. Ralph says, how can we filter issues by date active regardless of created date? Like show issues that existed on May 1st unresolved. So this is an interesting question. So you can do in Jira, you can use any date field, but you have to pick a date field. And so whether that's your updated date, your created date, your due date, or any custom date field that you have. But what you're trying to do in Jira, at least to the best of my knowledge, and Rodney, I know you're in here, so if you want to help me answer this one, because I'm about to say this is technically not possible if you don't latch to one of those fields, right? There is no concept of just a date in Jira. You have to pick, again, the created date, the updated date, due date, resolve date, any of the existing date fields or any created date, right? Because there is no way for Jira to know that something existed on May 1st, right? So you'd have to put created, right? You have to put, was I created on May 1st or not, right? Or was I updated between May 1st and August 1st, right? That's like, but if nobody updated it, then you're going to get bad results. So what you're trying to do is technically, in my opinion, is not a feature of Jira, because unless you have a date field somewhere that you're manually updating to show that I exist, your created date or updated date are going to be your best bets. So unfortunately, again, that as far as I know, I don't think that you can do this in Jira. You have to you have to latch onto it and a date field. Although it'd be kind of cool. I think it would be a great feature though for Atlassian to add though, because you're not the only person, Ripple, who has asked this question. It's I think it's a miss on Atlassian's behalf to not be able to do that. But again, Rodney, if you know a better way, or if somebody else in the chat knows of a better way, let me know. In fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we ask Atlassian Intelligence and see what it brings back? Show me a list of all work that existed on May 1st, 2025 that is unresolved. And let me see what Atlassian Intelligence does. I'm actually kind of curious. Wait, hold up. I might have to cancel. Oh no, is it doing it? There we go. Status category changed. Okay, that's interesting. So it's checking to see if any items had a status category. So again, you need an update, right? It won't know if something existed or not existed. It's just going to tell you something got updated within that period. So if nobody touched it, right, if nobody did any updates to it, it's not going to come back in the results, even though it does exist. And so this is why, again, I don't think that this is a feature of Jira, because even the status category change implies that it got updated from one status to another, which would have come up in your updated. So yeah, Jay Kui lazy. So sorry, that's as close as I can get you. Okay, so that is that's the basic. So we're just gonna X out of everything here. And one last thing I want to show you actually before we go into the advanced JQL. So early at the very beginning, like 30 minutes ago, I told you that there's two ways. There's two ways to get to the JQL. And so you can click on the search at the top and then click on the view all work items at the bottom. Or if you're already inside of a Jira project, so let's just say I'm in my Bug Invaders project, I can go to all work here, and then this becomes a search as well. And so everything that we just covered works in here. The AI part, all the basic stuff, all the field stuff. There's only one caveat, that this particular view is already pre-configured to show you just this project's work. So that's a benefit, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, right? But this is going to show you anything that's in this project that that is already pre-selected for you. Okay, so versus this way, when you click on the search up here, it's going to show you everything under the sun, and then you have this hard 30-day limitation because again, because it's showing you everything under the sun. We already know there's 48,000 items, and we don't want to do that search. We don't want that tax on the servers. And so Atlassian was going to pre-select it for us. So if we get rid of it, we see all 48,000 items, but the problem is we now need to go pick our project. So that's the only big difference between being in the project versus the main global search, is that project is going to be pre-created for you. All right. So that was that. And so we are ready to do JQL. And so when we switch over to JQL, to the JQL mode, we're basically going to start writing some code. And so we're going to start off with the basics, right? The only drawback here, though, is that you're staring at a blank canvas. Now, you kind of have to like take some gloves off, and you got to know what you're doing here a little bit more, because when you're in JQL mode, you lose the benefit of having those. You're gonna lose the benefit of being able to see the fields, right? You now need to know the fields, right? You need to know what fields you have, which fields you want, which fields you don't want, and see what we have. Okay, and so keep that in mind, that when you're in JQL mode, you are doing this advanced mode. I'll put double air quotes, right? Because you now kind of need to know what you're doing. All right. But the same things apply. So we can do project equals Bug Invaders. All right. And then when I hit the little search icon, in here, you do either have to hit the enter button or the search icon. This is not going to dynamically search itself. So you do need to hit like enter to search. And so we can do that. And then we're going to get the 83 that we've been looking at this whole time, because we had the basic, right? And so one cool way, like if you're new and you're like trying to learn how to use this stuff, my recommendation is build this out in the basic, right? Build out the stuff that we were looking at earlier. Show me every bug that is priority. Priority equals like critical, right? Remember, build all this stuff out and then click on JQL, and Jira is going to show you the code. So this is how you can learn, right? If you're self-teaching yourself, how do I get into the advanced mode in Jira? Because there's going to be reasons why we pick JQL over the basic. You'll be 10 times more effective if you know JQL than if you know the basic, right? But this is going to get you going so you can start learning how this stuff works. And so we have project equals Bug Invaders, and type equals bug, and status is in. Look at this one, status is in. And this is where we have 2 or more statuses. And so when we're doing our checkboxes, right, if we were to do back over here and we were to select a bunch of projects and we go back to JQL, notice that our project becomes in, right? So this is why, again, JQL is more powerful, because we can do in, and then we can call out multiple projects. We can also put not in and do the inverse, right? And as you can see here, we have the equals, we have the does not equal, we have the is not, in, and not in. We'll get into a couple of these in a second here, right? So let's just go back though. Let's just kind of keep building our query here. So we can do project equals Bug Invaders. Now, another interesting thing that you should know is that JQL does not like spaces. All right. So whenever you have spaces, you're going to want to put quotes and then put bug. Now, my little pro tip is I always like to just start typing in, even if I forget the quotes. I like to put one word at a time. Let JQL do its querying, right? Let the caching catch up. It's gonna find it for you, and then when you select it and you hit enter, it will put it in air quotes for you. So I usually just let Jira decide, do I need quotes or not? Especially when you're at the beginning, it can be confusing, right? And then again, you hit your search. Now, let me show you some advanced things, right? So now we can do an and statement, and we can do acceptance criteria is empty. And so maybe I want to find everything where my acceptance criteria is empty. So this is something that you cannot do in the basic. And in fact, Jira is going to tell you that this is not possible in the basic, because look, if I try to switch back to basic, this whole is empty concept, right? Being able to show me every work where the acceptance criteria field is empty, that means it's not filled out. That's a JQL only thing. And as you can see here, I can't switch back. If I wanted to go back and do the same query using the basic, it won't let me. Right? And this is where again you want to be more precise. Well, you'll be more powerful with JQL. So if you're kind of on the fence and you're like, "Ooh, this JQL stuff is kind of scary," trust me when I tell you, do what I was telling you right now, right? Start with basic stuff, right? Start with the basic searches, but toggle between the two. Because one thing that always gets me is like dates, right? Remember earlier when we're looking at created? If I do created within the last 25 hours, this is 24 hours, right? This search inside of JQL is so hard to remember. But when I click on JQL, it's going to show me created is greater than or equal to the negative 24H. And this is what makes it hard, because in Jira, the hard thing about these date stuff is like, well, is it greater than or is it less than? Right? What's the difference between created is greater than or equal to negative 24 versus created is less than or less than just positive 24, right? I don't know. I'm not that good at JQL. JQL is one of those things where I need to get a lot better at. But as you can see, like it can get pretty overwhelming very, very quickly. And I love the basic view, because in the basic view, I can tell it, okay, well, I just want to see everything that was like made between August 1st and August 31st, right? This is plain English. I can tell it this. And when I switch to JQL, then I have the right query, right? Because then look at this. This gets a little more sophisticated. We have created more after August 1st, but created before August 31st. But now we don't have any negative. So learning that less than or greater than or equal to, it becomes a little bit more challenging, right? And so practice by toggling between the basic and the JQL until eventually you learn how to create these queries. Now, spoilers, unless you really dedicate your time to learning these things, like I've been writing these queries for years, and I still haven't memorized them. And so I still always go back to that basic view, and I pull my query because it's the easiest way. Okay. Oh boy, I'm getting sleepy. A couple more things for you to know. Within this view, you saw we have this and created equals, and we can do these really cool things here where we can say, was something created at the end of the day, at the end of the month, right? Maybe what created doesn't make sense, right? But we can do due, right? Is something due at the end of the day, right? Is something due at the end of the week, right? So if you wanted to say, show me every bug or show me everything that's in this project that's due at the end of this week, we can do those items there. Approve says, can you give another instance where JQL is more helpful than basic? Well, I'm showing you right now. So the first way where JQL is more helpful than basic is with the empty, right? It's empty, not empty. That's one. You won't be able to do those in basic. Next is these functions, right? There's a bunch of functions here where we have last login, start of the day, start of the month, start of the year. You won't be able to do those in the basic view either. So those are two there. I don't know if this one is. I think this one. Let me. This the easiest way to find out is if you punch something in. Yeah. Can change and or yeah. So we'll talk about that too in a second, right? But another one here is going to be and filter equals, and you can actually call out another filter. So if I do this, can I switch back to basic? Yep, apparently I can't call a filter. No, yep, no, see, you can't. So in JQL, you're allowed to call, like you're gonna have filter inception. And so you can call a filter within a filter. And so that's kind of cool too. That you just don't get with the basic search there. Another one that's a little bit more advanced, and Ripple kind of changed it, right? So we have the changed, or was, right? Status was, and we can go accept it, right? So these kind of things, when I hit the search, you'll notice that the basic is gone. So I cannot search for work that used to be in a status, right? And so there's certain capabilities here that you're only going to get in JQL. And in fact, I'm going to switch you back over here to advanced search with Jira query language here. And there's going to be some advanced things, right? So we have functions. We have some functions here that you should know about. I've already covered a couple of these, right? But we have was in, we have changed, we have was not in. We have approvers. So if you're using like if you're using JSM, you can check to see if your approver, who your approvers are. But also with JSM, if you have breached, right, you can check for your breached option. We have for regular Jira, if you want to check to see if something's in a cascading option, we can check the cascading. And these are functions that you're just not going to find inside of the basic one. So the closed sprints, this is very important, right? Being able to find any sprint that is closed, right? Or maybe we even have current or open sprints, and we have feature sprints as well, which we'll get to in a second. We can check to see components lead by user, and we can put a person's name, right? So every single thing that I'm showing you here, approve, is an example of why basic JQL will not help you, right? Which is why I made a statement of, well, this is like 10 times, you'll be 10 times more powerful if you know how to use JQL here, right? So there's a whole list here. I'm going to drop it here so you all can take a look at it, because the fun does not end here. If I go back a page, we have developer status here. And so there's a bunch of development stuff as well that you can take a look at, especially when you connect with Bitbucket, so you can see if your builds are failing, and you commit and whatnot. And so there's a lot of powerful stuff if you're looking at development specific functions, right? We can keep going down, and you can search for advanced roadmap custom fields. So there's going to be custom fields from advanced roadmaps. I'm going to show you my favorite one, which is this one right here, right? So inside of your JQL, this is the only place to do this. You can do issue in, and you have a bunch of extra functions here, portfolio child's issue of. And if we put the name of an epic here, I did not come prepared to this. I don't have a, let's see if I have an epic. BI3. There we go. I got lucky, right? If I put the name of an epic here, it's going to show me every child, right? So again, these are really, really, really cool things that you can do with advanced JQL that you just would not be able to do any other way. Okay. Now, because we only have a couple minutes left, let me show you how do we save this, right? How do we save these filters? Because there's a wrong way and a right way of saving these filters. So whenever you come up with your search, right, whatever criteria, whether you're using the basic mode or the JQL mode, the last thing you want to do is consistently come back to Jira and type in the same search over and over and over and over. That gets really, really, really annoying really, really quickly. So luckily, Jira lets us do this thing called a save filter. And so when you click on that save filter, we can just call this something like, well, let me go back to my other search that I had, right? So earlier I had project equals BI and type equals bug and priority equals critical, right? So when I do my search, we have our critical bugs here. And if I want to save this, I can save this as critical bugs, right? Now, this is where a lot of people mess up. If you're not careful, you give it a name, yay. When I hit the save button, this filter is only viewable by me, which is great if I just want to be the only one seeing this data. So if I want to save myself from having to do all those drop downs or type the code out every single time, great. Give it a name, click save, and that's it. You're done. Your filter goes to the filter section. So in Jira, we have a filter section, and you can now see your starred filter. You can also always click on view all filters, and then your filter is going to be here in here somewhere, right? Cool. But if we try to share this with others, we're going to run into some problems, because the moment I share this link, because every filter does have a unique identifier, but the moment I share this link with somebody, they're not going to be able to see the results, because this filter is private. So you want to make sure when you are sharing your filters, or when you're creating your filters, that at a minimum, you set your viewers to be either the project. So you click on project, then you click on this, click add, right? This is the minimum. I always recommend you open it up to at least the project, because anybody who has access to your project should have access to the data inside the project. But if you really don't care, right? If you're trying to do this for like an executive, right? Your executives are usually not in any Jira project per se. They're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So I would open it up to your organization. So that means anybody who has a Jira license can see this. And so again, it depends on your specific use case, but my minimum recommendation is you do a project. Group is not going to work out too well for you, because groups are only visible by your Jira admin. So unless you're a Jira admin and or you know the name of the groups, this is not going to help you out a lot, because those groups are usually, again, a Jira admin only thing. So you're not, I would say like 80% of the population is not going to know the group. So I avoid the group. But the project's easy, because you obviously know the name of your project. And you can also explicitly share it with a specific user. So if you wanted to share it with, Lena here, I can share it. Whoops. A byte with Lena. There we go. So if I want to share with a byte with Lena, I can do that too. Habana says that Atlassian have agentic AI. Yes, Atlassian does have agentic AI. I'm going to cancel out of this for a second. If you go to your Rovo chat, you do need to be on the premium or enterprise versions of Jira. You can go here to Rovo chat. There's an agents button here. You're going to be able to see any agent that has been created either by somebody else in your company, by you, or by Atlassian. Or if you want to go and create an agent, you can click the create button here. Or you can go to the little grid over here, go down to Studio, and inside of Studio, you're going to be able to build your own agents. Now, I do have a video here if you're interested. I made this one maybe a month ago, Ape Tech Robo. So if you're interested here, I made this one on how to make an agent. So if you want to watch this one, this is a great training for you to go take. It's about an hour long. My wife and I walk you through how to make agents. Now, one last thing here before we end this up is, if you, so I think we're clear on the viewers, right? I at a minimum open up to the project. What I also do is the editors. At the editors, this is the only group you ever need to remember. There's something called a site admin or an org admin. Both are going to get you there. But I open it up for an org admin, so that way, if I'm ever on vacation, or if I ever get fired or quit or whatever, somebody else can come in and modify this filter. And so I open it up to the ultimate admins, which is either the site or the org admin. And always make sure you click that add button, because if you don't, it doesn't actually add it. So we're going to cover two things. We're going to cover Jira dashboards and Jira reports. And so stick with me again to the end. We do have a little bit of a teaser for some exclusive offers, so definitely stick around. And let's jump into Jira. Okay, so to catch you all up, again, this is technically the 10th of a 12th series. So we've had 9 other sessions in this entire lecture here. And so what we are going to cover is basically pick off where we left off. And where we left off was creating filters. And so in Jira, when you have data, right, you want to basically create a filter, because when you create filters, then you can more easily, I don't think it's a hard requirement. It's not like you have to have filters, but it will make your life in the dashboards way, way, way easier if you have a filter. And a filter, in case you missed the last session back in September, it's quite simple to describe, right? So a filter, all it is basically a search, right? So if you search something in Jira, I'm going to click on here and view all work items. And if I do a search, right, maybe I'm looking for every bug, right? Let's just go find every bug that's out there, right? And so if I want to find every bug, I'm going to type in bug here that's in my system, then this is going to return 10 bugs, right? Maybe I want to find every bug that is still open. So I'm going to put resolution, and I'm going to put is unresolved, right? So if I want to find every open bug, I have 2 bugs, right? 2 bugs that are unresolved. And it would be silly for me to always go back and look for this data, right? If I always have to find those open bugs and I have to do all those drop downs, well, that's going to get really annoying real quick, especially if I'm referring to this information 2, 3, 5, 10 different times, right? So I'm just going to save my filter and I'm going to call it open bugs. And then again, go back and watch the filters presentation we had in September, right? I'll go into more detail on those. So I'm just going to kind of just fast forward through this because I needed a filter. I have a brand new Jira since the last time, and so I need to create a filter. But once you have your filter, right, and I recommend you create a lot of filters. You have to share the filter, right? You want to make sure you share the filter with the right people because by default, filters are private. And when your filters are private, bad things are going to happen. You're going to go to the dashboard, the next step that we're going to cover in this lecture here, and then everybody's going to complain, very similar to the way you guys are all not able to get into our Bevy event, right? But everybody's going to complain if you share a dashboard and you didn't share the filter that they're not going to be able to see the data. They're going to be able to see the dashboard, but the dashboard's not going to have anything in it. And that's because you have to make sure that you share the filter as well. This is very, very critical, folks. If you've never created a dashboard or filters before, this is a critical first step and a very, very big rookie mistake. Not sharing your private filters is going to get a lot of people annoyed. I wouldn't say upset, but people are definitely going to be annoyed when you share your dashboard and they click on it and they're able to get into it because you did your due diligence. You shared the dashboard. But when they go in and they're like, uh-oh, I can't see any of the data, that's because the filter is private. So any filters you use in your dashboards, you have to make available. I wouldn't say public. Public would be a strong word, but you definitely need to make them available to people. Okay, so I've done my part. My thing is visible to any logged in user. That's a little too extreme. This is pretty open. You get to pick whether you want to do a project or specific users or a group. It's all up to you. Again, watch my video from September to catch up on that. Okay, so now that we have a filter, right, you can also just create like all open work, which means I'm just going to say, hey, bring me back everything that's not resolved, just so that I can have another filter. I'm going to save as a copy. I'm just going to call it all open work and just hit save again. I just want to have a couple of filters here that I'm going to need when we go into our dashboard next. All right. So this is going to represent all the work that's currently not resolved. All right. And I have a lot of work, as you can see, thousands. Okay. So we are done with filters. Again, I was just catching up a little bit, giving you a little recap of what happened in September. And so we are now ready to go into our dashboards. So the first thing you want to do, you want to create a dashboard. By default, if you click on view all dashboards and you have a brand new Jira, you're going to have some dashboards, right? Anybody in your company can create dashboards. So there might already be existing dashboards that are shared with you. And so if you ever click on dashboards and you just view all dashboards, this list is going to be the default dashboard that ships with Jira. And then any dashboards that have been shared with you. So they're not necessarily the ones that you created, because if you're new, if you never created a dashboard, you're obviously not going to see a whole lot. But you're definitely going to see a few dashboards here. And you might not see any. That means nobody's shared anything with you. So it really just depends on your situation. But do expect, or don't be surprised if you see some dashboards in here. You're like, wait, I've never created any dashboards. And that's okay, because again, somebody might have created it and then shared it with you. And so you're going to see three combinations here: the default dashboard that ships with Jira, any dashboards that have been shared with you, and then any dashboards that you created. And so that's what you're going to see in this list. Okay. But for the purpose of this training, we're going to create a brand new dashboard. We want to create our very own dashboard. And so what you're going to do, you have two different ways to do it. You can either click in here where you're in the view all dashboards. You can click on the create dashboards up here, or there's a little plus button over here that's kind of hard to see. But if you click on this little plus button, you will then be able to essentially shortcut your way through and save a couple of clicks and then create your dashboard, right? So I'm going to call it open work. Same thing applies from the filters, folks. When you are creating a dashboard, you want to make sure you set the right viewer. Now, the viewer, you're going to see that you can set viewers and editors. I 100% recommend that you always, always, always mind your viewers. Mind who's going to be able to see the dashboard. For your editors, I would be very, very cautious here. Editors are going to be people that can change what's on your dashboard, not the data per se, like any story, right? The status of a story, that happens in the Jira projects themselves. But maybe somebody's going to add a gadget, maybe somebody deletes a gadget, And so any of that kind of shenanigans, that's going to happen by whoever you give access to be an editor. So I try to, at a minimum, right? This is just the best practice, if you will. I try to give my org admins access, because then if I ever go away or if I'm on vacation or whatever the case may be, my Jira administrator, they can always come in and make changes. This is especially true, right? If I'm on vacation, the last thing I want to do is be bothered by my vacation and then like come and make changes, right? Like I don't want to be, I want to be, enjoying my time on the beach and not be worrying about my dashboards. And so when you create a new dashboard, add your Jira admins as an editor, minimum, right? That would be a good practice. Then on your viewers, you have a couple of options. You can keep it private, which this means that you want a dashboard that's just for you, right? So if you leave a dashboard as private, it's for your eyes only. Nobody else is going to be able to see your dashboard. Next up, we have the individual user. So this is for a very specific user, okay? You are basically going to allow one individual, right? You're going to put an individual's name here. I'm going to get Alana here, right? I'm going to give Alana the ability to access this particular dashboard. Now, this doesn't scale. If you have 10 coworkers, 20 coworkers, if you have a team of 50, you're going to be here for a while adding 50 people, right? And it's a two-step process, folks. You pick the user, you pick the name of the user, then you got to click add. Because if you don't click the add, nothing happened. Then you got to go back to Alana and change it to another user, right? And like you got to go, I don't know who else I have in here. Let me see. Let's go admin administrator, right? So you're going to have to do this every single time. And that's just not scalable. That's no fun. You don't want to do that one. So what I recommend you do is you go to space. I'm going to skip group for a second. I'll tell you why in a minute. But I would recommend you pick space. And this is project. In case you, in the chat, does everybody know? Let me know with the +1 if you know, a +0 if you didn't know. But a +1, did you know that projects got renamed to spaces? +1 if you knew, +0 if you had no idea. And you're like, Alex, are we in Jira or are we in Confluence? Let me know in the chat here, folks. Did you know that spaces or projects got renamed to spaces? This is very critical. I want to know. Yeah, we got a +1, a couple +1s, unfortunately. Okay, great. So I don't want to waste energy going back and forth between spaces and projects. If you all know that spaces are now the project. Okay. So let's just continue then, because I'm getting a lot of +1s and just 1 +0. So for that one, for you that are a +0 right now, we used to have something called projects. That went away 60, 90 days ago. And now we have something called a space. And I've asked the head of Atlassian, the head of Jira. I've asked Dave Meyer, the head of Jira, and I asked him, why would you do this? Like we grew up with projects. Why would you need rename to spaces? And he's like, well, Confluence has spaces, Loom has spaces, and the Teamwork collection should all just be spaces. So Jira is part of the Teamwork collection. And so that's why we now have spaces. I think it's a bad answer, but we have spaces. I foresee that Confluence will go away in the near future and everything's just going to be inside this Jira tool. That's my prediction. What do y'all think? Let me know if you think I'm crazy or not. All right. Anyway, so we're going to pick space, and then we're going to basically pick the space that the team that the data is being pulled from is going to congregate in, right? So if you are in, like, let's just say you're in IT support, well, you're going to want to share with anybody who has access to IT support. That way you don't have to explicitly add people. You can get a little granular, maybe just the members, maybe just the team, right? You get to do these if you want, and just all you got to do is click on the add button, and then that happens. And you can, again, just like the users, add multiple spaces here, and this makes it just way, way, way easier, because it just takes a lot of the extra clicking. Imagine if each of these had like 100 people in them, you'd have to sit here and add 200 unique users. You don't want to do that. Spaces way, way easier. And the important thing for you to remember is that this is going to respect the permissions of the project. So if you have access to the space, then you will have access to the data in the dashboard. Okay. Wouldn't surprise me they rebranded all. I have a suspicion that so here's my problem. I would think that they rebranded all, but the brand Jira is too powerful for Atlassian. In fact, I've heard rumors that at one point Atlassian considered renaming their company to Jira. So I don't think that they would rebrand away from Jira. It's just too much of a powerful brand. But I do see them going away with Confluence and just folding it in and just promoting Confluence. That's my, but yeah, Jira Teamwork. that is a beautiful name. I think they you might want to copyright that one before they get it. But yeah, that would make sense. Jira Teamwork. Okay. So anyway, so back to this, right? So as long as you share with the right space, and as long as people have access to the space, then Bob's your uncle. You're good to go. The other options that you have is group. Now, group is tricky. And the reason group is tricky is because you need to know the name of the group. And unfortunately, only the Jira admins know the name of the group. And so this is catch 22, if you will, where you need to know the name of the group. And unless you created the group, right? If you were like, hey, Jira admin, go make me a group, then you know the name of the group because you gave it to them. But to see like the full list of the groups that are available, that's something only your Jira administrators can do. And so unless you're a Jira administrator yourself, and or you had the group requested, then you might not know the name of the group, and so you might just this might just not be an advantage for you, right? But again, your mileage is going to vary, and you do what's best for you. But if you didn't want to do the whole projects here or spaces, and you just want to do a group, you can do that. And as you can see, you can do any combination of any of these. So if I wanted to do this, you can do that, right? So I can do a user, I can do a group, and I can do a space. Now, if you are doing a dashboard for literally anybody and you're like, I don't care who sees it, you can do my organization. And this is going to be anyone that has essentially a license to Jira. When you do this, this is good. So the ability to see the dashboard, right? So when you click on view all dashboards here on the left, this will show the dashboard to literally everyone. The safety here is that the rules of Jira still apply. So if you don't have access to the space, then you won't have access to the data on the dashboard. So even though you're going to be able to come to a dashboard and maybe the filter got shared with you, you won't actually see the work items because the permissions for each space govern and dictate what data is viewable by which user. So I am okay with doing my organization because at the end of the day, Jira, as long as my Jira permissions are set up correctly for the space, then I got nothing to worry about. Data, people are not going to see data they shouldn't see. So this is the safety. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to tell you before we actually go into the dashboard itself is what's the difference between viewers and editors? So I've already mentioned at the beginning that the editors are people that can make changes, but one thing you need to know is that you cannot be in both. You're either a viewer or an editor. And so that means that if I were to do, let's just do group. Actually, let me do a user because it's easier to highlight, right? So if I say, hey, Alana, I want you to be a viewer, awesome. But then if I say, hey, Alana, I want you to also be an editor. So if I put in Alana's name here, watch what happens. Nobody blink. See how she went away from the viewers and she came down to the editors, right? So you cannot be in both. You're either a viewer or you're an editor, but you're never going to be both. By virtue of extension, every editor is a viewer. So, there's that. Anyways, when you're done, I'm just going to open it up to my organization because that's usually what I do. 9 times out of 10, I just add the organization. Again, I don't care who can see the dashboard because my permissions of the project are going to dictate everything there. All right, so we've officially created a dashboard. That was probably the longest introduction to how to create a dashboard that you've ever had in your life. But hopefully you understand what each of the different buttons mean. So give me a little +1 in the chat if you enjoyed getting that description. And give me a +0 and you're like, Alex, never explained to us how to create a dashboard ever again. So anyways, we are done with creating the dashboard. We have created the dashboard, but now we have a blank canvas. We have an empty canvas. So what is a gadget? Because what you have now is the ability to add gadgets. And you're probably wondering, well, what the heck is a gadget? Well, gadgets are things that represent our data in Jira. So they're going to be a visual element that represent our filters. And so there's 33. At least in my Jira, there's 33. You may have more. I don't think you'll have less, but you might have more. And the only thing you really need to know is that almost all these gadgets are made by Atlassian, and they'll tell you who they're made by. See, made by Atlassian, made by Atlassian. If you've never created a dashboard before in your life, my personal recommendation would be make a private dashboard for your eyes only and add one of everything. Just go through this list and add every single gadget in here. There's 33 of them. Add them all to your dashboard so that you can see how they work. I won't have time to add them all in this training, but I highly recommend that if you've never created a dashboard before in your life, then you go through each one and just add one of everything so that you can see how they all behave. You're going to learn which ones you like, you're going to learn which ones you hate, and this is just going to be super valuable to you if you just can appreciate what each dashboard does. Okay, so just go through each one. I'm going to call out just the popular ones in this training. I'm going to try to keep it short, right? So we're going to just do the ones that I normally like use 9 times out of 10. But I would recommend, again, if you've never done this before, add your own or add one of each. The other thing you need to know is that some apps like custom charts for Jira, there might be other ones. I'm working with another vendor called Great Gadgets. There's filters, something filters, right? But there's a lot of apps in the marketplace that will add rich filters, right? That will add extra gadgets. So you can actually buy, there we go, yes, rich filters, right? So they will add extra gadgets here on the right hand side. So one of the things you need to know, and I probably should have opened with this because this is my biggest disclaimer that I usually do, but I love Jira. I think Jira is one of the coolest tools in the world. But boy, oh boy, do their dashboards and metrics suck so much, right? Like if I had to say one thing that Atlassian should change would be their dashboards. They're so primitive. They're so basic that it's hard to get any real value or data out of the native Jira. 9 times out of 10, and I'm not exaggerating this, folks, you will most likely, almost always, in almost every situation I've ever been in, you'll either buy one of the plugins or you're going to get your data out of Jira and put into something powerful like Power BI or something like that. Now, there's other plugins like Easy BI and again, custom charts for Jira, great gadgets, rich filters, right? There's a lot of different apps out there. So definitely check them out. Every single one of them, except for maybe like Power BI, gives you 30 days trials. Again, I'm not sponsored for this video for any of that, but I am sponsored by a couple of the vendors. So definitely check out. I have some videos on custom charts for Jira, although I don't use custom charts for Jira anymore because they got bought out by Tempo and then they started charging for it. So I don't use it. And then Great Gadgets is the one that I'm working with right now. I'm exploring that app or those apps right now. Yeah, and they have no historical. Yeah, so again, these are just so basic, so primitive. They suck. The out of the box stuff is just very sucky. But not all things are bad. Let me just show you some of the ones that I like. Okay, so what do we do when we have our gadgets, right? So you obviously want to, when you have a dashboard, you're going to want to add a gadget. By default, this right hand side should always be open. You should always see those add a gadgets. And here's what I like to do. Okay, I like to come in here and I like to add my first one is issue statistics. Okay, we're gonna configure these in just a second, but I like to do. Alex, don't get shadow banned, please. I take a tremendous amount of pride in telling Atlassian when they suck at something, and they know it. I've had a conversation with the CEO of Atlassian, Mike Cannon Brooks, and I do not like the new UI. I absolutely hate the new UI. I think the new UI is one of the worst things that Atlassian has done in a very long time. And when I interviewed the CEO of Atlassian, when he walked into my interview that I had with him, his first words were, "So you're the guy that doesn't like my new UI." So Atlassian keeps me around, but I tell them things that they don't want to hear, and I tell them things that they do want to hear. Again, I do love Atlassian. I bleed blue, Atlassian blue, but I'm always gonna tell Atlassian when they gotta fix something, and their dashboard is something they gotta fix. Rovo's supposed to make some improvements here, but I haven't tested it yet. So maybe we'll do a 2026 session on Rovo. Okay, so back to this one. So issue statistics, this is the one that I use almost all the time. I love issue statistics. I'm going to configure that for you in just a second. Other ones that I like to pull in, one of my favorite ones is going to be the pie chart, because this is the only gadget that is going to give you some inkling, some visual, right? All the other stuff is very table-like, but this pie chart's the only one that's going to have some color on it. So I like the pie chart. And then a couple more that I would definitely pull in for you all is going to be my 2-dimensional filter statistics. And then the last one that I would pull in, just in case you're curious, is going to be filter results. So these are the 4 main ones that I almost always use, and I like these. Now, Justin here has an interesting comment. I use JSM and not able to compare SLA year over year. Yeah. So that again, those little lackluster Elements makes a plugin for XLA. I would highly recommend you check out Elements, Justin. But that's one of the sucky parts about the whole world of Jira too. For as great as Jira is, you almost always need some plugin to extend its capability. So it's great because Jira is kind of cheap, but then it gets very expensive when you start adding a ton of plugins. Okay, now on the similar tone of or note of JSM, there is a plugin that I absolutely love. It's my favorite plugin of them all. Sorry, gadgets. Yes, Elements. That is correct. Elements has an XLA. It's SLAs plus so much more. So I definitely recommend you check them out. Okay. So my absolute favorite plugin, but huge disclaimer, huge red asterisk here is this only works if you also have JSM. If you have JSM, this is low key the best plugin there is. Okay. So I've added like 5 plugins or sorry, gadgets. I'm going to close the gadgets out. I don't need that. I want to show you the full screen and we're going to configure each one of the next 5 minutes so you can kind of see what these look like. First thing you need to know is that by default, you get this like dual pane, dual column thing. You can move them around and you can see here, it'll make them side to side. You can also click on change layout and you can go full screen if you want them all just very linear, very sequential. The 2 columns is the default. You can do 3 columns, although things get really tiny. I kind of like this left sidebar, right sidebar, or inversed, right? Left sidebar, right sidebar, but one's bigger than the other. I kind of like this one because you're going to put the more important things on the left and then the lesser important things on the right. And so let's just keep this one here just so you can kind of see what this looks like. So when you add a gadget, they're all going to be defaulted to like the same default name that they have. So I highly recommend first things first is name your gadgets, because if you don't give it purpose, then 6 months down the road, you're going to forget what this thing does and what kind of data it's showing you. And so it's a good idea to name your gadgets once you drop them in, because every single gadget is going to give you the ability to give it a name so you can see what data you have. Okay, so this is going to be my JSM awesome gadget. I love this gadget, folks. I'm going to show you some cool things you can do here. Okay, so once you gave it a name, once we know what this thing's for, we're going to have our save filters. This is where having all those filters we made at the very, very beginning, 30 minutes ago when I was wasting your time, or you thought I was wasting your time, this is why this is important, right? Because you need to feed it a filter in order for the gadget to work. Not every gadget needs it. There's 33 from that list, but almost all of the gadgets need a filter before. Okay. So now that I have this, I can basically do number of results. This is all I want. We're going to hit save. So I can show you what this looks like. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is a filters resort. This is not the awesome gadget. So all this does is shows you basically what was in your gadget or what's in the filter, right? So it shows you your data. And so you can see there's 5,041 items here. And all it does is it brings you back the results. That's what the gadget does, right? Now, if I click on the 3 dots here and I can click on configure, I can always go back into it and change things up, right? So I'm actually going to rename this one filter results demo, right? And so once you have this, one of the things that you should do, right, you can display up to 50 rows. So we're going to do 50. And then you get to display which fields you want to show. So maybe you want to show the assignee. Maybe you want to show the status, right? So you can add and remove columns, fields. And once you're done there, you can click on this update every 15 minutes. This is optional. If you've come from Jira Server, you know to click this button, but it doesn't really matter. You can always just hit refresh on the page. But as you can see here, my thing now shows you my issue type, the key, the summary, the priority, the assigning, the status. And so whatever data I bring back, you can essentially show that data and it'll put it back right in here nicely. And you can move it around. So if you want it on this other one here, you can kind of do it, but you can see it got real compressed over here. If I scroll all the way down, I can slide it over, but this is just not good UI. So something like this big one, right? The filter results, I would always keep it on the left-hand side or on the bigger section so you can see as much of that data as possible. Well, first we're going to start with Tricia. So yes, Jira out of the box reporting levels leaves a lot to be desired. Yes, it does. I suspect that it's because a lot of teams users based on my limited don't prioritize. Yeah, so it's interesting because the teams So teams themselves, I'm actually not a huge fan of dashboards or reports. I think they I think if you need a dashboard or a metric or a report, you failed somewhere upstream in your processes, because the dashboards are there to enforce, I think is the word I'm going to use. They're there to enforce behavior, because you're exposing data, right? My 2 cents or my opinion of this would be, if you have good engineers, right? If you have good people doing the work, then there's never anything to expose. And so you shouldn't need a gadget or dashboard. Vicky asks, which gadget would you suggest for data of assets in your dashboard? So I don't know that I've used any dashboard on the assets yet. Um, I'd have to check. On the JSM assets. I don't like assets. I actually always recommend my teams to use assets for Jira, which is a plugin, so that you save the money on the premium Jira JSM, because Jira Premium is way more expensive than Jira Standard. Sorry, JSM Standard. And so I usually just have my teams go and buy, if they just want assets but not all the other premium features of JSM. I have them go buy like assets for Jira, and then there's native dashboards and reporting into that app. So I don't. Let me circle back, Vicky. If we have time at the end to look at that. Okay, so that's how easy it is to configure one gadget. Now, my two-dimensional gadgets, I like it. I like two-dimensional filter statistics here. This one's cool. So if you pull in your data, this one lets you show two fields. So I can do my assignee, and maybe I can do my status. And so when I hit save on this one, you're going to see that I can see um, every individual across the top, and then the status is the work. Or if I want it in reverse, then you can click configure and swap these around. So you can do status and assignee. And I'm going to fight every teenage urge in me to not spell assignee the other word. Okay, so then we have our assignees going as the rows, and then we have the statuses that everything is in. So as you can see, Alana has 2,341 items to do. I'm gonna have a talk with Alana. She has too much on her plate, right? But you can see this two-dimensional thing is probably one of the most powerful gadgets that ship for Jira for free. Is it's two-dimensional. You only get two fields, but you can have a lot of these different ones. So you can show like assignee and priority, assignee and status, right? Assignee and whatever fields are supported. Another caveat that you should be aware of is that if it's not in here, you're not going to get it. Which is why I so highly recommend something like custom charts for Jira or great gadgets or rich filters, because those are going to give you way more fields that are supported. Like for example, if I want a due date, if I want to see all the work that each individual has by due date, you can see that in the letter D, I don't have due date. That's not a field that I can use. And so that's not good. We don't want that, right? But that's how that one works. So just, where's my save button? Here we go. We're going to go to the pie chart. So the pie chart is only one field, but again, and the pie chart is one of those fields where, one of those gadgets where you can do either the filter or the project. So I'm going to type in all work again, and oops, not that one. All, oh no, it was that one. Nope, it wasn't that one. All open work is what I called it. And we're just going to show assignee. So when we click save, every assignee is going to have a picture here. And again, you can pick any field that is supported. Not a lot of fields exist though, which is again why I'm starting to sound like a broken record, folks, but trust me when I tell you, you definitely want to look at one of the paid plugins if metrics and dashboards are important to you, right? I can do like issue type, right? And you can break down the work by, so you know how many stories and tasks and subtasks and everything else you have available to you. This is a good one to move over to the side and pull over here, because this little pie chart doesn't take up so much room. And so that one I can kind of put on the side there, and then come down and look at this other stuff here. Now, let's look at issue statistics. This is the one, again, that I use the most. And so when I pull in my all work, I'm going to do it based on like status. This is very much similar to the two-dimensional one, except you just get one dimension of it, right? So I can show all of the work by status. The two-dimensional takes it a step further, because I can show the status and assignee. So those two are probably the ones I use like almost all the time, right? Between those, the issue statistics and the two-dimensional filter statistics, those are the two gadgets that I'm using like 100% of the time. Okay. And then we have our filter counts. This is my favorite gadget of them all. This is the most powerful one that exists. I absolutely love this one. Check this one out. Okay. So If you're multitasking, give me a second because you're gonna love this. Um, all come on, give it to me. There we go. All open work. Okay, and I'm gonna click on counts. And what's cool about this is that you get to do like assign to me, and you can add like 10 of these, I think. You can show all the ones that are priority the highest. Yeah, rich filters offers 10 times better gadgets, which some are great. Yeah, absolutely. The paid plugins, folks, are worth it, right? It is definitely worth it. I'm showing you the best of the free stuff, right? I'm showing you the best of what's free. And so when you use this filter counts, what this does is it gives you a nice, cool little metric here. So you can just see how many, whatever criteria you have is like assigned to me, highest priority, set in status, or status in progress, right? But you might have caught it. There is a build a custom count. And what I like about this one is that this allows you to take your filter and then zoom in and just do very specific JQL here. So I can do like stories only, and it's taking the sub filter, right? It's not going to go and query all the data in Jira, but it's going to subquery the data in the filter. So my filter is bringing back all open work, right? So none of the resolved tasks or work. And so I'm just going to do issue type equals story, right? And when I hit save, I will now have stories only. When I hit save again, out of all of the work, 4,681 are stories, right? And maybe I want to see, right? Maybe I want to see the bugs, right? Like high priority bugs. Well, I can do issue type equals bug and priority equals highest, right? And so when I do this, right, again, it's taking the normal work, right? The work that brings back 4,964 items, and it's going to bring back the high priority bugs. Now, this is telling me that there are no high priority bugs. So one of two things happen here. Either A, I really don't have any high priority bugs, which I find hard to believe. So let's see. Let's do this. This is an easy fix. Is my query wrong, or do I really not have any high priority bugs? Well, I'm going to drop in priority here, and then I'm going to drop the issue type on this one. And when I hit save, I should see every bug in the system. And so I don't have any high priority bugs. Oh, wow. That is interesting. No, something is not right. Something is quite wrong. Here we go. I got to hit show more. Okay, here we go. So I have bugs. See, highest, I have none. So let's change my query to be my critical bugs. All right, so I'm going to change this one here. I'm going to edit, and it's just going to be critical bugs. And then my priority is going to be critical. So I'm going to repeat this one again, folks, because this is such a powerful filter, which again is only available if you have JSM. This allows you to take the query of the 4,964 total work that is part of my filter, and I can subquery down, and I can start looking at very specific data within the grand scope of all that work. So if you look at the 4,964 items, 814 of them are the highest priority. 74 of them, of this 4,964, are in progress. 4,681 are stories, right? And so you can subquery your data here. It is very, very powerful. So that, my friends, is how you build a dashboard inside of Jira. Now, we're going to pivot a little bit. We're going to go to reports, because reports in Jira are slightly different. And we're going to come back to our filter, but I only have 7 minutes to do the rest of this training. So we're going to do a little quicker, right? So reports in Jira. So everything I've shown you right now, I would call this metrics and dashboards. This is the category of the data that no. I have enough work. I have plenty of work. Let's not be spreading rumors or bad ideas here. Okay. So everything that I've covered here is either a dashboard or a metric. That's how I would classify it. And there's another thing called reports inside of Jira, but the reports are trickier to get to. And reports are too many words. Reports are space specific. And so I have to go into a space. I have to go into a board. And then I have the report section here. Now, these are all out of the box reports. These are built by Atlassian. And you really can't tweak these in any way, shape, or form. You saw with my dashboards that I tweaked the crap out of them, right? I was manipulating the data to show whatever data I wanted to see. Limited because of, you know, how Jira works, but I was in control. With these, you're not in control in any way, shape, or form. These are all things that ship with Jira. So we have something like our burn down chart, right? And so our burn down chart is just going to be showing us all the work in a specific sprint, how many story points your team signed up for, and then how your team is burning against that sprint. This is a horrible metric because it's from like May 2024, but this is essentially what the burn down does, right? And all you can do is change what metric you're seeing, whether it's story points or maybe another number field like original time estimate, and then the sprint, right? Which sprint do you want to look at this? I only have one sprint, so you're only going to see one sprint. But that's it. Like all the rest of the data, it ships with Jira. So you have to use whatever's in Jira. And so let me see if I can go back to my report here because that back button wasn't working. We have a burn up chart, and this is going to try to predict based on our team's performance when is something going to be when are we going to finish all the work, right? All of the work, all the stories and tasks and bugs that are in our backlog, and based on our velocity, right? Based on our how many stories we can complete sprint to sprint, Jira is going to make a prediction of when we're going to be able to finish based on that speed, and it's usually pretty accurate from what I've used in the past. We have velocity charts. Velocity charts really only work if you're using story points, but this is going to tell you, oh boy, it doesn't tell me anything. This is supposed to tell you it's at the vertical bars, and it's going to tell you how many story points you signed up for at the beginning. And then at the end of the sprint, when you finish the sprint, it's going to tell you how many story points you actually finished. And so this is a great indicator to show did you sign up for too many story points, or did you not show or sign up for enough story points? Let me see if there's another one that can give us this data here. I do like the velocity chart. Velocity chart is one of my favorite. Nope, these all projects have yes, this velocity chart report couldn't handle the longest sprint in history. Yeah, this is like a year and a half sprint, folks. Do as I say, not as I do. For full disclosure, this is my demo Jira, so like this is not. Oops, not no no, going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. Go back, go back. Okay, I'm trying to find. I'm trying to see if I can find a. Oh boy, I'm still in the wrong spot. Okay, just trust me when I tell you these should usually show you like 5 or 6 sprints worth of work, and it's super valuable because it's going to show you how many story points your team says at the beginning of a sprint. These are how many we can do, and then when you click the complete sprint button, it'll show you how many you actually finished. And so there's usually a little bit of a gap. That gap should be within 20% of each other, which means if you sign up for 100, you should finish about 80, right? On average. A lot of teams, depending on what kind of team culture you have, they'll shoot for higher. Most teams will barely get to 50 points, right? Like assuming you've signed up for 100, most teams will barely get to 50. But again, that's that report there. And then the only other report that I like to do out of here, and I highly recommend you, again, just like the gadgets and the dashboards, check them all out so that you can understand what they do. But the only other one that I love is the cumulative chart. And this chart here, holy moly, this is just too, okay. So we're looking at all time, but just, okay, past 6 months, maybe past year. Let's do the past year because all my data apparently is from like 2024 for some reason. Atlassian gives me this Jira, so I don't actually put this Jira in here. So let's see if this actually shows me anything. I don't even know if I can support that long. Okay, that's strange. So this chart, this chart's supposed to show us. Let me see if I can get it in the other board. This chart's supposed to show us. There we go. Here's a sand chart by status, right? So this is pretty cool because you'll see the colors have to eat each other, right? And so as the to do goes down because you stopped adding more scope, your testing and your progress should fluctuate pretty evenly, but your done should eat up everything over time because you're finishing the work and your scope should be decreasing. And so this chart will show you that information. So it's very powerful from that perspective. And so the only last thing here, folks, to start wrapping things up is we're going to go to the dashboards because some, not all, some of the reports are available in the gadgets. And so if we go to edit mode here, you're going to see that as you look at your gadgets, there is a sprint burn down. And where is it at? It's probably in the S's. Here we go. You get a sprint burn down. So if you add this one, you will need to call out the sprint that you're in. These only show available sprints that are in there, and then you can click save, and you will get the sprint burnout. So out of all the reports that I just showed you, and of course, of course, why would this work the first time? Folks, I never script any of my videos. Never script any of my. Okay, so I apparently have no active sprints. Let's try the middle one. See if we get lucky with the Cowboys. Any Dallas Cowboys fans out here? Okay, here we go. Yay. Maybe you guys might actually win a football game this time around. Okay. Actually, the Cowboys have been doing okay this year, no? I don't keep up too much. I just watched the Super Bowl, folks. But I've heard bad things about the Cowboys. So no offense to any of the Cowboy fans in the audience here. Give me a +1 if you guys are Cowboy fans. Okay. So we have our Cowboys here. And as you can see, this is the only and one and only report from all the reports that I showed you just moments ago that actually show up inside of your dashboard. So they came back from a 21 yesterday and won. Okay, see, I thought I had heard that the Cowboys were finally doing better. So I'm glad that they're doing better. I was in line one time at Legoland with my sister-in-law, and she was getting ice cream. She couldn't make up her mind. And I looked behind me because there's like a line forming, and there's a Dallas Cowboys fan in the line. And I'm telling my sister-in-law to hurry up. And when I look and I notice and realize that there's a Cowboys fan behind me, I say it too loudly. I'm like, never mind, it's just the Cowboys fan in the back. And holy moly, the one time in my life that I actually feared for my life was then and there. Like that was like the instant biggest regret of my life. So don't piss off Cowboys fans. So what are we going to be learning today? So again, we're going to be knee deep into Jira, but we're also going to bleed over to Confluence. But we're going to bleed over just enough to show you a very big, bold prediction that I have. And I predict that Confluence is going to go away and it's all just going to be Jira. I firmly believe, based on what I'm seeing, the trends from Atlassian, that Jira and Confluence are going to be merged into one. And I'm going to give you some evidence to show and support my suspicion here. And so I'm going to, out of all the live trainings that I've done, we're actually going to cover quite a bit here, although each one of these are very quick. They're only a couple minutes long each. But we're going to cover how to connect Jira with Confluence, how to do your retrospectives in Confluence, how to add Confluence pages to your Jira work items, how to add Confluence whiteboards to your Jira work items, how to add Jira work items to a Confluence page. So we're going to go in reverse. And then we're going to how to add Jira work items to a whiteboard. And this is my favorite feature. So stick around for that one. And then we'll talk about how to add a Jira plan to your Confluence and then how to add your Jira gadgets to Confluence. So lots of exciting stuff. And let's get into it. So we'll come back to our exclusive offers here at the end. But let's go into Jira. We're going to actually keep Jira and Confluence open today. And we're going to get started. Give me a +1, folks, in the chat. Are you ready to get started? We are going to have a lot of fun here. All right. So give me a +1 if you are excited. So the first thing you want to do is you want to connect Jira with Confluence, right? This is going to be a critical first step, although it's not as critical as it used to be, but it's a pretty critical first step, all right? And so the first thing you want to do is you want to connect your Confluence space with a Jira space. And so you need to go into a space. And you might have a little bit of a chicken and egg situation because in order to connect the Jira space with the Confluence space, we'll both need to exist. So if I had to do like a step 0, that would be make sure you have a Confluence space and a Jira space that you intend to connect together. In my particular case, I'm just going to take whatever's in here. I don't particularly care, right? I have spaces in Confluence, check. I have spaces in Jira, check. And I'm just going to randomly connect one. But you definitely want to be way more mindful and way more prescriptive here. You want to make sure you have the appropriate Confluence space connected to the appropriate Jira space. Okay. For my demonstration purposes, I don't really care, but you definitely are going to care. All right. So my little disclaimer, that's step 0. Step 1 is connecting them together. Okay. And so again, go to Jira. You're going to go to your space of choice, right? And you're going to look for your space settings. I believe that's where we want to go. And so space settings, you're going to hover over your space name over here and click on the 3 dots for your action button and then go to space settings. And then we're going to have, I might have done this incorrectly. Nope, I definitely did this incorrectly. We don't want to go here. This is what happens when you don't script your videos. We want to click on more. Okay, we want to click on more. Okay, forget the space settings. We're not doing space settings. We want to click on more and we want to ultimately find pages. Now, you may not need to click on more. It all depends on what you got going on across the top of your of your Jira navigation, and it might be farther to the left, farther to the right. Thank you, Atlassian, for allowing us to customize our UI, which is not a feature I wanted, but feature that we got. But you're going to click on Pages. Once you click on Pages, that's where you're going to see the Connect to Confluence button. Okay, and as you can see, we have two different buttons that do the exact same thing. And so we're going to just click one, pick your favorite one. This one has a pretty picture, this one doesn't. So just pick whatever you want. And we're going to click on Connect to Confluence. And this is where we're going to now be prompted to connect to a Confluence space. And so rule of thumb here is you're probably going to need to have some Jira administrative rights. So if you can't see this, then you probably don't have the correct rights. I would assume that at a minimum, you might need to be a project admin, but it's really hard to tell because I always have all the permissions. But it's always safe to assume you just need admin rights whenever you got to get two tools to talk to each other. Once they're connected, though, it should work flawlessly. But again, it's really just hard for me to test because I always have all the permissions. But anyways, what we're going to do here is we're going to pick a space, and I'm just going to pick marketing because, again, I'm just going to randomly pick one. If for whatever reason you hadn't done step 0 and you wanted to create a space now, this would be an opportunity for you to create a new space. But you can always link to an existing space, or you can even link to a specific page, which I would not recommend. I would always recommend you go to the specific space. So once you pick your space, simply click on Connect. And that is going to do it for our team, or for step 1. And that's going to be to connect these two spaces together. Now, what's really interesting, what's really fun about this is that you got to know a couple of things. One, you can only connect to one space, right? But as I'm going to show you a little bit later, you can technically talk to anything in Confluence, but you'll see that in the demos here in a little bit. But the connection, the true connection on your pages is going to be with one and only one space. So if you needed to change space for whatever reason, you can go to a different space, but you can't have both, right? So you can only have one space, right? Now, once you do connect to a space, you basically brought Confluence, that space specifically, brought it into your Jira. And so I can expand these pages and I can see, right? So I can see the entire page tree. So if I were to go to Confluence and I were to go to my legal space, you're going to see that on the left-hand side, we have basically the same information. So we have release readiness here and we have release readiness here. So our entire tree structure is on the left-hand side or the left-hand side of Confluence is now inside of Jira. And so I can click on any particular page and you can see that without leaving Jira, I am still very much inside of Jira. I can see the space page. I can click the edit button and then edit the page without leaving Jira. And so I can just come in here and do a quick update if this thing actually let me click somewhere. Why aren't you letting me click? Okay. In theory, it should work. You can do your update. It'll save your page. But as you can see, I never had to leave Confluence. I can add a comment to things and I can share this particular page with anybody that I want. And I have not left Jira at all. As you can see, Jira is still in the background. I'm still inside of Jira up here in the URL, but I'm bringing in that experience of Confluence into Jira, which I think is really cool. On the right-hand side, I can add comments, right? So I can add more comments here. I can do some details, right? So figure out, again, this is all information. This is all information that you can see, again, in the metadata, if you will, of Confluence. And then we have the ability to listen. So you can actually have AI like read the stuff to you. And you can also embed Loom videos. So if you wanted to embed some Loom videos, you can do that as well. So this is kind of cool. And get feedback back to Atlassian. But yeah, so basically that Confluence experience inside of Jira by simply connecting. Now that's cool, right? Because you can see everything in Confluence. You can just click on any page and you'll see that page. But I can also create pages. So as you can see over here on the right-hand side, I can create a blank page. And so if I just wanted a brand new page, demo how Jira and Confluence work together, I can do this. I can then hit publish. Again, I'm in Jira. I have not left Jira at all, right? I just published my page. I can go into Confluence. I just left, and I'm going to refresh Confluence. And over here on the left-hand side, we should see a new page on how to demo Jira and Confluence. And here it is. So inside of Confluence, just like that, it went over, and I was able to create a page. And again, the experience between Jira and Confluence, very, very tightly integrated. But that's cool. But it's more of a gimmick, I think, than anything else, because what happens here, right? What I've effectively demonstrated is that yeah, Jira and Confluence can talk to each other, but there's no real purpose. Like, why do you want Jira and Confluence to talk to each other? Well, that's what we're going to get into next, because most of the time, you're not generically just making information, right? Most of the time, if your intent is to create information like a how-to page or something like that, you're probably going to go to Confluence and do it there. But if your intent is to like document a Jira work item, an issue with something that you got going on in Confluence, then your intention is much more intentional. And so I'm going to show you how that works, because that's usually the use case that I would have as a member of the team. Is I have a work item, I have like a bug or something that's assigned to me, and I need to document. I need to go do something in the Confluence side. So I'm going to show you what that looks like next. Okay. Now in the chat though, do let me know if you have any questions on anything we've covered. And just to recap, we've covered we've covered step 0, which was make sure you have a space in Jira and a space in Confluence so that you can do the connection. And then we basically went to pages under a specific space. And then we were able to essentially link a one space to one space, which I don't know why Atlassian called them the same, but that's all we've done. Okay, so we've linked a Confluence space with a Jira space. And then I show you some cool functionality. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go into a work item. So whether you're in your backlog, in your active sprint, as long as you get to a work item, it doesn't matter how you do it. You need to get to an epic or a story or a task or whatever you want. And then what I'm going to do to make this easier on your eyes, I'm just going to click on that story and make it bigger so you can see what I'm doing here in full screen. Okay. We have a question. How do you see Jira and Confluence merging into one? I'm going to show you. Okay. I'm going to show you right now, Dave. I'm going to blow your mind. For one, we have the renaming of stuff, right? So instead of just being a project and a space, they're both now called spaces. But this is why I'm about to show you why I think these are going to merge very, very quickly here. Okay. And Dave, is a space another name for a project? So projects in Jira used to exist up until like 2 months ago, right? So 2 months ago, Atlassian decided to change the word projects that used to live only inside of Jira, and they renamed it to spaces that match and coincide with the spaces or the spacing nomenclature that used to exist and still exists in Confluence. And so that was one of the big changes, Dave. But how do I see these merging into one? So check this part out. This is going to be kind of cool and very interesting, right? And so I'm inside of a Jira work item, okay? I'm inside of Jira. I'm inside of a story. This is my investigate scalability issue when user volume exceeds to 20,000. Now I'm going to click on the plus button here, and you can see that I have the options to create a subtask, link a work item, right? These are all Jira stuff. We're not worrying about that, okay? We're going to go down to the bottom. This bottom section is a page. Now, this does coincide with the page in Confluence. And so when I click on page, I have two options. I can link an existing page. So that means that the page is already in Confluence, or I can create a new page. And so if I click on create a new page, you're going to see that Confluence just came into Jira. Okay. I have a sidebar here that I don't think I might be able to zoom out to make it a little bit bigger. Probably not. All right, Atlassian, why do you do this to me? Okay. Well, anyways, you can see that I have Confluences on the right-hand side, and I can basically create a page. And so I can be in my space that we linked earlier, and it's asking me to pick a template. So I can pick one of the templates, or I can just pick a blank temp. I don't think you have to pick a template. So let me see if I can just get into the template without picking a template. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna click this little X. And so in here, again, this view is very tiny. Atlassian, you should let me scroll these things around. Let me see if I can, let me hide this one. Nope, that doesn't help at all. That doesn't help. Okay, Atlassian, why would you not let me resize my borders here so I can see this better? Anyways, I'm in Jira. Confluence just came into Jira without ever having to leave Jira at all. I'm going to give this a title, a new page from my story. And then down here, I'm going to put, here's my investigation. Okay, I'm going to hit publish. Again, I have not left Jira at all whatsoever. And I just published a page from within Jira over to Confluence, but very different, right? Very, very different than what I just did a few moments ago when I was in the generic pages area, because I'm inside the Jira work item. I can see my assignee. I can see the description. I can see the title. I can see my linked work items. I can see the comments and the history. I can see everything inside of Jira while I'm also in Confluence making Confluence. As you can see, the two have merged. The experience is like if you're just extending the power of Jira, you don't feel like you left and went into Confluence to do this. And so that, my friend David, is why I feel that these are going to merge into one, because the experience is becoming very, very much synergized, right? Like you, to the naked eye, you don't know. You just created a page, but unless you know that pages are Confluence, right? That they're a Confluence thing, you wouldn't know. You just created a page magically, right? And so that's why I see one day Atlassian just saying like, screw this whole Confluence thing. We're just gonna have pages and whiteboards inside of Jira and bring those capabilities. Again, my bold prediction, but let me know in the chat if you think I'm right or if I'm wrong. As Ron or as Lena says here, hit the thumbs up on YouTube if you're getting value. So make sure you hit that like. And if you're watching this and you are enjoying this training, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. How do we navigate from the story to this page? So you don't really navigate because you're in a story and all you do is click the plus button. That's going to add things to it. And then we have the page and the whiteboard. And again, we're going to be covering these in more detail over the next few minutes here. So Narendra, hopefully that answers your question. That's how we get to that. Tushar says, please click on the two diagonal arrows on the top corner. Oh, but that will give me full screen. So this is cool, but this pops it out. And I didn't want to necessarily show it to you this way. I wanted to emphasize the fact that in the Jira issue view, I have Confluence's view. And I just wanted to move this left and right just to kind of set it up more 50-50. But the intention of me bringing this up, right, was to show you that within the Jira item, I have the Confluence experience without having to leave Jira. So yeah, this is a little pop-up, but this is cool, but this still kind of makes me feel like, okay, I'm still in Jira, but I've lost my Jira context, right? Like I don't have the information on the story at all. But in this view, when I go to this view over here, I do have it, right? And so this is what I was trying to highlight and why I was trying to prove that that these two tools are merging together. We don't see this option in our work. So Narendra, one thing that you should know is that this is Confluence and Jira Cloud. So it is possible that you're maybe in the data center. So Narendra, please confirm whether you're on the data center version of Jira and Confluence or if you're in the cloud version. What I'm demonstrating is a cloud feature. And then the other thing is you need to have Confluence, because if you don't have Confluence, then Jira doesn't necessarily have this integration, because you need to buy Confluence. Confluence is a separate product that you buy today, unless if you're a newer customer of Atlassian, then you can buy the Teamwork Collection, which comes bundled for one price with Confluence. So you might just not have. I'm not sure what would cause it, but yeah, if you have both, then you should be able to click the plus button. I would recommend that you try the first step that I did, which was to go to the space, right? To go to inside of Jira, go to your like board and go to the pages and make sure that that's linked. I don't know if that's a requirement. I don't think it is, but just link it as a first step in case it's an actual requirement. Okay, folks. So moving along, I'm just going to go back to Confluence. I'm going to refresh my Confluence page, and you're going to see that I have a new page from my story, right? So far, we've been able to create a page. And then we're just going to grab this like legal database here. And let's not do a database. Let's go to this release readiness. I'm going to go back to my story. And this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go full screen here for this. And this time what I'm doing is I'm going to click the same pages button, but I'm going to link a page. And what this does is it basically allows me to link to any page. And so I can actually filter by any space. So this is why I don't think it's a requirement that you have to, do the pages and link to a specific Confluence space, because as you can see, I can literally talk to anywhere, right? So I can bring any information back or link any information. It does not have to be from the same space that we've talked or that we've linked in the past. And when I click on it, as you can see over here, it opens up the full page inside of Jira without me again having to leave Jira. So this is a pretty cool feature. And you can also create another page here. So this is the second way to create a page is again by simply clicking the link. And when you link, in case you can't find the page, then Jira is going to give you the option to create a page a second time, right? So you have two opportunities to create new pages, and so it doesn't matter whether you click on create a page or link a page, both are going to allow you to create a page. But the linking basically allows you to link to any existing page. All right, so Rajesh Rini says, is there a way to see the Confluence tree structure within Jira work items in case you want to update the existing Confluence page? I would say, I think so. So I think back over here, if you, oops, come on, Jira, stop doing the ads. If you go back to your board and you go to that pages section, this is the tree structure here. And so you can see all of your pages here. You can add a child page. You can share this page. You can edit this particular page. I don't think you can reorder them. I think that would be something you have to do inside of Confluence, but you can definitely see your tree structure here inside of the pages section. But again, to get to this step, you do need to connect Jira, a Confluence space with the Jira space. The field might be hidden. Another thing that we're going to check, we're going to go a little off script here. We're going to go to our space settings and we're going to go to features. And I'm going to see if there's a feature. This feature section changes a lot from time to time. Yeah, so I would check and make sure that this is on. Make sure that your pages is turned on. It might be turned off, Narendra. So check and make sure that this is turned on, and hopefully maybe that'll fix it. But definitely double check this one here. Okay, folks, so I showed you how to create pages, and that's cool, but I'm going to show you one of my more favorite features. And actually, I already skipped a step that I wanted to make sure I go back to as well. But in the same work item that we've been working out of, so I'm going to make it big again just to kind of not have this compressed view for you all. When we click on the plus button, we also have the option to do a whiteboard. Now, in case you haven't done a whiteboard before, in the cloud, we have this concept of whiteboards, and this is one of my favorite things. But whiteboards inside of Confluence essentially is like Miro. If you've ever used Miro, it's like the same thing, right? And so a visual for this story, we got to give it a title. We got to pick a space. I'm just going to put it in my personal space. I'm going to click on create. And on the right hand side, I now have a visual for my whiteboard. And so again, very hard to see here. So this case, I will expand it. But as you can see, just to drive the point home, just to drive the point home, we don't have to leave Jira to go do this. And it's in the right hand side. But I now have the ability to draw my shapes, right? I can put two shapes together. I can put a square and a circle. I can link them together. And I can start doing this very informational, right? Info 1, info 2, right? And I can link things together. I can add a little bit more text. This class is not about Confluence whiteboards, but if you're interested in Confluence whiteboard training, I do believe my good friend Robert Heen does these. But if you want me to teach you one, let me know. We can always do a Confluence whiteboard training, but whiteboard, okay? As you can see, I can draw things, and it's pretty cool. It's very powerful, but I'm inside of Jira. And when I close this, there's no saving, there's no publishing. Whiteboards just exist and they just save automatically. And yeah, it's now part of my Confluence content within the Jira work item. I can always click on it, it'll pull it back up. I can go to Confluence, I can do a refresh. Well, actually, I got to go to the right space this time. I can go to my space, and as you can see here, I have a visual for the story. And here's the drawing that I did inside of. I actually made like a little face here without even trying to do a face. We're just make a circle here. Ronnie, take a screenshot of that and make that a new meme that we make. That looks like a little meme that we should be sharing around the Atlassian ecosystem. Okay, so that's that integration, right? But like all good things, right? If you have an existing whiteboard that you want to link, you can just simply link to a whiteboard. You go find it. I don't know if I have one, right? But you can go basically find one. This is going to be a little trickier because I don't know that I have one that exists, right? But you would essentially go and find a whiteboard that does exist, and then you can link it and bring it back into Jira, and it'll look just like this. But again, the only difference is you're linking an existing whiteboard that you've already been working out of versus like creating a brand new one. Okay, so that, my friends, is most of the stuff I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you one more thing inside of Jira, and then if I remember correctly, we're going to go over to Confluence for the rest of this training for the last 30 minutes. So let me show you that one more thing. So inside of Jira, if you are in a board and you have an active sprint, there's a moment in life when you're going to complete your sprint. So this is really just for Scrum teams. If you're a Scrum team, this is really going to apply to you the most. But if you are using Jira, in the traditional sense with Scrum, and you have your sprints. At one point in your life, you got to complete your sprint. And when you complete your sprint, you will then be able to create a retrospective for this sprint. Okay. And this right here is a checkbox. This is something that's optional. You can opt out of it, but you're opted in by default. But when you hit complete sprint here, this is then going to take you to the next step, which is going to prompt you to either create a whiteboard. So you got to pick a space. So just do my space here. But you cannot create a whiteboard or a Confluence page. And so it's up to you. Traditionally, if you've been around the Jira world like I have, page retrospectives, this is used to be like the only integration you had with the Confluence back in the day was just the retrospective. But now you can also do a whiteboard retrospective, which I actually like way, way, way more because it's a lot more visual. So we're just going to click on create. And this again is just going to create our retrospective. And we can now have a retrospective. The only difference between the whiteboard I did earlier and this one is when I zoom in, there's like a template, right? So I can just start dropping in what went well, attendees subscribed to my channel, right? What could be better? More people need to sign up to school, right? And so you just do things like this, and you just have your little retrospective. And then when you're done, it's obviously inside of your Confluence, but you can save it, right? You can find you can save and copy this one. You can just close it out, but essentially you now have a retrospective that exists. And again, it's not in any particular work item because we didn't link it that way, but it's inside of your Confluence. I can always come back into Confluence, and I should have a retrospective section now over here. I don't, apparently not, doesn't do it that anymore, but I have it right here. And here's our retrospective that we had with my subscribe to the channel and sign up for school, right? So as you can see, that integration is pretty cool. So those are the ways that Jira integrates with Confluence. But now what we're going to do for the second half of this training is we're going to go to Confluence. I'm going to show you the really cool way that you can bring Jira into Confluence, because there's some really interesting things that you can do on that side of the house. So before we get that far, let me answer some questions here and see what we got going on. Can I choose Confluence pages, customs from Jira? Can I choose Confluence page templates? Maybe. I don't have a Confluence page template to demo, but I do know that when I was clicking on the plus button here, right? So when I go to create a new page, when I click on page, create page, the first thing that popped up was templates. So I would assume there's a my templates here. So I would assume it doesn't. No, embedded custom does not support custom and save templates. So yeah, you are correct. It does not work yet. I don't know why they would have this in Atlassian, like maybe get rid of this button. But the global ones you'll be able to use apparently, according to Rodney. But yeah, this is not a feature that's still yet supported. I don't know why it wouldn't be supported. It's a silly feature to not have supported, but yeah, you saw it here first, folks. Okay, so we're gonna delete the draft. We're gonna go back into Confluence, and we're gonna have some fun in Confluence. So inside of Confluence, I'm gonna start easy. I'm gonna ease your way in. We're just gonna create a page, right? Demo Connie to Jira, and yeah, Connie is the internal code word for Confluence internally. I was in a meeting with a bunch of Atlassians not too long ago, and they kept talking about Connie, and I thought it was an employee because I actually do know a Connie at Atlassian, but apparently it wasn't Connie at Atlassian, it was Confluence. And so, fun little fact. This is some information about some requirements, okay? And so when you're here in Confluence, right, because you can see in the top left corner that I am inside of Confluence, let's just say that I want to create a Jira work item. Well, we have our macro that we can do. So we can type in /Jira. Oops, I want to be in the right tool. /Jira. And this is going to give us a couple of different Jira options. And we're going to cover some of them, not all of them in this training. But the one I want you to focus on is create a Jira work item. So we can click on create a new work item. And you're going to pick your site. You're going to pick your space. You're going to pick your work type. And then you're going to give it a title. Like, this is my story for this demo. Any other fields that are required, you're going to see them here, and then you can click on create. So anything that's in your screen is going to show up. But as you can see here, I now have my work item. Okay. Now this link, if you've used Jira and Confluence for the longest time, like this is not a new feature, but Smart links are a newer feature in the cloud. So what I like about this is that you can have this link here, right? So when I hit publish, I'm going to publish this page real quick. All right, when you hit publish, this is basically going to show you the Jira work item, right? This is going to show you the Jira work item and its status. So as the status updates inside of Jira, this is always going to be updated. Okay. Now, again, not new. I'm not doing anything revolutionary here. What is kind of interesting though is you can set it up as a URL. So if you don't want to see the status, you can change that up. But the one that I want you to look at is this smart concept of a smart link, and you can do an embed, which means that in the Confluence Cloud, you can actually embed the entire story. So you see all of the story and you can interact with it the way you would interact inside of Jira. So again, the lines blur here quite a bit, folks, right? Like you kind of don't know what's what. If you're new to the tool, like you'd be like, what the hell? Why are you so excited about this? Right? Because these lines are blurring so much, right? Between Jira, what is Jira and what is Confluence. And so they're like one and the same, in my opinion, going back to my original statement of how these tools are going to become one tool one day. Right. And so again, we can do this, but if you don't want to see it, because obviously it takes up a lot of space, you can set it as a little card, right? And so you can look at it this way. But most people, most of the time, just have it like this. Okay. And so that's one way to enjoy, or sorry, to embed your Jira item, and you were able to create it. But what happens if you already have a Jira work item, right? What happens if you have a story that you created in Jira, but you just not want to reference it over here? Well, you do the same thing with Jira. And this time, instead of creating instead of creating, we're going to do Jira work items. And now we can search for it, right? So we have JQL built in. So I can go look at a specific project. I can go look at a specific word type. What do I have here? Question marks, ask a question. Nope, that was not the word issue type. Let me see if there's another one with questions. Okay, oh boy. This is what I have. Let's try, it's going to be one of these. One of these is going to be the right one. There we go. It's probably the last one. Legal. Yep. Okay. So we're going to do one of these, and maybe we want, well, the status are all to do, right? But I can insert all 5 work items. So when I click on insert, the entire table gets inserted in. And similar to what we had before, these are smart links. So we can actually look at it and scroll around, and we can click into it and we can edit, right? And we can assign it to somebody. And so you have a lot of power, right? You can do a lot of organization, right? You can do a lot of strategic stuff inside of Confluence, where it's a much more visual world, and manipulate Jira data. So again, you have the ability, because these are smart links, you can change statuses, you can change priorities, you can do all this work inside of Confluence without having to say, hold up, wait a minute, everybody pause the meeting, I got to go to update Jira. Like, no, that's a thing of the past. You can just come in here and do all the updates live. And so you want to bring your data in and then reference it. And so you can do that. If you wanted to bring in a specific, just one line item, for now, I do the Jira Legacy, and the Jira Legacy allows you to search like the actual key. Although I think with the old one, let me try with the old one. CLC, let me try something real quick, folks. /Jira, let's go to this newer one. I'm actually going to type in CLSD-3, search. Yep, that'll bring in just the one, and I can just bring in that one line item. Okay, so you don't have to bring in a whole filter result. You can just bring in one specific line item. Although I don't like this view, I don't like that it shows it all big. So I'm going to inline it again. And it used to be, so what I'm trying to do is the legacy, but I just don't know how long legacy is going to last. But if I did the same thing that I just did right now, and I brought this one in, you can see that it imports it in as the way I did it when I created it. So at last, and if you're watching, I'd like to see this the same way this looks. So something's not quite working well with your new one, but I'm afraid of the second one, because I would suspect that at some point it's going to go away, because it's called legacy. And that's just, code words for Atlassian saying we're going to get rid of this functionality at some point. So yeah. All right, so let's go back. Lucas says, how did you do that again to show the whole ticket content? In the work item itself, there's different views. And so you can click on embedded or embed, and that's going to activate the smart link, which shows you the entire content. So hopefully that answered your question, Lucas. And then we have another question. Did we establish a connection between Jira and Confluence? And not in this case. So when you're inside of Confluence, you don't have to establish any connection. The connection is established on the Jira side, but I think it's optional. I don't think you have to do it. You only need it if you want to see like the whole tree structure of a specific space inside of Jira. But if that's not a requirement for you, then you don't have to worry about it. Okay, now I'm gonna move on to my absolute favorite feature. This is my favorite feature of all time. It's like my favorite thing in the world. I'm gonna show you some really cool things. I'm gonna show you two cool things that these blow my mind. I think these are such great game changers. And if you haven't used these, like, be ready to be blown away. Okay. Jira is not a very visual tool. Confluence, to a certain degree, is not a very visual tool, but it's more visual than Jira. But what I mean by visual, right, it's like this is visual, right? We have a little meme that I know Ronnie's going to turn into a meme here real soon, is me blowing up LinkedIn. But this is a meme, okay? And maybe we call it art with Confluence, Jira, Ronnie, okay? But what's really cool is down here we have the ability to import from Jira, and so I can click on this button here, and I can bring in one specific work item. And as you can see, it is now an item that is in my view. And that old sticky that I had from earlier, I can link to them. I can link these together. I can draw around them, right? I can put stickers on them. I can put little stamps of like, yeah, this is awesome. But I can interact with my Jira story inside of Confluence, inside of the whiteboards. And this is really powerful, right? Because I can see the status, I can change the status of things. I can see the priority, and I can always open it back up inside of Jira and go to Jira itself and look at the thing over there. But more importantly, I can update the status, right? But this is a very powerful view because I can then import another one. I can import, oops, I don't want to do that. I can import another story and link them together. And as you can start to see, if I wanted to start doing like sprint planning that's more visually, this is one way to do it. I can create columns, and people can comment on things, and people can link these together. So if I needed to see the order of operations of how work is supposed to flow, I can link this together and bring them in. I have the option to essentially bring in as many stories as I want, right? I can do the JQL, I can do the searches, and it's just going to go and search all that work. I can, if I didn't want to do one by one, I can select all the work items and bring them all in. They all come in, and I can have duplicates of them, right? So I have duplicates here, so be careful with that. But the cool thing is that you can basically connect them together, and you can go, okay, this one is dependent on this one, dependent on this one, and I need another circle. Come on. There you go. And dependent on this one. So you can start to visually see the order of operations. And you're like, okay, so team, we clearly need to do this first, then this, then this, then this, and this, and this. Okay. Awesome, right? It gets better. Right? Because as you can see here, this right eye of my little meme thingy is not a story. But let's just say this was something very important, right? Very important. Okay, very important. And these are connected, right? We have a connection between this pink, purple, pinkish square and my Jira work item. So what happens if we wanted this to become a Jira work item, right? Well, traditionally you'd go to Jira, you'd make a new story, and then you'd bring it in just the way I showed you, right? But that sucks because that changes our context, right? Like we now have to leave Jira, or sorry, now we need to leave Confluence, go into Jira, interrupt our train of thought. And it's very disruptive. Our context is very important. Magenta is the color I'm thinking of apparently. Magenta. All right. Colors aside, because I stick to the original 16 Crayolas and 8-bit or 16-bit colors. Click on the square, and then we're going to come over here and do this Jira integration, and we can create a Jira work item. And then it's going to ask us, well, where do you want to put this thing at, right? So I'm like, well, this is going to go into my legal team. It's going to be a task. I can assign it to myself if I want to, but I can hit create. And just like that, that square now became a work item, which is now inside of Jira, right? So now I can go to Jira, and Leo 56 is going to exist, right? This is now a thing that I can plan into my sprint. I can add more context. I can add more fields. I can do whatever I want to do it with here, right? But I can now manipulate this the way I need to do it in Jira, but I have it visually over here inside of Confluence, inside the whiteboard. And so this, my friends, is very powerful, right? Because you can take a drawing that your team's created, right, with stickies and squares and circles and diamonds, and like you're doing all this collaboration, and you're just in the heat of the moment having these great aha moments of like this is what we want to build, and this is what our requirements are going to look like, and this is how things are going to be interconnected, and here's the dependencies. And you can have these brainstorming sessions that are really, really awesome because whiteboards are live, they're not published, there's no delay. Like 20 people can swarm in this, right? I can give this link to you all right here, and I can, well, let me give it to Rodney, who's, I believe, in the background here. I don't know how do I get to this private comments? Here we go, private chat. I can give this link to Rodney, who might have access to my whiteboard, and we'll see if he's actually able to join, if he's paying attention, because he's trolling me with magenta. So I mean, he might be paying attention. But if I give it to people, right, most people can be in here swarming and collaborating and coming up with the next great $1 billion idea for your company. And then when you're ready to put it all into Jira, you start right clicking and making the Jira work items from within this view. You don't have to lose that context. You don't have to lose your momentum and your train of thought. And I think this is a very, very powerful feature that's built into Jira here. So we'll see if Ronnie joins us in the next minute. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to move over to plans and then gadgets, and then we're going to be basically at time. I do want to remind you, I have some special offers here, some links, so stick around for a few more minutes. We're going to give you some cool things here. So let's go back to our demo with Connie. And what I'm going to show you next is how to embed your plans, because oftentimes when we're working in Jira, we create a lot of strategy in Jira, but you can't add a lot of context. The description field inside of Jira is okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. But Confluence really allows you to build like this aggregate view of all the important things inside of whatever requirements page you're creating, right? And so inside of Jira, we have this concept of a plan. So let me see. I have a marketing plan here, right? And so when I go to my marketing plan, skip, I already know how to use it. There's a share button inside of Confluence, and there's a share. You want to share it, export. Here we go. No, iframe, maybe not. What happened to my link? Okay, maybe it's smart enough to just do it now without anything else. But if I copy a link to my plan and I go to Confluence, where again, I'm going to have a lot more context. As you can see, my entire plan, because it's a smart link, none of my access. Okay. Sorry, Rodney. Or sorry, folks. I guess I needed to add Rodney to my Atlassian one. Next time. Okay. But as you can see here, I'm able to take the entire plan, right? So this is my timeline. Here's the expansion inside of Jira. I can expand the epics to show all the stories. But I can do the same thing inside of Confluence. So if I'm creating like this roadmap, right, instead of doing this very static roadmap, I can go and start building everything inside of Jira and then bring it into Confluence, because now in here, I can add context, right? I can say, well, here's the department that we're doing, here's the campaign, here's the link to the other pages, right? And now all of a sudden, you got a lot of things that can be interoperably connected and work really, really well together, right? And so this is really powerful to be able to embed your Confluence plans. You can see it in the timeline view. So if you wanted to see all those dependencies, right, depends on how big your monitors are. You might need bigger monitors. But you can see all the dates, all the fields, and basically you can add the fields. So it's like basically like being inside the plans, but without having to leave Confluence. So again, you can preserve that context, because context preservation is so important and so critical when you're in the heat of that moment creating something awesome. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you one last thing. I want to show you how to add gadgets. So this is going to be another cool little thing. This was more of a gimmicking. I think this one's on the way out. But if I go again back inside of my Jira and if I do Jira, you're going to see Jira charts. And so if I do Jira charts, you can't do a whole lot. I'm going to show you a couple different ones that are available, but you can do like the pie chart, right? So if you wanted to bring in a JQL, I'm just going to do like project equals, oh boy, insert any Jira. Can I? Okay, so I need to do a filter. Oh no, I can do a filter. Okay. I just need to know the name of a project. What's the name of this legal team one? What is Leo? Okay. Right. So if I do this, I can basically bring in all the work for Leo. I can insert here. I have some display options, so I can chart by the assignees if I wanted to, right? And I can hit insert. And so the dashboards that you would normally create inside of Jira, you can just create them inside of Confluence too. So again, you're bringing in one holistic page that has your plans, that has your whiteboards, that has databases, right? It has your requirements. It has all your test cases. You can start to see how you can start stringing together all the different moving parts that make a product come to life. And so instead of having everything so scattered and your mind just like being everywhere, you can centralize all your communication with Confluence and by using Jira and Confluence together, which is very, 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 very powerful ways of doing work here. And so those are one of the examples here. I'm going to do, as you can see, we have the charts, right? So you're limited to the creative, resolved, and the two dimensional. Um, but if you come up here to the plus button and you go to view more, we do have, where is it at? External content. Yeah, external content. And so here you could basically bring in all the rest of the gadgets that you would normally have inside of the dashboard. So this is all the natural stuff. This is all the native stuff. So my issue statistics, especially if you guys attended yesterday's session where we talked about dashboards and reports inside of Jira, well, I can just bring in my issue statistics over here. I can select the filter just the way we did last time, like all from yesterday, right? So I can look for all open work. Here it is, all open work. This is the same filter I was using yesterday, and I can click on save. And this now becomes an embedded filter that hopefully shows me something. I might have to publish this page. We'll see. Might not work. Definitely not working. These things are going away, folks. By the way, like I would suspect that Atlassian's going to do some cleanup. Like 'cause these are old. Like these have been around for many, many, many years. Um, and and so yeah, I would suspect that some of this stuff might be going away. Okay, Stefan asks, when you stay in Confluence, only with the Confluence license if you want to see all the Jira content. So the way Jira works is you need a license and access to see all Jira data. So in this particular example, and I should have probably led with this as my disclaimer, but you do need to have the license. You need to be licensed in both Jira and Confluence to be able to do the full experience. If you are not licensed inside of Confluence, sorry, if you are not licensed inside of Jira, you're going to see Confluence, but Confluence is going to be very, very empty for you because Jira is going to require the license, and you also need to have access to the projects and the spaces that have the actual work items inside of them. So if you don't have that information or you don't have that access, you're going to be unpleasantly sad. We're going to cover two things, two different ways. We're going to do Sheets to Jira, Excel to Jira, then Jira to Sheets, and Jira to Excel. Okay. And then I'm going to show you the paid apps because as you're going to see, this is going to be a rocky, bumpy 50 minutes here. It's a little rocky. It's a little tough. So we're definitely going to have some fun with it, but just be aware that you get what you pay for. And when you pay zero, you're going to get zero, right? And again, I'll show you. I have all the stuff already kind of working here in my Jira, but I just wanted to show you how these things work. So we're going to kick things off by connecting Jira, and I have my Jira here. And so we're going to kick things off by showing you Jira and then connecting Jira to Google Sheets. This is the easiest of the methods. So I kind of want to start off with the win, and we're going to start swinging here. And so we're going to actually go into Google Sheets. Okay. And I'm going to show you what this looks like inside of Google Sheets. We're just going to open up a new sheet here. And I'm going to zoom in on this one too, so you guys can see a little bit better. And then I'm going to show you, again, how inside of Sheets, we're going to pull Jira data in. That's the first step. And then we're going to go in reverse a little bit later. But before we do that, the Mark Major here says, I used you and Ronnie's trainings for the ACP 120. Awesome. That's always good to hear. We're about to drop the 420. It's going to be like a massive 25-hour session. And so hope you have fun with the 421. We definitely had a blast making it. Okay, so you are inside of Google Sheets. This is very, very critical, folks. You are in Google Sheets. Okay, we're starting in Google Sheets. We're not starting in Jira. Our starting point is Google Sheets. Okay, and what you're going to do here is you're going to go to your tools, extensions, and you want to add the Jira Cloud for Sheets add-on. Now, you could go over here to get add-ons, and then you're going to look for Jira in this search here, and we have the Google Cloud for Sheets. This is the one you want to install. This is going to be very critical. This doesn't work if you don't install this one. So if you're taking notes, highlight, underscore, point arrows to it. This is the critical first step. on the Google side, you need to install Jira Cloud for Sheets. And this, my friends, is where your first of many problems may get started. Because you need to install something in Google Sheets, you may not have access to do it on your work account. So you may need to talk to your IT leadership or your IT manager or whoever manages installations for apps on the Google side, but you may need to talk to them and get permission or have them install it for you. But this is a critical first step. And this is something you have to go do on the on the Google Sheets side. So you're going to search up Jira Cloud for Sheets, and we're going to install this one. Once it is installed, it's under extensions and it's going to be in the bottom. And you're simply going to click on open. And once you do that, this Sheets is going to kind of push over to the side, and we got this navigation that's over on the side here. Okay. And so over on the right hand side, right below make sure you scan that QR code, by the way, if you are interested in the smart checklist by Titan Apps. Definitely scan that QR code and start your free 30-day trial. Okay, so below that, we now have our Jira Cloud for Sheets here that popped up. And we have a couple of options. We can get issues. Well, first of all, you're going to have to connect. So you have to pick which Jira you're going to connect to. So I have access to a few. So you're going to pick the one that's appropriate. Pro tip and pro spoilers here. You're hopefully, and in most cases, because you guys are all like, you work at a company and whatnot, your account, your email for Jira should be your account for Google. Okay, that should normally be the case. And so as long as that's true, you're going to be fine. The same thing is going to apply when we go over to Excel, but you typically want to make sure that you're logged in using the same email. Otherwise, this thing gets wonky. Also, you might not have access to a dozen different Jiras like I do, and you might you should only have access to one. And as Rodney says, should is a very big, important word here, but should, I'm a very special case. I help people all around the world with the Jira problem, so I have access to a lot of different Jiras. But you should, at least through your corporate account, have access to only one. So you're gonna do the connection. Once you do your connection here, the permissions, the typical permissions of like, can Sheets talk to Jira? Can we read the data? Right, all those permissions that you typically get, they're gonna prompt, right? They're gonna flash in your face. You're gonna log in. You're gonna accept the permissions, and then we're gonna get this far, and you're going to have your site connected. So this is good. This is like a great step too. Once you install the add-on, we now need to log in and accept the permissions and pick a site. Again, you should only have one site, and then we're ready to roll from here. Now, once you're connected, we have a couple of options. We have get issues from Jira, which this hasn't been updated. These are not called work items. So we're going to mainly use this. You have a few settings. You can check and see what's new. You can view Jira fields. You have an FAQ. You can get some support. You can see other last-in integrations. And you can disconnect from your site, which I find to not be too helpful when you have multiple accounts because it just gets super confused. But you should be able to do this fairly easily because you should, again, only have one Jira and one account. Nathan Korn, hello. Okay, so let's focus on why we're here. We're going to click on that get issues from Jira, which again should at some point be updated to say work items. And this is the fun part. This is where we now are ready to start populating our table. Because right now we have a pretty empty table here and it wants some Jira data. And so here is how we're going to import our work. You want to be under issues and you want to pick your import type. Now you have a few options. You can do JQL. So if you know your JQL, you can start typing in JQL here. Now I should tell you that if I start typing in like project equals, it does kind of work. It kind of starts to help you, right? So I can actually go and like bring ATIP Tech Tutorials, and I can do issue type, right? It's bringing a lot of the familiarity that you have when you are writing JQL inside of Jira, which is very, very good because if you're like me, I don't memorize the JQL command. So this is really good that that it can help me bring in the code that I want and that helps me build it. Because otherwise you're having to like go to Jira, build the JQL over there because it's Jira's JQL is designed to help you build the JQL. And so once you build your JQL, you can copy paste it over here. But it's great that it also helps you. I think this is a really good feature, really cool thing that it can do. But that's one way. We also have basic. And so basic's going to be just like the basic JQL inside of Jira, where you can pick your project, which again should be updated to spaces. but you can start specifying which project you want, what issue types, which again should be updated to work types, any specific statuses, and so on and so forth. But here's the kicker, folks. Here's what makes this integration very, very, very powerful. Inside of Jira, for whatever reason, I don't know why Atlassian does this, but inside of Jira, you are limited to working with 1,000 work items at a time. And so if you wanted to do like a bulk edit or do anything like that, you can only search, right? If you wanted to share information, if you wanted to do some metrics or data with your Jira work, you are limited to 1,000 items. And inside of here, you can see I can set it up to 5,000, and I can go a little higher if I wanted to. And so this is one of the biggest benefits of being able to use Sheets or Excel over the native stuff, is that you can actually go well beyond the 1,000 max issues limit that Jira natively has built in. So this is an amazing feature that is like low key. If you don't know, if you didn't know about it, like let me blow your mind right now, right? Because this is powerful stuff, folks. If you've ever tried to manipulate over 1,000 issues in Jira, you have cried, right? And in the chat, let me know, have you ever cried because of this limitation of only being able to do 1,000 work items, right? And so this is what's really cool. Can Sheets and Excel connect to Jira Assets? I don't think so yet, but we can test it out. Remind me in a little bit, Nick. We can definitely test things out. I have not seen it, but we might be able to do it because sometimes, I mean, depends on, I guess, if how you set up your assets, right? If you have like specific fields, right, that have like the asset data, we might be able to play around with it. I don't have assets in this particular instance, so I probably won't be able to demo it, but we can definitely take a look. I need to have assets configured, and I'm too poor. I'm too poor to have a JSM Premium. JSM Premium is expensive, so I just have regular standard or free actually JSM. So let's take a look at the end. If there's any time, I might just get a trial and we'll figure it out. Okay. So anyway, so you do the basic and then you do your connections, and then that's good. Now, if you already have a filter, right? So if you've already written your JQL and you save that as a filter, then that's even better, because then you can just simply go and you can get your starred filters, or you can find some of the other filters here. I find that it's not the cleanest, so I would definitely star your filters if you're going to go down this route, because what you see is what you get. And if you don't have the filter starred, then you're a little out of luck, and it doesn't look like I can like search for it easily. So I would probably not go the filter route. I would probably do the basic or the JQL. And then you can call a Jira function. This Christian does not have any Jira functions. I've never actually used any Jira functions, but apparently you can use a Jira function. I don't know what this is, but it looks like there's some documentation that might be able to give you some information. So feel free to go and explore this one. I would say though, sticking with the JQL or the basic is probably going to be good enough for you. And when you're ready, you can just simply click on Get Issues Now, and that's going to go back and retrieve all of the work items that that actually meet your qualifications for that filter. And while that's going, again, make sure you check out Smart Checklist by Titan Apps, and there's a QR code up above on the top right corner. And a special shout out to Titan Apps for making this episode possible. All right. Oops, we have no issues found. Uh-oh, that's not good. Let's just bring in all the work. Let's just go over here, bring in issues. Let's bring everything in. Let's see what you can get. I did test this earlier and it should have worked. Unbounded, you're not allowed to. Okay, it's too many. So let's do this. This one should have work in it. I know it should have work in it. And while that's going, we're gonna go and answer some questions. So Ronnie says lobby Atlassian to give creators access to premium features. Yeah, we have the Atlassian one, but things get tricky. Things get tricky because you can't install apps, and there's a whole set of problems. But yeah, having our own premium licenses would definitely be a much better play than the Atlassian one. The Mark Major says, I'm assuming the functions work like smart values and automation. If you want to get info on Jira oneself, probably, most likely. I'm just too scared to do it publicly on the internet. Okay, we have brought in our work, and as you can see here, we have our issue type, we have our key, we have what's the deal with school? Well, It's a great new awesome community that a certain Josh and I launched, and you can get more information here. And I'll drop a link in the chat here for everybody else that might want to join. Special place to see special creations, special courses, and or also our one-on-one happy hour or office hours that Josh and I have. Okay, so the work has come through. As you can see, we have our issue type, we have our key, we have our summary, assignees, and stuff like that. But you may be wondering, like, well, how do we control which fields come in? Well, that's where you can come to fields up here in the top right in the middle. And then this is going to allow you to essentially manipulate which fields bring over or come over. And so basically any field that you have inside of whether it's a custom field or an out of the box field, you can bring it in. And so you can bring in, again, whatever feels important for you. I do have priority. I do have due date as well. So as you can see, I can scroll over to the right and I have some HubSpot stuff. These are custom fields that I have, but you can bring in pretty much anything that you want. You can bring in your description. Again, if the field exists, right, just hit save when you're done selecting your fields. You can remove fields as well with the edit, right? You can just deselect the checkbox if you don't care. Like I don't care for these HubSpot ones. Shout out to Resolution. Hit save there, and then you hit you get issues now. It'll refresh itself and bring you that data over. So this is going to go out. Yes, continue. We're going to replace our current cells. We're going to get rid of the HubSpot ones. And as you can see, there's our data. So now just the fields that we brought in, that's what we're going to see. Okay. Now, the last thing that I want to show you is that you can actually schedule this, right? So if you don't want to be here continuously refreshing your issues, although at any point, this is what's kind of cool, at any point during weeks or months later, you can always just click on refresh issues, and whatever changes happen in Jira, they'll automatically come in and drop in for you. So just simply click on refresh issues, and that's it. TLDR, Alex has a family feast. Thanks, Ronnie, when you put it that way. Maybe Josh and I are just trying to change the world. Okay. So as you can see, that refreshes brings things in, and you can always set it as a schedule. But again, if you don't want to set a schedule, you can always set like it's kind of cool actually what you get here. You can do a manual, which is the refresh issues button. You can do an hourly, you can do daily, you can do weekly, and you can do monthly on the last Wednesday. I don't know why that's the option, but monthly on the last Wednesday, that's when you're going to get it. And then you can tell it when it's going to do it and when it should expire. And so that's kind of cool, right? And so those work there. But that is basically it. Now, there's one test that I want to do. I want to do something interesting. I want to basically take this work here, and I want to do my cost of. Let's do due date. Let's do a due date, and let's just copy the due date, and let's set these over to be. Let's fast forward them to be at the end of this month. We're gonna do it for the 30th. And I want to drop these down, okay? Because now I have data in here. And what's very important is, and I think this might be a limitation. I'm not very optimistic as to what's going to happen next, but I ideally would like to answer the question, because I don't know this. I haven't tried this myself, folks. Can I push the data into Jira, right? And so I can do the refresh issues, and I think that should override my data. But I don't, yeah, see, so that overrides. So what, unless somebody in the chat here knows the answer, you ideally cannot write data in, but you can do the data read in. So you can read data into Sheets, but you can't write out to Jira. But this is still powerful enough because now you can add colors, you can color code your data. So as long as you don't go refresh your data, so this kind of sucks because it does make it a little stale. But you can do whatever you want to do it inside of Sheets because maybe you're more familiar or more comfortable with Sheets. But it's definitely a powerful way to do this. Some nights I dream I'm a millionaire. Other dream days I dream of Excel now and writing data to Jira. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? So, anyways, that is the Google Sheets one. Okay, now remember we're in Google Sheets and we went out to we're in Google Sheets and we grabbed the data from Jira, but we started in Google Sheets. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to reverse the order here. Okay, so now I'm inside of Jira, and now I'm going to do like a quick search, right? So in under basic, I'm going to pick a project. I'm going to pick this, let's see, show my full list. And let's just grab a couple of projects here. And let's see if I have actual work in here. Okay, for some reason, I don't have any work in my Jira. I need to add stories. Folks, I am not. Oh, wait. Freaking Atlassian that created. Let's get rid of that created. ATT does not exist. Oh, how do we get out of here? Okay, boy. Atlassian. Let me go back to basic. Here we go. Apparently, that one project I picked. If Atlassian, if the project doesn't exist, then why do you let me still pick it? Help me. Okay, here we go. I have 123 items, right? Down here on the bottom, I have 123. And so if you wanted to go from Jira to Google Sheets, which is actually a little trickier, but will still work sometimes. I did find that sometimes it'll just hang. And so I would caution you to proceed with caution here. But once you do your searches, right, maybe you have a filter, but whatever you do, right, you have your data that you want. You have an app section. Now to get here, the easiest way, in my opinion, is to go to search and go to view all work items. Because if you go through your spaces and you come in here, you have the list view now because all work has gone away. Atlassian has replaced all work with list. But you'll notice that I don't have the apps button here. So I can export, I can group, I can quick filter, but I do not have the app button in this particular view. So for you to get the apps button that I'm about to show you, you need to do the search by clicking on the search at the top, clicking on view all work items, and getting rid of this crap that says only last 30 days. I don't know why that work's still there. Is there? Yeah, so all work does technically still exist, but it's now just list and all work, but I don't have the app button that I'm looking for. And this is the button that I want. So I want this button right here. And so I'm going to go back, get my projects, not including that dumb project that apparently doesn't exist, have my 123 items. I am now going to click on apps and I'm going to click on open in Google Sheets. And so this is going to trigger all kinds of things, but the big one is this pop-up. So if you have pop-up blockers, which like 99% of the world does now, I'm going to click on allow, and then you pray. You pray and hope that it actually opens up. I had it hang at one point and it didn't really work. And then I tried it again and then it worked. So your mileage may vary, but just know that it's like a hit or miss from what I've seen. But as you can see here, it brings back the 123 items that we had inside of our Jira. And there's a little about section that kind of doesn't show you a whole lot other than where things came from. It shows you the query, the Jira site, and the time. But I guess I have to hit allow access for all these things to come through. Okay. So here's just like some marketing stuff that they give you, connecting Jira Sheets, right? Some stuff here. You can schedule the data, which we covered. You can generate the charts and graphs. So this is one of the great reasons why you would care for this, is to be able to create like pivot tables, which I'm not a master of pivot tables, but pivot tables is now a thing that you can do if you bring your data out of Jira. Because if any of you appreciated Monday's session, you know that the dashboards are lackluster in Jira, to say the least. And so they're not always the best. But anyways, so this right here, friends, is basically the export from, well, I wouldn't call it an export, but it's going from Jira into Google Sheets, right? So originally I was in Google Sheets. I set up the extension and then I summoned the data into Google Sheets. But this time I kind of pushed the data. I was inside of Jira and I said, go open it inside of Google Sheets, which is very different, right? What I did with the apps is very different than exporting. Exporting to a CSV or exporting to Excel is not what we're doing here. This is very static, one way. The Google Sheets thing that I did, you should still always have the option to pull in your Google Sheets extension and refresh your data. So you should always be able to just grab your data from Google Sheets, and so that way you don't have to continuously do exports, right? Because if you're always just doing exports and you're working with very stale data, so the cool thing about the integrations is that you have the ability to always just do that refresh and be able to get that data. So that, my friends, is Google Sheets. I don't think that we have any questions on this, so I'm going to close out my Google Sheets stuff and we're going to pivot. we're going to move over to Excel for the second half of this training. So Josh wants to know, what did the blanket say when it was falling off the bed? Oh, sheet. Look at Josh with the jokes. All right, folks, drop your favorite Excel or Google Sheet jokes in now. And all right, so we got David. The Jira function is a good solution when you want to have the output in a different cell than the A1. So, or if you want to have the same worksheet more than one query. All right, David, thank you so much for that. That was very helpful. Okay. I did not know that, David. So that was truly very helpful. Okay. So let's go over to Excel. So we're going to basically do the same thing and kind of just show you how this works bi-directionally, or not bi-directionally, but from Excel to Jira. Now, disclaimers, because this, my friends, is the hardest thing I've ever done this morning. And I didn't do a whole lot of things, but this is tricky. Getting Excel to speak to Jira is going to be trickier than Google Sheets because you have way more permissions and way more IT overhead that you're gonna have to go through. And so, assuming your company approves it and whatnot, these are some of the steps that you did. So I am in Excel, okay? But in order to get this far, what I actually had to do was I had to um, get an extension. And I'm trying to remember which way I went about this morning. Um, I do believe I did Jira and Excel integration. And then I went to integrate Jira Cloud. This is the official Atlassian documentation. And as you can see, you need to add the Jira Cloud for Excel add-in. So which means that inside of Excel, and I'm going to zoom in for you guys here. Let me close this stuff out real quick. I do not want to log out. Just go away for a second. Okay, so what I did here was under Tools, there's the Excel add-ins. And then I click not browse. No, that's not the way I went. Oh, where's that store at? I went somewhere. I just did it like 3 hours ago, guys. This should not be this hard for me. I think I clicked on this. This is what I did. Yes, I clicked on this. And then this redirects you to the Microsoft Store. So notice that you are not inside of Atlassian's marketplace at all. You are now inside of the marketplace for Microsoft, which is where, again, you may have to speak with your Jira, your IT manager, your IT um, support, whoever it is in your company, because you need to get these things installed inside of Excel. And so you're going to click on the Get It Now, which is then going to trigger you to log in, and it's going to trigger you to authorize Excel to talk to Jira. This is made officially by Atlassian, so this is the official add-on that you want to get. You don't want to get third-party add-ons. You want to get this one. And so from a cybersecurity perspective, I don't know that you're any better, but at least Atlassian is a big billion-dollar company that you can sue if something bad happens. All right. But you want to get this one by Atlassian. But once you go through all the hoops, because again, trust me, it's just, I can already imagine, right? Because it's the whole Microsoft 365 stuff. So you need to get the right approvals, and you might not have the right permissions. And it's just going to be a little bumpier than it was with Google Sheets. But assuming you get through all of that, assuming that you can get through all those hurdles, and you can actually log in, what you get is Excel. And so then you have your tools and you have your, oh boy, sorry. Then you can go to your home button, right? And then when you're in home, all the way in the far right, you will have your Get Jira data, which is nicely placed adjacent to our Titan app. So if you're checking out that smart checklist, make sure you scan that QR code adjacent to the Get Jira button. All right, so when you do the Get Jira, this is going to bring us and get our import data, which is going to look very, very, very familiar to the one we just did with Sheets, with a couple of differences. First, you don't have basic. You have to build the JQL, right? You have to build your JQL. So you don't have that ability. That I think this is a miss. I think this is a huge miss on the Excel side, where you should give users the option to just do the drop down. So you don't have that privilege here. You have to know your JQL. And so right here, you're going to start typing in your project equals, and very similar to what we had inside of our Microsoft one, we have the ability to essentially go grab our data. Now, what is interesting, what I do not like about this is that I don't actually have the, like, I've told it when I was doing the connection, I want you to talk to a very specific Jira. But as you know, I have a lot of Jiras. And so, very similar to the rules that govern inside of the Sheets demonstration that we did, your Atlassian ID, your Atlassian email must match your Excel Microsoft 365, which in your case, it should match because you're a corporate employee. You shouldn't be doing anything else outside of your job with this stuff. So it should be the same account. But once those emails match up, then you have to pick which Jira, which site, which instance of Jira you want to use. And I told it repeatedly which one I wanted to use, and it keeps redirecting me to the wrong one. And so I don't appreciate that. And so I'm just going to pick a filter, and I'm going to pick the filters that are available to me, and I'm just going to go to the ones reported by me, and I'm going to click on the get data now. And so this is actually pulling in from the wrong Jira. I don't want this Jira, but as you can see, the import happens just and exactly the way it did earlier when we had our work inside of Google Sheets. So the experience is very similar. I would say or argue a little degraded in my opinion, because I would like for it to actually listen to me and behave correctly and go to the correct Jira. This is not the Jira that I told it to go to. And two, and I'm just thinking for the users that aren't that comfortable with JQL, right? Is you should have the basic, the drop down where you pick your fields. That's a pretty good one to have. And I think this is a pretty big miss. We do have the David famous Jira JQL function, which again, if you want to know what the Jira JQL function is, it's a good solution when you want to have the output in a different cell than A1, or if you want to have in the same worksheet more than one query. James says, do you know the PowerShell command that can be used to install the Jira Cloud for Excel add-in? My Microsoft Shop is blocked out, but PowerShell works. I do not. I can see if there's a command that we can run, but oh boy, it's been a minute. I used to do PowerShell so much. Let's see, Excel, PowerShell, install Jira Cloud for Excel. Let's see if there's actually one. I don't know that this one would have one. What does Gemini say? Gemini says to go do through the UI. So I don't know if there is one. I would not be holding my breath out, JM Grawl. I've never tried it, but I would probably talk with Atlassian support or Microsoft support to see if there is one. But simple Google searches in the limited time that I have are not yielding anything promising. Okay, so that's the bringing the data in, and very similar to what we did with the. Oh boy, it just doesn't let me do it over here. Oh, let me go back to my filter. Nope. Yes. So very similar to what we did with with Google Sheets. We have the ability to edit, so we can pick which fields we want, which fields we don't want. So that's kind of cool. And then we have the updates, which can rerun every time you open the workbook, or it can run when you hit the refresh button at the bottom of this bar here. So as you can see, a little bit more simpler, which I kind of you would think Microsoft, being the company that it is, would have way more options in here, but I don't know if it's a limitation on the Microsoft side. I don't know if it's a limitation on the Atlassian side. I would think it's on the Microsoft side because we already saw what the Google Cloud one can do, which is, in my opinion, better. But you're a little bit more limited here to what you can actually do. And so your scheduling is going to be every time you open the workbook, like rerun the query, or rerun the query only when I hit the button. And that's pretty much it. Like there's really not a whole lot here. You can tell this to like replace the sheet. But again, the reason why we do this, right, is because you can now take this data and you can pivot table the crap out of your life's content here. So you can do whatever you want to do with your data. I know some of you were like born with Excel in your hands, right? And so you know how to use Excel really, 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 really well. And so this now gives you that data, right? Because you didn't have to copy anything, you didn't have to export anything. It's all just coming in. And whenever any changes happen on the Jira side, you just simply click on the refresh data, which is hidden here by my comment, right? You click on the refresh data down here, and then the data gets updated. So you always have the latest and greatest, and you can always be working off the latest and greatest, but you're working with the comfortable way of what Jira is. I mean, Excel. Give me your I know how to use Excel better than Alex. That is probably true. I like to tell people, Rodney, I like to remind people that I am Dr. Jira, not Dr. Excel. So maybe one day. I do see that YouTube channels that talk about Excel are 1,000 times more successful than Jira channel. So maybe 2026 is the year that I just shift over to Excel and I leave Jira in the dust. Because let's face it, as much as Atlassian would love the world to leave Excel and go to Jira, there is like Excel is just so powerful. I don't know how Microsoft knocked this one out of the park when they made this one. I found something, but I think you have to be a Microsoft 365 global admin. And here's a link for that. So check that out. JM Grawl, yes. Okay, so that was, I'm in Excel. I went through all the hoops. I got all the stuff installed and we're good to go. We are not going to go in reverse, right? So we're going back to Jira and I'm in my same query here. Again, the going to the list view with the all work inside of your space is not going to work because we don't have the apps button. So you want to click on the search up at the top, view all work items, do your query, do whatever you got to do here. Then you can click on your apps and you can open in Excel, and this is going to do the same pop-up. And then again, you do a little prayer. You're gonna have to pick whether you want to do Excel on the desktop or Excel online, and it's up to you which one you want to do. I'm gonna do the desktop. It's gonna create a file that you just double click on, and then it'll open it up, and it's on my other monitor. So you bring it over here, and it just opens it up, and it's just the way we expected it. So luckily, unfortunately, this time Excel works better. So it actually brought in the data that I wanted. This should have the 123 items, which it does. And from the Jira, that's correct. So I don't know. This is a little buggy, right? I told it when I was setting up Jira the first time or in Excel, which Jira I wanted to get my data from, and it didn't. It ignored me. But at least when I export this way, like when I send it from Jira to Excel, it honors my request and it gives me the data. Which again, now here you can color code things, you can sort things, right? So this is like the cool thing, right? Because this is people's domain here, right? They live for this stuff, right? Where you can now like do all your stuff where you can just see all your bugs, right? And so you can do all this data, you can do your pivot tables, you can do charts, you can do whatever you want at this point because you're now using Jira data inside of Excel. And if anything changes in Jira, all you ever got to do is click the refresh button and you have it. You have your data. And so you always have the latest and greatest. It will overwrite stuff. It will overwrite your data, which is not necessarily a good thing, but at least you aren't having to export data every time. You can just simply click the refresh button. So this makes it pretty powerful. Now, let's pivot a little bit, and I'm just going to close some of these things out. I don't care for these things anymore. We've met our requirements here. So I wanted to talk to you guys. We are sponsored by Titan Apps. Titan Apps doesn't make an Excel spreadsheet, but I want to just give it to you guys straight. When you don't pay for apps, when you get the free stuff, like the two things that I demoed, there's going to be some limitations. There's going to be some limits there. So I would highly recommend, again, not sponsored, not associated, but if you go to your apps and you manage your apps and you go to like explore apps, just simply type in the word Excel in the search. Do not go to the top search. Go to this search here. Type in the word Excel and check out some of the other apps. I would highly recommend. Again, I'm not going to call any one of these out, but check them out. See which one works better for you. All of these should offer some sort of a 30-day trial for you. And one of these might meet your requirements better. One of these might actually allow you to do bi-directional on that data. I don't know. Again, I have not tried them all out. But one of the things that you should at least consider is you as your due diligence, right? As the representative of Jira for your company, is make sure that you meet your requirements, right? And you may have to get a plugin. And so again, so I'm not sponsored or recommending any of these solutions here, but definitely at least give some of these a whirl, a try to see if they meet your requirements and qualifications better than the free stuff. Because especially if your requirement is to do that bi-directional sync, you might not be able to do that with the free one, as we just showed. And maybe assets is not supported, as somebody had asked me earlier. I think it was Nick, right? And so it's always a good idea to test the different plugins, right? And see if any of these do it for you. Now, I also do know that if you don't want to use Excel, if you don't want to use Google Sheets, but you want to stay within Jira, again, not sponsored, but JXL is going to be one of those good ones that I've seen a lot of teams use. And so this is like a happy medium where you basically bring the the Google Sheets or the Excel experience, you bring it into Jira. Okay, so that's a different way to do it. The other thing that I'll tell you, as we're in the full disclosure of just how apps work here, Atlassian's list view, if you go to the list view within your board, this looks and feels like a Google Sheet and an Excel file. You obviously can't do the pivot tables and all that stuff, but you do have the ability to come over here and view some work items as a chart. So you have some very, very limited things where you can like build by your assignees, by the priority. So you can't do a whole lot of cool manipulation, but we're starting to see Atlassian like wet their feet here and get everything get things a little bit nicer. So we have this like little table, we have a little pie chart, right, based on like statuses, right? So you can see a little bit of a breakdown. So I would highly recommend, if you're not ready to go full power of Google Sheets or full power of Excel, but you still want a little bit more of that familiarity, check out the list view. Like the list view is actually not half bad, and it might work. Um, Ronnie would like to remind everybody that it can't run calculations like standard deviation on the data in the list view either, though, right? So again, this is where those Excels and Google Sheets and other plugins are going to come into play. Ronnie also says, whenever anyone asks me about free apps for Jira, I remind them that people's job depend on this, and well, you get what you pay for, especially when it comes to support. Yeah, this is especially true, right? Like if you need help or you have a question like, hey, does this thing do the assets? Like, good luck getting an answer. Like, unless you go try it yourself, like the free stuff, you get what you pay for. So usually with those paid plugins, the marketplace partners will usually turn around and help out, and they're a lot more supportive and helpful. Again, not sponsored by any of the Excel folks, but definitely check them out. And then out of curiosity, just to make sure I didn't upset my sponsor for this video, I'm going to click on manage apps real quick and explore apps. And I just want to make sure that Titan apps doesn't actually have something for Excel. They have a couple of apps. They have the Smart Checklist, which is what we've been promoting. Check that QR code on the upper right-hand corner. They have a free version of it too if you want to kind of get your feet wet, but they have the pro version that's going to give you a lot more. They got smart templates, smart issue work hierarchy, smart productivity and team activity dashboard. So definitely no Excel. So I think we should be fine. I don't think I upset any of my folks here, but really cool. I like their logos and their colors.